Good morning to all. I request all the delegates to kindly come over inside the hall. We are going to start the proceedings short while from now. And before that, I would like to make one or two announcements. Dear speakers, we request you to speak a little slower because we are having simultaneous interpretation relayed in 3 foreign languages to assist you all. Thank you. Once again, I request all the participants and delegates who are attending this third Global Summit on Diamond Open Access to kindly come inside the hall. We will start the proceedings now. Good morning to everyone. A warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, respected scholars, librarians, researchers, publishers, and dear delegates joining us here at the venue and online from across the globe. We are delighted to have such an enthusiastic and diverse audience with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural session on the third Global Summit on Diamond Open Access. The conference stands as a collective commitment towards openness, equity, and sustainability in scholarly communication. And today, we begin these important conversations together. I now request all our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come over on the dais. Dr. Tushar Kanti Behra, Anuradha Agarwal, if she's here, then Lydia, Korma Rao, Zainab, Alice, Maria, Pedro, Remy. Once again, I request Zainab, Alice, Marianne, Pedro, and Remy, all the dignitaries to kindly come over on the dais. Yeah. Hope, yeah, all are here. In Indian tradition, before we start any proceedings, it's a custom to pray to our God. So I will be just praying to God in 2 minutes. Mahaganapate Namostute Mahaganapate Namostute Matanda Namostute Mahaganapate Namostute Adipujita Gananata Anandada Gananatha Pratamam Pranavaka Vigneshwara Vinayaka Vigneshwara Vinayaka Mahaganapate Namostute. Thank you. Now I request our chair, Dr. Tushar Kanti Behra sir, for his formal welcome address.
So good morning to all of you. Okay. So my friend Lydia, we have guests also today. Kunal also, the Indian Administrative Services Chairman of the Coffee Board. My all dignitaries here, the research scholars, the academicians, the scientists, the persons who has contributed significantly to the cause of the world of the global is welcome to this particular Bangalore, the city called the Silicon Valley of India. We have culturally rich all the Indian people here with different languages, different technocrats, different way of living in this particular country are here. In this occasion, all my friends from the other nations, also I welcome you to this great city, Bangalore. As I mentioned, today we are discussing, I will say very few words. We are discussing about this diamond open access and what we have done in the third one and what we have done in the two other events of the summit. Today, this is totally different. We have planned many things the two other way. Now we have to come into the action. So that action point with a proper roadmap, we have to create first. I have friends from the different academicians, also the directors of the different institutions, heads of the different scientific organizations. They are also here to also interact with all of us, so that our intention to have the access to the informations to whole world, which is very, very important for these programs. And we discussed many times last week, one day, and also today we are discussing how we go for the roadmap. I think Lydia will also explain the things that what should we do in the future, course of action. Come up together with respect to the informations, the technologies, the scientific informations, we should go all these corners of this world. So that is the things what we have today. I not take so much time. We have many people, the scientific organizations, also the academicians are here to have their statement, particularly in this occasion. I welcome all of you at this great event. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, he is our Honorable Director, Dr. Tushar Kanti Behra, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, who is also backbone of this program. He supported us very strongly. So I request all of you to have a round of applause for him. Thank you. Now I request Lydia, Secretary General, Science Europe, for her remarks.
Namaste. Good morning. Hello. Bonjour. Buenos dias. I am very pleased to be here. I'm honored to be here. And first, I would like to ask with a word of thanks to Tushar and his support for organizing this conference. And also a word of thanks to the program committee who has brought many of us here. And we have done our best to have representatives from all continents. And in every session, I hope you will find someone that you can kind of relate to because it is close to your region, understood, of course, in a very broad concept. In particular, I would like to thank Ariana Becerril, who unfortunately cannot be here, and her colleague Marco is here, Ashley Farley from Gates Foundation, Zoe Ancion from the French Research Funding Agency, Milena Deschênes from the Quebec Research Funding Energy Agency, Johan Rurik from Operas, Sridhar, very important, the person with whom I have worked a lot in the last few months. Arben from Indonesia. Zeynep Bareglu, but also represented by her colleague David Oliva Uribe. Enrico Bongobungula from Angola. Joanna Boll from Denmark, from VOAJ. Monica Mutumadan and Dominique, who unfortunately cannot be here either. To all of them, a big word of thanks. So we are here, third global summit after two very important global summits held first in Mexico in 2023 and in Cape Town in 2024, where through again, a gathering, a very multinational, we came up with principles and values that we want to stand for. This conference is what we have conceived, time for action, and that's why we want a roadmap as an outcome of this conference. So let's work together to generate the actions that can best further diamond open access, each from our own respective contexts, each from our own respective levels and capacities. I would just like to say that we would like to have this roadmap by the end of the week, so it will be intense. We count on all of you, and we are talking here about diamond open access. I think that diamond is what we have in this community, an excellent group of people, very dedicated, very expert, very knowledgeable, and ready to take action. So thank you very much to all of you for being here as well. Thank you, Lydia. Lydia is actually the architect and who is taking the flag of Global Summit on Diamond Open Access. This is the third one she's successfully organizing, and she, in the coming days to come, she is having many more programs to promote this Diamond Open Access. We sincerely thank you, Lydia, for all your efforts. And may I now request Sri Kurmarao M, IAS, CEO and Secretary, Coffee Board, Government of India, for his remarks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Very good morning. Respected Dr. Behra, respected Lydia, and all the guests on the dais, and representatives from various international organizations, participants across the world. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this prestigious summit today. I thank the organizers for inviting me for this important event today. I wholeheartedly congratulate the organizers, ICAR, IIHR, and the international organizations for bringing the summit to India. Especially the beautiful city of Bangalore, where we have been enjoying the wonderful India. In fact, my director, Dr. Senthil, he is mentioning, sir, it is an opportunity for us, Coffee Board, to be part of this great initiative, which is happening because our Constitution of India head office is located in Bengaluru. We are all proud to have this event here in Bengaluru and especially in India. Thank you so much for organizing this event. In fact, I am going through the schedule. We have seen every coffee. In fact, coffee break. Thanks for that. So we'd like to see coffee research as well in all the forum and discussions. In fact, I'm very happy to say that we have Central Coffee Research Institute in India, in Ballyhonur, Chattanooga, in Karnataka, who had just celebrated recently in December 2025 centenary celebrations, 100 years of research. So we are proud to say that that is the institute dedicated to the research of coffee wholeheartedly. And in fact, during the centenary celebrations, I'm just mentioning to Dr. Mehra as well. We have released various technologies and different varieties as well. So it's very kind of happy to say that we are very interested, associated with this kind of noble initiative, which is happening here today. In fact, this is the third summit. The kind of objectives, the kind of purpose when I see about this summit, it is completely community driven and it is non-commercial. It's kind of collaborative effort kind of thing. As I can see, we have various international organizations, policy makers, heads of institutions, researchers, librarians, journal editors, and various stakeholders come together in this kind of summit. It's a kind of coordinated action towards achieving the final objective is towards achieving the diamond open access. In fact, I'm going through, I just asked Dr. Senthil also, what is this diamond? So I'm going through the literature I'm seeing in the UNESCO website. I'm just saying there is a gold, there is a green, and there is a diamond. So this is the Diamond Open Access Summit actually. That's really great to see. Where the resources to be accessible to all. In fact, so Dr. Senthil is mentioning to me it is science for all, sir. It's the resources accessible to all in an equal, in a kind of equitable and inclusive manner. So it's a great objective indeed. And the publicly funded research towards a public good. So really great initiative, great objective, a great goal in fact. So I once again congratulate the whole organizers and team for doing such a wonderful summit today here. In fact, it goes on for quite some days. And wish a great success for this summit. And with the kind of deliberations and discussions, hope to see kind of practical solutions towards the end of the summit. So I once again thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we have, on behalf of organizing committee, we have given you all a coffee gift hampers. Let us put a round of applause for Sri Kurma Rao, representing Coffee Board, for supporting us. Thank you so much. Now I request Srimati Anuradha Agarwal, Project Director, ICR, Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture. She has come all the way from Delhi. Ma'am, please.
Very good morning to all. At the outset, my deepest apologies for arriving a little late. I am extremely thankful to the organizers of this global summit to develop this program and then invite me for it. Just to briefly introduce myself, I am Anuradha Agrawal. I work as the project director of the ICR, Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture. We are located in Delhi and we cater to the publication efforts of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research overall. So we are the showcase of whatever ICR does, and I'll just briefly go over what we all do. I guess Dr. Behra would have introduced that, but nonetheless, I will like to be repetitive if permitted. So, dear colleagues, delegates, researchers, all the people present in this August gathering, it's both an honor and a profound responsibility to address you today from the perspective of ICAR. For almost a century, our institution has been guided by a simple, powerful mantra: science for farmers. And this phrase encapsulates a deep philosophical commitment that the fruits of agricultural research are not a commodity to be traded, but a public good to be sown widely for the harvest of humanity. Today, as we stand at this critical juncture in the evolution of scholarly communication, I am happy to see that Diamond Open Access will emerge as a faithful, sustainable, and digital expression of this field that we are commonly tied to. And I'm sure the deliberations I missed yesterday and the deliberations we will be having in the next 3 days will not be merely discussion about publication models, but it will be development of an actual infrastructure of how our human ingenuity in the face of the current challenge of existence that we have, climate change, food insecurity, biodiversity loss, or deepening inequality is met with. The system through which we create, validate, and share knowledge must be worthy of the crisis it aims to solve. From the fields of Cambridge to the labs of Hyderabad, uh, our experience tells us that the current dominant model of scholarly publication often builds wall where we need to build bridges. Therefore, this Global Summit on Diamond Open Access offers the tools to dismantle these walls and cultivate a true global knowledge ecosystem. To understand our conviction, one must first understand the nature of agricultural science. It is contextual, it is applied, and it is urgent. A breakthrough in a lab in the West, say on wheat genomics, must be adaptable to the saline soils of, say, Sundarbans. A novel water saving technique from Israel must be translatable to the drought prone fields of Gujarat or Marathwada. Our science is deeply embedded in local ecologies, economies, and cultures. It deals with living systems and is the very basis of human survival. And for decades, so we are almost a 97-year-old organization. We have worked on the principle of free flow. Our network of 115 research institutions in collaboration with almost 80 agricultural universities in the country generates a torrent of knowledge. New seed varieties, new technologies, integrated pest management strategies, soil health, dairy management, fisheries technologies. This knowledge has traditionally been disseminated through public funded extension systems, farmer fairs, radio programs, open access repositories, and therefore, this summit is a move in the right direction when it comes to academic research publications. In the recent past, of course, the formal validation and prestige that the global scholarly journal ecosystem has increasingly imposed a contradictory logic. We have found that our scientists, funded by public money, conducting research for the public benefit, but end up transferring their copyright to the findings of commercial entities of good, prestigious journals. The institution again has to pay, sometimes very exorbitantly, to read the aggregated knowledge of the world. This has created a catch-22 situation. Public funds were used to create knowledge, but again, public funds have to be invested to read that knowledge back. So we need to break this situation. For a farmer or an extension worker or a small scale entrepreneur, the final peer reviewed article, the most creditable version of the truth, remains a distant priced commodity. This is not just economic inefficiency, it is a moral failure for a mission driven organization, many of which we are part of. Diamond Open Access enters this landscape not merely as an alternative, but as a corrective revolution. Its core principle, no fees for the authors or the readers, community-led governance, and a commitment to equity are not abstract ideals. They are operational necessities for a truly global and impactful agricultural science and other sciences. So I'm sure during the course of the next 3 days, we will be deliberating on the practical and effective models of making diamond open access work. We all realize, as being part of one or the other ecosystem, the challenges of funding in this model. So I look forward to the models that have been developed, that are being sustained, and will be deliberated upon, and take it forward into action, not only within the ecosystem, but around the globe. During my presentation, subsequently, I will be showcasing how the Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture is practicing the Diamond Open Access philosophy through our journals, our magazines, and how we plan to expand that. So I wish all the organizers, the participants, and delegates over here a very, very successful deliberations. And once again, I thank the organizers, especially Dr. Behra, Lydia, and Sridhar, for inviting me and providing an opportunity to interact with eminent personalities around the room. Thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, ma'am, for explaining how ICR is playing a role and all the modus of operandi that we follow to take for the knowledge transfer from right from scientists to how we reach the farmers. And thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, you all agree that the dais is now graced by visionaries, the thought leaders who continue to champion faith and inclusive access to knowledge. We are deeply honored to have all of them with us now. Now I welcome Zainab, Senior Program Specialist, Section for Universal Access to Information and Digital Inclusion, Communication and Information Sector, UNESCO. Yeah, please.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Zeynep Varoglu, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Excellencies, distinguished. Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you at the third Global Summit on Diamond Open Access. I warmly thank our chairs for their leadership, Dr. Tushar Kanti Behera, Director of ICAR, Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Dr. Arunda Agrawal, Project Director of the ICAR Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, Ms. Lydia Borel-Damian, Secretary General of Science Europe, and Mr. Kurma Rao, IAS CEO and Secretary of the Coffee Board of India. I would also like to thank our distinguished opening speakers who will speak. Her Excellency, Ms. Dr. Alice de Fatima Pinto de Seita y Almeida, Secretary of State for Science, Technology, and Innovation of Angola. Mr. Maran Dacos, National Open Science Coordinator of the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. Mr. Pedro Ovando, Deputy Director of Scientific Humanities Publications at CETI in Mexico, and Dr. Rémi Quirion, Chief Scientist of Quebec, Canada. Our presence here today reflects a shared recognition that access to knowledge plays a role in shaping how societies learn, innovate, and cooperate in a rapidly changing world. UNESCO is pleased to take part in this event, as universal access to knowledge is central to our mandate. Grounded in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which affirms the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. UNESCO's work in open access is anchored in its constitutional commitment to promote the free flow of information and ideas in support of sustainable and equitable development. As a specialized agency of the United Nations, UNESCO engages across interconnected domains, education, science, communication and information, and culture, that together shape how knowledge is created, shared, preserved, and used in the public interest. Member states have repeatedly called on UNESCO to strengthen equitable access to knowledge and information in the context of rapid digital transformation. They've also emphasized the importance of ensuring that scientific knowledge contributes meaningfully to learning systems, informs public policy, and supports inclusive and sustainable development. Diamond Access speaks directly to these priorities. Diamond Open Access matters because it enables publicly funded research to circulate widely and equitably, reinforcing knowledge as a shared public good. Public authorities invest in research and higher education because knowledge drives innovation, public services, and democratic decision-making, and its value is greatest when it is openly accessible, reusable, and preserved over time. This is why UNESCO situates Diamond Open Access within a wider open knowledge ecosystem. Open access, open data, open educational resources, and free and open source software together form what UNESCO refers to as open solutions. These approaches enable access, reuse, adaptation, and long-term availability of knowledge. They connect research with learning, support multilingualism and bibliodiversity, and contribute to more resilient and interoperable digital environments. The UN Global Digital Compact and the UN Pact for the Future reaffirm that digital transformation must be inclusive, cooperative, and oriented towards public interest. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes access to information, quality education, innovation, and partnerships as essential enablers of sustainable development. The UNESCO 2021 recommendation on open science reflects a collective commitment by member states to scientific knowledge that is openly accessible, inclusive, and reusable, while safeguarding quality, integrity, and academic freedom. Diamond Open Access provides a practical pathway to advance these principles in the area of scientific publications. We are meeting at a moment when this systematic approach is gaining real momentum. UNESCO's consultation on a global diamond open access framework gathered nearly 2,900 responses from over 90 member states. The findings show broad recognition of diamond open access as an approach closely associated with equity, inclusion, multilingualism, and the public interest, alongside clear priorities for stronger shared infrastructure, sustainable funding mechanisms, and improved recognition within research and assessment systems. The exchanges at this summit, at the time when choices around infrastructure, funding, and governance will have lasting impact. This is an opportunity to strengthen coherent, interoperable, and publicly governed systems that can be sustained over time. When we speak about diamond open access, we're ultimately speaking about people. We're speaking about researchers who want their work to be visible, reusable, and preserved. We're speaking about educators who seek to connect research with teaching and learning. We're speaking about students and communities, especially in the Global South, who benefit when knowledge circulates freely across languages, disciplines, and borders. This event is an opportunity to move from shared principles to coordinated action. The dialogue over the coming days will help clarify where priorities align, where capacity is needed, and where partnerships can accelerate progress. Guided by UNESCO's medium-term strategy 2022 to 2029, the organization, UNESCO, advances diamond open access through 5 core functions: through standard setting, capacity building, its role as a laboratory of ideas and a clearinghouse, and as a catalyst for international cooperation. We look forward to working together with you in these areas. The opportunity before us is clear and the momentum is strong. By moving forward together with shared purpose and coordination, we can meet the expectations of this moment. Over the coming days, we have a valuable opportunity to turn shared ambition into collective action. I'm sure we'll have productive discussions, open and constructive exchange, and the resolve to act on what we learn together here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zainab, for explaining the role of UNESCO in taking this knowledge sharing event forward. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Alice de Fatima Pinto de Citia e Almeida, Secretary to State, Science, Technology and Innovation from Angola.
Good morning. Excelências, Tussar Barrera, Suresh and Dr. Anurad Agrawal. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce very well the names of all of you. Excelência Lydia Damia, Zeynep Varugo from UNESCO, Sridhar Bhutan, Excelências, membros do presídio, Mr. Mari, Mr. Pedro Ovandro from Mexico, Mr. Remy, distintos participantes. As you can understand, I will speak in Portuguese. I will speak slowly, just the translator have the opportunity to do a good translator. Em meu nome e em nome do Ministro do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação de Angola, professor Dr. Albano Vicente Lopes Ferreira. Agradeço pela oportunidade de intervir nesta cimeira de acesso aberto Diamante e, mais uma vez, ter a oportunidade de acompanhar entusiásticos debates sobre a comunicação científica global baseada em princípios de equidade, inclusão e cooperação, aproveitando o espaço para estender uma especial atenção ao povo indiano pela calorosa recepção e carinho no acolhimento da delegação que me acompanha. Para os países africanos, o acesso aberto ao conhecimento científico é uma condição fundamental para o desenvolvimento sustentável, para a formulação de políticas públicas eficazes e para a resposta aos desafios sociais, econômicos e ambientais que enfrentamos diariamente. O cenário da produção científica em África enfrenta barreiras estruturais, como os elevados custos de publicação impostos pelos modelos comerciais, a dependência de editoras externas ao continente e a reduzida visibilidade internacional da investigação produzida localmente. Estas limitações afetam de forma particular os jovens investigadores, as instituições emergentes e os países em desenvolvimento, como Angola. O modelo de acesso aberto Diamante, ao eliminar custos tanto para autores como para leitores, promove justiça cognitiva, soberania científica e circulação livre de conhecimento como bem público geral. E, por isso, representa uma alternativa estratégica e ética para os países africanos. Excelências, senhoras e senhores, Angola, através do seu Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, prossegue na implementação de iniciativas alinhadas com a recomendação da Unesco 2021 sobre ciência aberta, com destaque para o repositório angolano de acesso aberto, a ligação com o repositório da Comunidade de Países de Língua Portuguesa, CPLP, e a necessidade de integração com outros sistemas nacionais, regionais e internacionais. Angola tem vindo a incentivar práticas de ciência aberta para fortalecer o ecossistema científico nacional, visando o reforço das editoras universitárias para a criação de uma rede angolana de revistas científicas com política de acesso aberto. Recentemente, em parceria com a Unesco, a Universidade Autónoma do Estado do México, a Amelic, a Comissão Nacional da Unesco para Angola e duas instituições de ensino superior, a Universidade Oscar Ribas, aqui representada pelo magnífico reitor Eurico Gungula, e a Academia de Ciências Sociais e Tecnologia, a CIT, também aqui presente, foi realizado um workshop nacional para o fortalecimento das iniciativas de ciência aberta e consolidação de revistas científicas de acesso aberto em Angola, reunindo 18 instituições do ecossistema científico e académico nacional, incluindo órgãos governamentais e entidades da sociedade civil. Este encontro marcou uma etapa importante para sublinhar a relevância da dinamização da Política Nacional de Ciência Aberta em Angola. Estando em curso o processo de implementação na Universidade Oscar Ribas da Cátedra da Unesco de Ciência Aberta, Digitalização Responsável e Impacto Social, no âmbito do programa Win-Twin Cátedras da Unesco, estamos convictos que vai contribuir para a promoção do acesso aberto ao conhecimento, a inclusão digital, a justiça social e o fortalecimento das capacidades científicas em África, em consonância com a Agenda África 2063. Todas estas iniciativas demonstram o compromisso de Angola com um sistema científico mais inclusivo e colaborativo. E, mais uma vez, Angola está presente consecutivamente na terceira Cimeira Global sobre Acesso Aberto Diamante, reafirmando o seu compromisso com o fortalecimento do movimento global de acesso aberto diamante. Excelências, senhoras e senhores, o futuro da ciência deve ser construído com base na solidariedade, na cooperação e no reconhecimento do conhecimento como um bem comum. Angola reafirma o seu compromisso em trabalhar com os países africanos e com a comunidade internacional para fortalecer cada vez mais um ecossistema de ciência aberta que sirva verdadeiramente os povos do sul global e encoraja os Estados africanos a integrarem o acesso aberto diamante nas suas políticas nacionais de ciência, tecnologia e inovação, reconhecendo-o como um modelo que responde às características e necessidades do contexto atual. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Alice, for explaining in detail of whatever Angola is doing in this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Marin Decos, National Open Science Coordinator, French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. And I think he's having a presentation in English, so.
Thank you very much. So do you have my presentation? Should I have a... Yeah. Do you have a button to just to... Okay. It's already okay.
You can
Okay, I can see it. And I have the button now. Thank you very much. So respected chairs and speakers, dear colleagues, when governments decide to define and implement open science policies, no, it's not the good one. It's for this afternoon, this document. I have two presentations. So should I proceed without my... Yeah, no.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, this is, again, this is... Yes, this, okay, thank you. So, sorry for that. When government decide to define and implement an open science policy, as France did, they have to address systemic issues and consider open science in all its dimensions. This is a real reason why we need to address on the same policies the question of open access to publications, but also sharing data and research software, sharing the results of clinical trials, develop open science, digital open science services and skills, implement change in the research assessment system in order to promote open science practices. France has developed its own open science policy since 2018 with the publication of our National Open Science Plan, with a major update in 2021, the second French plan for open science. One of the ambitions is to promote bibliodiversity. We define bibliodiversity with the diversity of publishers, the diversity of open access models, the diversity of publishing formats, and the geographical diversity of multilingualism. While speaking with open access to publications, policymakers face a number of complex challenges. In particular, they have to consider the diversity of open access routes. Again, this is not my presentation. It's called opening statement.
Can you check it this one, please? It's okay. It's coming.
You don't have it. Okay, I will do without. Sorry. So, yes, this is the one. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. So, yes. Can you? Okay. So. So yes, I talked about bibliodiversity, but you have to deal about the gold model too. Nobody cannot discuss diamond without speaking about the gold model. It's defined by the business model of publication fees, also called article processing charges. There are three well-identified risks at stake in such a model. The first is the budgetary burden. In France, we estimate that we spend 30 million a year of APCs. This is on the top of the 90 million euros of subscription spending in France. This is growing and this is not sustainable. The second issue with a gold model is that it's based on the capacity to pay a fee in order to publish. This is generating substantial inequality among institutions, regions, and disciplines. This is not equitable. And this model, third, rewards volume over quality, as publishers profit from publishing more papers rather than better ones. Given the importance of this model, we need to negotiate with publishers to protect our researchers, and we need to develop robust and efficient alternatives. The so-called green model is defined by the willingness of authors to deposit their papers in open access repositories. Open archives like Archive or AL in France are a great success and have done a lot, major contribution to open access. They have opened millions of papers. This is a major way to preserve our research heritage in a long-term archive. It's complementary to Diamond. So Diamond Open Access now, the so-called Diamond Open Access does not require payment of publishing fees. The operating costs are covered by other means than subscription for closed content or by publication fees. This model has been politically supported at European level by Council conclusions. The Council conclusion of 2023 in Europe on high quality, transparent, open, trustworthy, and equitable scholarly publishing are a major political step by 27 members of the European Union in favor of Diamond Open Access. One of the goals of the conclusion of the text is to support diversity and ensure equity in scholarly publishing. In particular, it strongly supports publishing with no cost for authors or readers. In Europe, there are a growing awareness of the existence and value of the diamond model. Many initiatives are emerging. The Action Plan for Diamond Open Access, OPERAS, the European research infrastructure dedicated to diamond open access in humanities and social sciences, the European Diamond Capacity Hub, and many more are shaping the landscape. The French open science policy is supporting publishing models with no fee for readers and no fee for authors. But there are challenges in diamond. Let me address the challenges. The first is a choice. So first, I want to ask a question, where do French researchers publish today? They publish only 13% in diamond today. 13% of the articles are published by French researchers are published in Diamond Open Access journals. This indicator is produced by the French Open Science Monitor. It could be seen as very low. However, we may consider it quite significant as it includes also publications in large non-diamond publishers like Elsevier or Springer and others. The second figure illustrates the disciplinary distributions of publications venue used by French researchers. It shows that diamond is well represented in humanities, in social sciences, in mathematics, and a bit in physics and astronomy. On the other hand, chemistry, engineering, fundamental biology, and medical research show very low figure of diamond publishing in France. We should address this issue. We should have in mind these disciplines when shaping the future diamond open access policies. Our ambition is that every French or European researcher should have a choice to publish in a diamond open access journal. This means that there is a need for a sufficiently mature diamond landscape, offering publishing opportunities in all the disciplines. So the first one issue was choice. The second one is the diversity of diamond models. In Europe, many journals are sustained by modest subscription revenues or short-term financial supports. These journals tend to be small and are usually published by university presses or small learned society. Some of them received in-kind contribution from research performing organizations. Most of them are diamond open access already, but this does not cover all the journals. Many of the journals wish to transition from closed to open access, sharing the ambition to contribute to open science. They are often reluctant to adopt the publication fee model and are instead seeking more transparent and equitable alternatives. Two models for them has been developed to try to help them to transition to open access. The first model is known as subscribe to open. When academics libraries renew their journal subscriptions, they receive the proposal. The subscription fee is used to fund the journal open access transition and not to fund the closeness of the journal. This makes the journal freely available to all readers, and authors can publish without any fee. This is one interesting model, subscribe to open. The second model is the so-called open access freemium. The model has been invented by the French publishing platform called Open Edition. This model provides fully open access papers, but it also proposes to libraries paid services to finance open access journals and platforms. So the content is free and extra services are premium. This is why it is called freemium. We consider that these two models are legitimate components of the diamond open access ecosystem. These models are a good alternative to APCs because they have proven to be efficient in the French context. The content are free and open. The author do not pay any fee. The costs are stable. Without sufficient funding, there is a risk that the journal collapse or move to APC model. And this is the threat. all of us. So the diamond community should be as inclusive as possible to this diversity of models. And then the third and last topic is becoming a first-class publication venue. Our ambition is to help Diamond Open Access journals to become first-class publication venues. In some fields, they are already very well respected, visible, and legitimate journals, but in other fields, as I showed you, there is room for improvement. The landscape needs to evolve. To fix that situation, many initiatives are being developed. There are many things to do. We need more digital services and platforms. We need workflow services, publishing services, dissemination platforms. We need quality standards and an evolution of the research assessment system. We need also efficient and successful business model. Much has been done, much is still to be done. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the risk related to a world where publication fee would be the only model are very high. We need more diversity. We need more bibliodiversity. This summit is a unique opportunity to exchange views, share ambitions, and build bridges between our countries and regions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dakos, for sharing with us the status of French researchers and different diversity diamond models with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Pedro Ovando, Deputy Director, Scientific and Humanities Publications, Secretariat of Science, Humanities, Technology and Innovation, Mexico. Sir, please.
¿Te escucha bien? Creo que sí. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to share a message on behalf of the Mexican government at this important third Global Summit of Diamond Open Access. Please accept the warm greetings from the Doctora Violeta Vázquez Rojas Maldonado, Undersecretary of Science and Humanities at the Ministry of Science, Humanity, Technology and Innovation, la CECITI. And our sincere gratitude to the organizer committee for their generous invitation and the extraordinary team that has made this event possible here in the beautiful city of Bangalore. Dear fellow members of the Presidium, I would especially like to thank Sri Dargutam of ICAR, David Oliva, de UNESCO, Lydia Borrell, Secretary General of Science Europe, for their hospitality and assisting in facilitating our participation, and for his leadership in organizing this excellent summit. I want to switch to Spanish now. Okay. En esta cumbre global que reúne a un importante número de expertas, expertos, editores, editoras, representantes de instituciones y organismos internacionales, se dialogará sobre la necesidad de la colaboración para promover y fortalecer las infraestructuras digitales equitativas y los bienes comunes del conocimiento, con miras a profundizar en los retos que enfrenta el modelo de acceso abierto diamante para su sostenibilidad y para el crecimiento y para su crecimiento en las distintas regiones, así como para construir consensos y establecer compromisos sobre el rumbo que debe tomar el movimiento de acceso abierto diamante. Como muchos de ustedes saben, México ha tenido desde hace más de 2 décadas un papel protagónico en la agenda del acceso abierto diamante a nivel regional e internacional, gracias a los sistemas de información científica como Redalic, Latindex y Cielo. Si bien estas iniciativas y plataformas colaborativas se han consolidado como infraestructuras públicas de acceso abierto, es decir, financiadas con recursos públicos a través de universidades y centros de investigación, el Estado mexicano, como actor principal en la política científica, no había tenido una estrategia nacional en torno a las publicaciones de acceso abierto desde el año 2020. Más adelante, en 2023, se produjo un cambio importante al reconocer en la Constitución mexicana el derecho humano a la ciencia, en la Ley General de Tecnología e Innovación, el acceso abierto gratuito a la producción científica y a sus beneficios para toda la población. Es a partir de ese cambio que la CECITI, como brazo del Estado en materia de ciencia y humanidades, ha retomado su papel en la agenda de las publicaciones académicas, teniendo como un eje estratégico claro: fortalecer el modelo de acceso abierto de Amante a nivel nacional, el cual abarca el 94% de las publicaciones que conforman el ecosistema de revistas mexicanas, más de 530 según un diagnóstico que elaboramos el año pasado. Esta estrategia, actualmente en construcción, contempla aspectos comunes a otros programas de sostenibilidad de las revistas académicas emprendidos en distintos países de la región, como Brasil, Argentina, también en España y otros países, y que han probado su eficacia para el impulso del acceso abierto, como la evaluación de la ciencia, el aumento de la visibilidad mediante infraestructuras digitales y programas de financiamiento. Pero además de retomar estos elementos, en México hemos determinado construir una política de acceso abierto de Amante desde una perspectiva soberana, que concibe el conocimiento como un bien público y que busque orientar las publicaciones académicas hacia la relevancia social del conocimiento. Las nociones de soberanía y relevancia social se vinculan estrechamente con el proyecto de nación de nuestro gobierno, que ha puesto la brújula en la acción del Estado en la justicia social, la prosperidad compartida y la soberanía nacional, pero además se conectan también con los importantes aportes del movimiento latinoamericano de acceso abierto. Pero, me pregunto, ¿qué implica la idea de soberanía en el contexto de una conversación e intercambio global entre países que asistimos a esta tercera cumbre? La iniciativa nacional de publicaciones que estamos construyendo incorpora la noción de soberanía entendida como la capacidad y la autonomía para definir, sostener y orientar el desarrollo de las publicaciones académicas bajo principios y modelos propios, no subordinados o dependientes a intereses comerciales. En este sentido, la soberanía no debe entenderse como opuesta a la cooperación, sino como contraria a la dependencia comercial. La soberanía constituye para nosotros el punto de partida indispensable para una cooperación auténtica y equilibrada, por lo que es fundamental una agenda de colaboración entre gobiernos y otras instancias orientadas a fortalecer lo público. La soberanía, por tanto, no implica cerrarse, sino asegurar que la cooperación se base en condiciones de equidad para establecer alianzas que conduzcan a ampliar el acceso justo, incluyente, no comercial y sostenible a las diversas formas de conocimiento producidas con recursos públicos. Si bien el acceso abierto de Amante goza de buena salud en nuestro país y en América Latina, la disputa frente al modelo de publicación comercial subsiste una problemática que no hemos podido revertir, a pesar de la relevancia del acceso abierto de Amante que ha adquirido el acceso abierto de Amante a nivel global. Y es que la lógica del prestigio aún se encuentra instalada en nuestras instituciones y comunidades académicas. Por citar el caso mexicano, según datos de Open Science, el porcentaje de artículos publicados por autores mexicanos de correspondencia en revistas internacionales de acceso abierto oro, y que implican un pago de APCs, creció de 24% en 2020 al 33% en 2024. Como ya se ha mencionado, esa es una lógica que sigue imperando en nuestros modelos de producción de conocimiento. Esto afecta negativamente a las revistas Diamante, puesto que los resultados de la investigación financiada públicamente se concentran en revistas internacionales y se insertan en dinámicas comerciales de circulación del conocimiento monolingüe. Ello reproduce la lógica del factor de impacto en los programas de promoción y evaluación del desempeño académico y en el financiamiento a la investigación. Se trata de un problema estructural del sistema científico que el acceso abierto de Amante por sí solo no va a lograr revertir. Por ello, un elemento central de nuestra política consiste en articular el acceso abierto de Amante con otros sistemas de evaluación, particularmente con el Sistema Nacional de Investigadores que agremia a 44,000 investigadores los cuales reciben un financiamiento del Estado por su producción científica. Además, hay que articular el acceso abierto a diamante con los programas de financiamiento a los proyectos de investigación para que de ellos emanen artículos que se publiquen en las revistas Diamante. Muy parecido a lo que nos decían antes. Todo el mundo debería de publicar en Diamante. El propósito es incrementar el reconocimiento de las publicaciones Diamante como parte de una estrategia más amplia orientada a impulsar un cambio integral en la política científica de México. Asimismo, otro aspecto que hemos integrado en nuestra política de acceso abierto a Diamante es el reconocimiento de la diversidad de formas de producción del conocimiento. Esto implica valorar, además de los papers, un conjunto de esfuerzos que realizan nuestras revistas para diseminar y traducir socialmente los resultados de investigación mediante un modelo de evaluación que reconoce prácticas y contenidos que favorecen la apropiación pública del conocimiento. Desde nuestra perspectiva, compartida por muchos de los que estamos aquí, no se puede fortalecer el acceso abierto a Diamante sin cambiar la cultura de la evaluación de la actividad científica en general. Así pues, conscientes de formar parte de una región vasta y diversa, y después de haber dialogado de cerca con las comunidades editoriales de nuestro país, estamos listos para retomar una conversación global, entusiasmados por escuchar y aprender de las valiosas experiencias de otras regiones, pero sobre todo con el ánimo de contribuir con nuestra visión del acceso abierto a Diamante como un cambio del paradigma hacia una ciencia socialmente responsable y lograr que el conocimiento sea un bien común. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Pedro, for explaining the sustainability of growth and way forward for this moment, and also for sharing the knowledge distribution dynamics of this with respect to global summit on Diamond Open Access. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Remy Kurian, Chief Scientist, Quebec, Canada, for his remarks. So please.
Bonjour, bon matin. Dear colleague from all over the world, organizer of this conference, it's really a pleasure for me to be back in Bengaluru. It's my fourth time in this beautiful city. When I left Montreal 2 days ago, it was minus 25 Celsius. So to be here today make me feel good. The key message of my talk today, and as mentioned by other speakers, Diamond Open Access is essential, but we must make sure that we are fully inclusive and that no one is left behind. Few words on my day job. As chief scientist of Quebec, I advise our government on all matters related to science and innovation and support international collaboration. I'm also the CEO of the Quebec funding agency, the FRQ, for the Recherche du Québec. The FRQ supports research on all topics, all disciplines, very bottom-up type of organization. Scientists submit proposals, they are evaluated by a reviewer, and then we fund their research. One key component, and related in a sense to what we will be talking about over the next few days, is the promotion of science and the training of the next generation of scientists. And as was just mentioned by the colleague who just spoke from Mexico, we have to change the way we assess excellence in the academic world, and certainly Diamond is one of the tools, but not the only one. Also, very important for us is to promote science in French. And then I have a third hat, maybe too many for my own good. I'm also the president of INGSA. INGSA is the International Network for Governmental Science Advice, a very bottom-up organization established first in the Global South, in Africa. It's a leading network building capacity on science advice and science diplomacy all over the world. We have over 6,000 members in 130 different countries, and it's all free to join. So hopefully all of you, if you're not already a member, you'll join in. At INGSA, of course, support open access to see scientific research results. And this is absolutely essential to provide quality scientific advice. If you don't have access to data or have access to publication, how can you give proper advice to your leader, to your government? So in a sense, for me to lead both the Quebec Research Fund and INGSA allowed me to connect these two worlds and work very, very globally, build capacity in science advice and in research all over the world. At FRQ, we are fully committed to support open science. We brag a bit about it. We are the first in Canada to support the movement of open science. Unfortunately, we're still kind of often in that world in Canada. It's really just in Quebec that we really have science. So we have some catching up to do at the Canadian level. For us, the decision to sign in was the result of careful consideration about what is good for our research community, what is good for science, what's it good for our society. So key motivation include the importance that we give to science and society as one of the means to preserve trust in science. This is absolutely essential these days, and it was discussed, it's science being seen as public good, as declared by UNESCO. Of course, at that time in 2022, the status quo was not possible, was not an option, because the EPC cost was skyrocketing. But more importantly, or as importantly, as we have seen during COVID, there is a need for global access to results, global access to data when they become available. This accelerates science, transfer science result into application, and improve the life of our citizens. So it's very, very key access to data in a timely manner. And of course, many of our government departments don't have access to expensive journal. So being open access in the diamond model is absolutely essential. So basically, how do we do that in Quebec? We are small, relatively small in terms of population of scientists, so we need to work with you. We need to partner. We need to partner at the global level. So early on, we signed Coalition S, mostly in Europe, but we were among the first one to sign in North America. And more recently, also we are partnering with COARA. So very, very important for us to be partner with this kind of global endeavor, global organization. Colleagues from Quebec are in the room, and you will have the opportunity to discuss with them during the week. But one of my colleagues that many of you will know, Mylène Deschênes, attended the first meeting in Mexico. Coming back, this give us tools, tips, and what we should do next in Quebec. In addition to that, we also have a platform that many of you will know, Érudit, and you'll hear from the CEO certainly later on this week. So a roadmap. For those of you who know me, I'm very much action driven. We are there now. We need action. We need this roadmap sooner than later. We are here to help, to support you. Contact us. Do not be afraid. We'll try to come up with solution. For example, in terms of sustainable funding. As I said at the beginning of the talk, there is not one and only one diamond model. We need to adapt to the local situation, to the culture of various countries. But this is very, very important to ensure that when we do that, it's based on high quality data, it's based on high quality knowledge. So in conclusion, open access should not be taken for granted. We still need to fight for this fundamental human right. I will argue more today than 2 years ago. Forging a new route called a diamond open access will reinforce open access position and contribute to offering different options to our research community. Let's remind ourselves of why we are investing major effort into this. We want to empower the research community to take leadership, to take more leadership in science dissemination. We need to make sure that our public funding will be used by and for the research community in a way that is sustainable. Offering global access to a public good without financial barrier for author or reader is a must. And we argue that this, in the end, will positively impact on the life of our citizen, our ultimate goal. So let's join force and expertise to make our vision for a diamond open route a reality. We indeed need a roadmap to navigate this kind of bumpy water and to land on a safe ground. IMSA and the FRQ are open for partnership, and I'm expecting that at the end of the meeting in a few days, the roadmap will be a reality. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Remy, for explaining us the essentiality of science and with the kind of inclusiveness we need to have with the diamond open access, and also to highlighting the aspect of empowering the scientific community through this. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'll be breaking for coffee. Before that, I have two more announcements to make. Before breaking for coffee, we request all of you to gather outside for a group photo. And we'll be breaking for tea or coffee for 10 minutes only, as we have 4 online speakers, will be continuing this session. And I sincerely thank Melanie, Director of Ethics and Legal Affairs, who is the rapporteur of this session, for quietly making the notes of it. Thank you so much. I request all of you to gather for the group photo, and we'll break for coffee. Thank you. 1 minute, I just request us on behalf of organizers, we would like to give a token of appreciation from on behalf of organizers. Yeah, please. To all the speakers, I request our director, Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera, to do the honors to all the dignitaries. I request Dr. Patil sir to kindly do the honors to our director. So it's, yes. See you, sir. I also request Dr. Sridhar Gautam to join us on the stage for a photo. Please come. Yeah. Yes, sir, we can have a group photo. Yeah, thank you. I have one more small announcement. Those who have not collected the gift hamper of coffee powder, please collect at the registration desk. Those who have not collected yesterday, I request all of you to kindly have the hamper in the registration desk. Thank you.
ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡು ಕೇಬಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ
Mari? Mari? Mari, can you hear me? Mari? I'll ask her. Can you unmute Mari so she can speak? And is Mari there? Can you unmute Mari? You cannot unmute Mari? Yeah.
Now I could.
Yes,
Can you hear me now?
please. Speak, Mari,
You-
please.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Can you
Okay.
put louder? Can you speak again, Mari?
Okay. Hi, can you hear me now?
Very well.
Testing. Yes,
Very
it's the
well.
organizer has to unmute me. That was why I was trying to
Yeah,
signal
no
to you
problem.
that.
No problem. And we have Ariana as well. Ariana, can we test?
Yes, can you hear me, Lydia?
Very well. Very well. And also Bashira, can we test? Can we test with Bashira? Can you ask him to speak?
Shadrach, we want to test. Can you speak?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, yes, we can hear. Thank you.
Very good. So, yeah, we can start. Let me check. Ariana is there. Bashira Mat is there. Pablo is recording and Ariana. So they are all there. Yep. Mari is there. Okay. Can you put Mari on the big screen when she speaks? Yeah, exactly. We can see you very well, Mari. Ariana, do you have a question?
I see you as well.
Yes, Lydia, I noticed that Pedro spoke Spanish, so I was wondering if I speak English or Spanish.
Is that you wish? We have interpretation, but we need to know. We need to know.
Well, if I may, I prefer Spanish, of course.
Okay. Then you speak Spanish? Very good.
Yes.
Vale,
Thanks.
Ariana, Spanish. Sorry? Yeah, of course. Vale, I am going to mute myself now because we have started the connection. So first will be, sorry. First goes Mari, then Bashira Mat, then Pablo is a recorded message, but he pre-recorded, so we will show the message. And then Ariana, is that okay, Ariana? Yep, thank you. So I'll mute myself.
I've already sent you the Ariane's presentation. I don't know if you got it. You want to, ¿quieres que la pase? You can see.
No, this one.
Yeah.
So only.
Knowledge should be available to all.
he just gives us assignments and says we should report to this person. And then today I got Russian they were a bit irritated. I I call him twice today. Okay. Saying you should call they are all online. Like they told me which story. Which story. You should find data. They really told me to come to office. I went to come to office. I don't have any. All like you should give me authorization from the guy. Yeah. Why you just and I somehow got him a crime number and he's indirectly telling me to get it.
She is Libya, she is General Secretary, Science Europe. So is one of the organizers in the main organizer. Looking after
every once in a while I get okay. I will.
I request all the delegates to kindly come inside the hall. We are going to continue with the session. And I request Vinay or Suresh to kindly play the video, two small videos. It's on comics on Diamond Open Access prepared by Abhishek and Nandini. Suresh and Vinay, can we have those two videos? May I have Abhishek kindly come over on the stage?
Paywalls.
Abhishek,
Open access for everyone. Should be available to all. No hidden behind paywalls. Open access for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, Abhishek is the one who prepared this comics videos for us. So, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be continuing our session with our opening statements by the speakers, our resource persons. We have 4 online speakers here. Now, I would like to invite Mari, President, Science Europe, for her remarks. Can we have Mari on screen, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Thank you so much. Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, esteemed participants of this global summit on Diamond Open Access. It's a great pleasure for me and an honor to address this gathering today. And although I'm unfortunately unable to join you in person, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this conversation, which I find both very timely and truly essential. And the work that you are leading here in Bengaluru represents a global effort to strengthen the foundations of scholarly communication and to ensure that knowledge remains a public good, openly accessible and governed by the communities who create it. And over the past decade, the debate on the future of scholarly communication has focused on a shared concern that commercial publishing models no longer adequately serve the needs of research communities or the public interest. And in response, political support and public sector engagement has increasingly converged around non-for-profit community-owned approaches. And Science Europe has been at the forefront of this shift, consistently advocating for equitable models that place scholarly communities back at the center of publishing. And among these, Diamond Open Access stands out as the compelling alternative, one that ensures research outputs that they're openly available without fees for authors or readers, and where governance and ownership rest firmly with the academic community itself. And a pivotal moment came when the publication of the Diamond Access Journal study in 2021, and it revealed for the first time the true scale and diversity of the Diamond Open Access ecosystem worldwide, which is inspiring. And building on this evidence, Science Europe, together with Coalition S, Operas, and the French National Research Agency, launched the Action Plan for Diamond Open Access in March 2022. And with its clear priorities on efficiency, quality standards, capacity building, and sustainability, the action plan has become a rallying point for the community, endorsed by hundreds of organizations and individuals across the global research landscape. And crucially, I think we in Science Europe have understood Diamond Open Access not as a purely European concern, obviously. This has to be a global ambition. And this is reflected in the deliberate effort to build an international community of practice around these global summits. And I really wish I could have been there with you today. I've really enjoyed the interventions so far. And from Toluca to Cape Town and now Bengaluru, these gatherings have reinforced the message that equitable, multilingual, multicultural, and community-led scholarly communication is a shared global goal. And at the same time, concrete infrastructure is taking shape amongst other places in Europe, most notably through the launch of the European Diamond Capacity Hub in January 2025. Which aims to empower publishers, service providers, and national initiatives while remaining open to international collaboration. And the work being done here at this summit is of great importance for the future of academic publishing and for the future of science itself. And it's so inspiring to be part of it. By strengthening policies and governance systems that support Diamond Open Access, we're helping to shape a fairer and more sustainable model for scholarly communication. And we're also advancing publishing practices that are free for both authors and readers, that's community-led and supported by publicly oriented organizations. And just as vital is the dialogue that you're building across research communities, institutions, policymakers, and governments. And the major goal of this meeting is the development of the roadmap with the clear framework actions. And I do agree with the Remy, we need action. And this is also going to be, it will give organizations and governments and institutions practical guidance and inspiration to move on as they work to advance Diamond Open Access. So again, I'm truly sorry that I can't be with you there in person today. I look forward to following the summit closely here from my computer in freezing cold Oslo. So I'll be following it throughout, and I'm especially eager to contribute to the important process of drafting the roadmap. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mari, for your brief opening statement. Now I request Bashir Ahmed, Director, COL, CEMCA. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, huge congratulations to everyone involved in putting together the third Diamond Open Access Conference in Bengaluru, especially Dr. Lydia, Dr. Behra, Dr. Sridhar Gutam, and many others who labored to put together this event. I'm sorry, like my colleague who spoke a bit earlier, I am also not able to be in person, but I've been following this event as much I could. And it was a good beginning yesterday, the pre-summit event, conference events. And this morning I heard the statements made by the chairs and the associated organizations. And at the Commonwealth of Learning, I wish to also join making this statement on behalf of CALL and the Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, which is the Asian Regional Center of Commonwealth of Learning. And as you know, over the last 3 decades, CALL has transitioned from a kind of a pioneer in distance education to a global powerhouse in open education resources movement. A part of this is the idea of providing open access and promoting open access. So as an intergovernmental organization standing alongside UNESCO, we are dedicated to open learning, and we want to see a paradigm shift from all rights reserved to a culture of sharing and collaboration. And in the past, we have endorsed and recognized the efforts and statements made at the Budapest Open Access Initiative, the UNESCO recommendations on open science, the Diamond Open Access Action Plan, the Toluca Cape Town Declaration, the UN Global Digital Compact, and we are also very keen to endorse the statement of the Bengaluru statement of the third Diamond Open Access. And as an organization, we actually live through this idea of open access. We have our own open access repository, which is a zero cost infrastructure where we want to ensure that our contribution to the Diamond model of open access. OSIS, as you know, is an open access institutional repository. There's no author charge. Content is hybrid. Over 5,000 resources are available, largely peer-reviewed research papers, reports, and technical briefs. And we always ensured not only in our publications, but also all our contracts and all our legal instruments, the idea of Creative Commons CC by SA. So the preservation rights, while could be kept with credit could go to the authors, but the distribution and reuse adaptation rights are given to all parties. So we are aligned to the Diamond Open Access, the national and institutional level policies, CALL has been one of the very few intergovernmental organizations very early on announced its policy to be open access policy. And we have been advocating for public good for a long time. And we have also been building capacity of our partners and researchers, including the librarians and the knowledge gatekeepers and others in open solutions. Our own journal is open, and we look forward to addressing equity and biodiversity, as you would say, in the open access movement, so that the prestige gap in academic publishing is countered by the Diamond Open Access, by the participatory movements of this kind, where localized researchers can be made available for people to access in a variety of context and localized context. And we also wish to promote and encourage institutions to support this movement, because we believe that Diamond Open Access provides access to scholarly research and journals. You can freely download and read. There's no article processing charge, and a large number of repositories, if they converge, could enable us to come together and create a core public infrastructure that could enable us to identify, locate, discover metadata, but also access the full volume, full access to the entire material in its entirety. We also stand by the third Diamond Open Access event and the declaration for an interoperable identifier agnostic ecosystem, where we believe that reducing dependency on a single provider is a need of the hour. We need to really complement each other, interoperate with one another, coexist in the ecosystem. So we should actually lower the access barrier and enhance the access possibility. So this would actually also lead to reduction of cost in access and also participation by a large number of researchers, regardless of their geographical location. And as an organization, we wish to commit ourselves to continue to build capacity of authors, publishers, editors, and particularly researchers in education and skill development domain for their ability to create content and make these available in a qualitative manner. And we are also committed to multilingualism, particularly in geographies where we work, although we predominantly work in English, but we also recognize the need for multilingual content access availability. So we are highly dedicated to this moment. And now with the advent of AI, there are greater possibilities for us to open up access to content and high quality scholarly material in multilingual basis. So the AI India Summit, which is likely to happen, the Impact Summit in 2 weeks time from now in Delhi itself is a good, talking platform for us to advocate for open access. I'm sure the community-led response that you are providing in a participatory manner through the third Diamond Open Access event is something that we need to promote at the AI Impact India Impact Summit, the global summit. And I wish every one of you a great success. And as partners in this initiative, we are, as I mentioned, highly committed to supporting researchers and individuals for sustaining the future of Diamond Open Access, particularly through skills, training, institutional support, and capacity building. Thank you again for this opportunity to join hands with every one of you. And again, congratulations to Dr. Lydia, Dr. Sridhar Gutham, and others who have very efficiently put together this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Bashiram, for your address and also highlighting the institutional and international policies and the way forward. And I request our support team to play the recorded message by Pablo, Executive Director, Classico Latin American Council of Social Sciences.
Es un honor para el Consejo Latinoamericano de Ciencias Sociales, CLACSO, en mi condición de director ejecutivo, acompañar esta tercera cumbre global de acceso abierto Diamante que tiene lugar en la India. Agradecemos y saludamos muy especialmente a los anfitriones de este evento, la Universidad de Ciencias Agrícolas y a todas las autoridades que acompañan este plenario inaugural. Por supuesto, agradecemos la invitación que se nos hizo al Consejo Latinoamericano de Ciencias Sociales, CLACSO, organizador, coorganizador tanto de esta tercera cumbre como de la primera y la segunda cumbre que han tenido lugar en México y en Sudáfrica. India, América Latina y el Caribe, tenemos grandes desafíos para la ciencia agrícola y no nos olvidamos nunca de los pequeños agricultores, de la agricultura familiar, comunitaria, en pequeña escala, que en ambas regiones es fundamental para la seguridad y la soberanía alimentaria. Tenemos también similitudes en otros ámbitos de acción para la ciencia, como por ejemplo, ambas regiones tenemos una biodiversidad y una diversidad biocultural inmensa, una herencia de conocimientos ancestrales que han sido en general ignorados por la ciencia hegemónica, la ciencia dominante y la ciencia comercial. Desde las prácticas de ciencia abierta y acceso abierto, estamos siempre pensando y experimentando en cómo llegar a esas comunidades locales, cómo escuchar sus voces y cómo involucrarles mucho más en el diseño de las investigaciones y en la difusión, comunicación e información de la ciencia. Pensamos que no solo hay que estudiar esas comunidades, sino que también hay que reconocerlas como coautoras y coproductoras del conocimiento que se difunde y que se produce en diversos formatos y poder justamente comunicarlo en el plurilingüismo, en el multilingüismo, reconociendo las lenguas locales y las lenguas que usan estas comunidades. En América Latina y el Caribe, una región donde la investigación y las comunicaciones científicas y académicas son financiadas principalmente con fondos públicos, hace décadas que se han adoptado prácticas de acceso abierto no comerciales, colaborativas, principalmente con la creación de repositorios institucionales y revistas en idiomas locales, ambos con modelo diamante que no cobra por leer ni cobra por publicar en acceso abierto. Y este es un trabajo realizado por la comunidad, principalmente por las universidades, sin tercerización comercial. El acceso abierto diamante, que en nuestra región llamamos no comercial, es una forma de llegar con información relevante a otros públicos que excedan el ámbito académico, el ámbito universitario y el espacio científico. En América Latina y el Caribe, una investigación de Juan Pablo Alperín, de PKP, quien participa en esta cumbre y a quien saludo, demostró que el 50% de los usuarios de artículos científicos en acceso abierto publicados en revistas de nuestra región son estudiantes. Es decir, hay una gran contribución del acceso abierto para formar a las nuevas generaciones. Y cuando decimos acceso abierto desde Claxo, estamos diciendo acceso abierto no comercial, colaborativo y totalmente libre. Acceso abierto diamante. En nuestro caso, desde Claxo, una red de casi 1000 centros de investigación y de formación en ciencias sociales, humanidades y artes, que tiene presencia en 56 países, todos los países de América Latina y el Caribe, pero también en otras regiones. Por ejemplo, en la India, el Indian Council of Social Science Research en Delhi es centro miembro de Claxo. Tenemos centros en África y en otros países de Asia también, en Europa, Estados Unidos, Canadá y Oceanía. Darle visibilidad y acceso abierto a la producción de las ciencias sociales, las humanidades y las artes de América Latina y el Caribe en versión impresa ha sido siempre difícil por los costos de envío entre ciudades y países de nuestra región. Por ese motivo y por la necesidad de democratizar la ciencia, de favorecer o promover la apropiación social y ciudadana de la ciencia, hace 30 años decidimos como política que todas las publicaciones de Claxo se difundan en acceso abierto no comercial y promovemos ese modelo de publicación en nuestra región, difundiendo buenas prácticas, organizando eventos y organizando también escuelas y capacitaciones. Estamos convencidos de que el acceso abierto y la ciencia abierta son también herramientas para producir una ciencia más inclusiva, participativa e igualitaria, que reconozca diversidades y contrarreste desigualdades. En el marco de esta cumbre, Solange Victory, quien trabaja en el área de publicaciones de Claxo, explicará detalladamente este trabajo que realizamos en Claxo. Solange presentará mañana en la sesión simultánea del área de Humanidades, Artes y Ciencias Sociales y también lo hará el día jueves en el taller sobre fortalecimiento de las sociedades científicas para el acceso abierto de Amante. También participamos en el movimiento internacional que promueve el acceso abierto no comercial, prestando especial atención a actividades de cooperación sur-sur en investigación y en temas de ciencia abierta y acceso abierto. Por ejemplo, hemos presentado en forma virtual la perspectiva de nuestra región sobre acceso abierto en eventos en India, en Bengaluru en particular, y en eventos Open Access to Humanities and Social Science Research, y también el Open Access Webinar, además de presentar en la conferencia OSAN Open Science South Asia Network Conference. Por su parte, UNESCO y SEMCA nos convocaron en Delhi para desarrollar una currícula y módulos de aprendizaje autodirigido sobre acceso abierto. Deseamos que a partir de esta cumbre, la cooperación sur-sur y la presencia de intercambios en el sur global se intensifiquen. Para finalizar, quisiera destacar 3 de los desafíos que enfrenta el acceso abierto no comercial hoy en el mundo contemporáneo y cómo hemos avanzado desde Claxo en el mismo. El primero es la necesidad de acelerar los procesos de reforma en los sistemas de evaluación de la producción publicada, sistemas que hoy priorizan lo publicado en inglés en revistas de mainstream o corriente principal. Claxo promueve esas transformaciones desde el Foro Latinoamericano sobre Evaluación Científica, el FOLEC, quien es representado en esta cumbre por su coordinadora, Judith Naidorf, quien presentará mañana en el plenario 4 el trabajo políticas de evaluación de la investigación responsable como camino hacia el acceso abierto diamante. El segundo desafío que quiero destacar es que cuidemos entre todos que los requisitos y estándares que se recomiendan para revistas del acceso abierto diamante no impliquen costos adicionales inalcanzables en instituciones menos privilegiadas y se transformen en una nueva barrera de acceso abierto, esta vez dentro mismo del acceso abierto diamante. El tercer desafío que quiero destacar, por último, es la necesidad de promover, incentivar y financiar iniciativas colaborativas de acceso abierto diamante desarrolladas e implementadas por la misma comunidad, que puedan compartir experiencias, costos y servicios, más que pensar en tercerizar los desarrollos, con el riesgo de que esta práctica de tercerizar encarezca el acceso abierto diamante y nuevamente las instituciones menos privilegiadas queden excluidas y se refuercen las desigualdades que ya existen. Deseamos que las actividades formales e informales los encuentros, los intercambios, las mesas, los debates de esta cumbre fortalezcan a la comunidad global de acceso abierto diamante no comercial en este mundo que requiere, que necesita más colaboración, más multilateralismo y más participación de las comunidades en la producción y la circulación de la ciencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Pablo. I'll just summarize what for benefit of other audiences here. He was like highlighting the role of small farmers and community and their role in food security and sovereignty, and how the traditional knowledge of the community and how the local communities can be included, and we can listen to their voices and credit them as authors and co-authors and treat them as producers of knowledge. This is all in a nutshell. I can brief it to you. Yeah, thank you. Now I invite Ariana, Professor, Autonomous University of the State of Mexico and Executive Director, Mexico.
Well, thank you very much. As I can see that I can use my native language, I will switch to Spanish. Así que muy buen día para todos ustedes. Acá en México es cerca de la 1 de la mañana. Espero estar suficientemente lúcida para dar esta introducción. Muchísimas gracias por hacer posible que pueda conectarme el día de hoy en línea. Es realmente una pena que no pueda acompañarlos de manera presencial. Me hubiera encantado poder compartir esta experiencia de conocer su país y espero hacerlo muy pronto. Felicidades al equipo local organizador y a todas las organizaciones que están muy bien representadas allí en el evento y que hicieron posible esta tercera cumbre de acceso abierto diamante. Yo quisiera compartirles el día de hoy, en estos minutitos, hablando de este producto final que se espera como parte de esta cumbre, que es precisamente un roadmap, ¿no? Un marco de acción de cómo imaginamos el acceso abierto diamante o el futuro del acceso abierto diamante. Yo quisiera compartirles lo que estamos haciendo en México y me da mucho gusto haber escuchado en el panel anterior a Pedro representando las acciones gubernamentales que se están trabajando en México, porque me da pues una muy buena introducción a justo lo que quisiera mostrarles el día de hoy. Y en para fines de de esta pequeña plática, quisieran ahora usar el sombrero diferente, no hablar desde la perspectiva de Redalic. Ayer a los que estaban presentes en el workshop hablamos un poquito de esta infraestructura abierta, que por supuesto siempre hablo desde esta infraestructura, por supuesto, pero ahora quisiera hablar desde mi posición también como secretaria de Ciencia de la Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México y lo que estamos haciendo para poder implementar el modelo de ciencia como bien público, que mucho se habla de ello. Creo que todos los que estamos en este evento lo comprendemos y justo es la visión que compartimos, pero ¿cómo pasamos de la visión a la acción, de la visión a la operación de este modelo en la actividad cotidiana de las universidades, de los financiadores, de las diferentes instituciones y stakeholders que sostienen la comunicación científica? En México tenemos, como bien lo ha descrito Pedro hace un momento, solo tengo una lámina, ahí está bien, muchas gracias. Tenemos un contexto en nuestro país que no tiene precedentes. En nuestro país se reformó la Constitución para hacer explícito el derecho a la ciencia en el 2019 y a partir de ahí se han venido actualizando y reformando diversas leyes en materia de ciencia, tecnología e innovación, incluidas pues la política soberana que ya comentaba Pedro, que también pronto tendremos disponible junto con muchos otros mecanismos a nivel nacional para poder lograr este derecho a la ciencia. Y a partir de este marco nacional, que me parece que es de verdad algo que a mí me causa mucho orgullo, porque llevábamos muchas décadas luchando por esta filosofía del derecho a la ciencia, y pues ahora tenemos un marco legal a nivel nacional que lo convierte no solamente en un activismo o en un políticamente correcto el acceso abierto, sino más bien en una obligación y una responsabilidad. En ese sentido, las instituciones, en este caso de investigación, las instituciones de educación superior, podemos transitar o tenemos que transitar a la ciencia como un derecho. Y en la Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México estamos trabajando en varios componentes para hacer del acceso abierto, diamante en particular, pero de la ciencia como bien público en general, una realidad. Y eso implica reformar muchos de los sistemas, políticas y reglamentos, lineamientos que se tienen en las universidades para poder hacer de este modelo algo estructural. En primer lugar, estamos reformando la financiación de proyectos de investigación para poder distribuir los recursos para investigación de acuerdo y con los criterios de la ciencia abierta, con los criterios del acceso abierto diamante, y también buscando incidir en los problemas estratégicos que sufre en este caso nuestro país. Se están reformando también en los sistemas de evaluación para poder recompensar a los investigadores de acuerdo con los valores de la ciencia abierta no comercial, con los valores del acceso abierto diamante a través de nuestros sistemas de incentivos. Se está también trabajando en una guía para cómo los investigadores pueden transitar de décadas de un modelo neoliberal que privilegiaba y recompensaba el publicar principalmente en otros idiomas, en publicar en revistas fuera de la región. ¿Cómo podemos ahora cambiar este modelo y cómo incide eso en las prácticas cotidianas de un o una investigadora? Por eso estamos trabajando en un conjunto de guidelines para poder cambiar las prácticas de investigación en ese sentido. Estamos también reformando un consejo. Como ustedes saben, las universidades públicas, o al menos así sucede en América Latina, trabajan a través de decisiones colegiadas, y estas decisiones son amparadas por consejos académicos. Hay un consejo que estamos reformando también, que nos apoyará en tomar decisiones a nivel institucional para la ciencia abierta, para la ciencia como bien público. Estamos también por reformar, y esto me parece que es quizá uno de los componentes más profundos de las reformas que estamos haciendo en la universidad, que es catalogar a nuestros libros, artículos científicos y recursos educativos como bienes públicos digitales, de tal manera que podamos tener esa responsabilidad compartida como institución junto con la comunidad de investigadores para poder proveer a la sociedad de bienes públicos. Eso implica muchas reformas, desde la parte de la comercialización que se hacía, por ejemplo, de los libros, incluso reformas respecto a pues, los APCs, a las suscripciones a bases de datos, ¿no? Y para ello también se tiene que hacer una reforma en el consejo editorial que tiene la universidad. También se está emprendiendo, y ya con estas ideas empiezo a cerrar, un programa para la sostenibilidad de las revistas de acceso abierto diamante, porque si algo hemos aprendido estando del lado de las infraestructuras de acceso abierto diamante, es que sin un compromiso institucional para sostener, para crear revistas de calidad y que además tengan recursos para poder operar, no podemos hacer que el acceso abierto diamante tenga futuro. Estamos también buscando invertir en mejorar el repositorio de la institución, en las diferentes plataformas de visibilidad del contenido científico, y por supuesto seguir apoyando Redalic, una infraestructura creada precisamente pues, en la Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México. Y finalmente, en cuanto a desarrollo tecnológico, que también es sumamente importante, estamos buscando un licenciamiento que nos permita la transferencia equitativa del desarrollo tecnológico e innovación que se genera a partir del conocimiento científico, para poder hacer llegar los beneficios del desarrollo tecnológico y la innovación a la sociedad en general, así como se hace llegar al sector productivo, pero también de manera equitativa a la sociedad en general. Es un poco a grandes rasgos lo que quería compartirles como una ruta que se emprende por primera vez en una institución en México a partir de este contexto nacional, pero también a partir de la experiencia que hemos tenido, nos hemos dado cuenta que las infraestructuras y las revistas tienen un límite si es que no se apoyan a partir de las instituciones y de las políticas y diferentes reformas, y sobre todo también las inversiones y el reconocimiento en la evaluación, que sin ello pues el acceso abierto diamante no tiene realmente un futuro. Entonces, poco compartirles cómo estamos trabajando en este roadmap en México. Muchas gracias.
For showing us the roadmap for science as a global public good. And she also emphasized on right to science and how this liberal model helped day-to-day practices of researchers. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of this inaugural session. I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais and also the rapporteurs, Melanie, Jonah Bal for this session, and also Dr. Abhirami for acting as the rapporteurs of this session. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also thank all the speakers online and who also physically presented here. Thank you one and all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the next session, that is plenary session 1. It is on global and regional roundtable policy convergence and capacity needs. This session will be organized by UNESCO team. The chair is Zainab. And we have panelists. I hand over the stage to Zainab and his team to conduct the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning. We're still the morning. In this plenary, our panelists, we have asked to stay in the first row so that you may see the screen more easily and to come up when they're presenting. I think we're just going to take the chairs away because we realize when you're sitting here, it's hard for you to see there. So this is just functional design. Will you? I'll keep talking and we'll just, you know that there's this psychological thing that if there's movement, your eyes will always go to the movement. It's sort of some evolutionary thing of humans that when we were hunting to live, we looked for things moving. So I don't know if scientifically you can actually pay attention to me while you see movement. So we just wait a second for it to happen. But this is linked to the fact that we're all human beings. And I think that's not a bad thing to recognize and to be proven to us as we start this this thing. So before I start my opening remarks, I would like to make a particular, I would like to, just one sec. Just wait one more minute. Okay, so now you can see the screen. I can assure you this is really worth it because we have some incredible presentations coming and some very good PPTs, and I want to make sure, we all want to make sure that you're able to see everything very clearly. So with that, I would like to thank, before we start, in particular, the summit chairs, Dr. Sridhar Guttam, Principal Scientist, IIHR, and again, Ms. Lydia Borrell-Damian, Secretary General of Science Europe, for making this opportunity possible. In addition, I would like to present to you my colleagues from our UNESCO team that we're fortunate to have with us here today, Dr. David Oliver Uribe, that you all know probably, and my colleague, Ms. Eleni Borsino, who's here also. They're both part of our team, and would like to invite you to approach them during the event, and if you'd like to discuss areas of cooperation or just to approach them anyway, because we'd really like to work closely with you here and in the follow-up. So this plenary is a policy level roundtable. The purpose is to surface where governments and institutions across different regions are converging on how to ensure equitable access to publicly funded knowledge and what system level conditions are needed to make this work possible in practice. Diamond Open Access is the starting point for the discussion, but the session is not about promoting a single publishing model. It is about policy direction, enabling conditions, and the capacity to implement equitable scholarly publishing as part of an open knowledge ecosystem and as a digital public good. This session focuses on keeping intervention at the policy and system levels, avoiding technical detail, and helping make national and regional experiences comparable. The value of the session lies in identifying shared patterns across different contexts rather than highlighting differences. When listening to speakers, key points to draw out include how Diamond Access or equitable open access is positioned within national or regional policy frameworks, what enabling conditions are being addressed, such as sustainable funding, public interest infrastructure, governance arrangements, licensing, or skills. We've asked also our speakers to come prepared with one policy level lesson or trade-off that others might recognize, an area where international cooperation could add value over the next 12 to 14 months. Diamond Open Access should consistently be framed as part of a broader open knowledge ecosystem linked to open data, open educational resources, and shared digital infrastructures, and understood as a public interest approach rather than a technical publishing solution. Eleni and David will capture areas of convergence, reoccurring enabling conditions, capacity gaps, and priorities for cooperation as rapporteurs for the session. Brief signals such as there's something we're heading across regions help reinforce synthesis. If the session works well, we hope, our aspiration is, that you will leave with a clear sense that despite different national contexts, the underlying policy challenges and enabling conditions are widely shared. So with that, we will start. Let's move on. We have today, we have a lot of speakers, I'm sorry. We have a Tour du Monde, we have a world tour. We start, our first speaker is from, we're doing it in alphabetical order, just in case you're curious how we decided how this works. We're doing it in alphabetical order based on UNESCO's regional settings. So we start with Africa and in terms of continent, and we'll move on to the Arab states, to Asia Pacific, and from there to Europe, and then Europe and North America. In terms of UNESCO has cut up the world into Europe and North America as one region, but we have Europe and we have Europe and North America. And then Latin America and the Caribbean, and then we'll have a regional intervention online from Science Europe. So to start with, we're very honored today to have with us from Angola, Her Excellency, Ms. Alice de Fatima Pinto de Seita Almeida, Secretary of State, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation of Angola, to take the floor. So I'd like to invite Dr. Fatima Pinto de Seita Almeida to the podium.
Good morning again. And I have this opportunity para agradecer novamente pela oportunidade de estar aqui presente. Não tenho uma apresentação como tal, mas apenas falar um pouco sobre as contribuições de Angola para este novo modelo de comunicação científica. O Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional, portanto, o Plano de Desenvolvimento do nosso país, de Angola, previsto para até 2027, tem num dos seus eixos, dos seus principais eixos, a promoção do desenvolvimento do capital humano, o qual inclui o conhecimento científico. E Angola já, tanto reconhece que o acesso ao conhecimento é uma condição sine qua non para o desenvolvimento sustentável. Angola também está alinhada com as recomendações da Unesco sobre ciência aberta 2020-21 e está comprometida com o modelo de acesso aberto diamante como alternativa estratégica para o seu desenvolvimento sustentável. Algumas das iniciativas em desenvolvimento em Angola que passarei a citar: a criação de um repositório de acesso aberto que tem em desenvolvimento a sua ligação com outras estruturas idênticas de países da mesma língua e da região. A criação de uma rede de revistas científicas. O reforço de editoras universitárias. A capacitação. Portanto, é importante a capacitação para que, de facto, essas estruturas possam ser geridas de forma eficiente. Portanto, a capacitação de gestores para repositórios e a capacitação de gestores para bibliotecas. A criação de uma cátedra da Unesco de ciência aberta, uma ação promovida por uma das nossas instituições de ensino superior, a Universidade Oscar Ribas, e que esperamos que muito brevemente, nos próximos meses, se possa fazer o seu lançamento. E acreditamos que, tanto é uma forma de promoção do acesso ao conhecimento, à inclusão, também à eliminação de barreiras, incluindo as barreiras linguísticas. A nossa política, a Política Nacional de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, data de 2011 e o nosso governo sentiu a necessidade da sua revisão, processo que iniciou em 2022 por causa do contexto atual. Portanto, no sentido de, portanto, Angola tem que deixar de ser um país dependente apenas de uma commodity, que no caso era o petróleo, e começar a fazer, a trabalhar para a diversificação da sua economia. Daí também que a Política Nacional de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação se tem que adaptar a este novo contexto. Portanto, a sua revisão teve início e prevê fortalecer a ciência aberta e a integração do acesso aberto diamante. A revisão desta política, tanto e que esperamos que até ao final deste ano, 2026, possamos ter a nova política, tanto iniciou, como disse, há alguns anos, existe já uma série de recomendações para a nova política, ainda proximamente, dentro de algum tempo, irá ser feita uma auscultação a alto nível, tanto envolvendo todos os outros departamentos ministeriais que também tutelam instituições onde se realiza a investigação e, feita essa auscultação, então estar-se em condições de se produzir um documento final. As recomendações obtidas até ao momento são para melhorar a educação, portanto, tornar a educação como um veículo para a promoção da ciência, da tecnologia e da inovação, melhorar também a formação técnico-profissional e, claro, que fomentar a investigação científica e desenvolvimento. Tudo isto olhando para as prioridades que o país tem, que são a agricultura, é uma delas, as energias renováveis, a saúde pública e, claro, que não podia deixar de ser a tecnologia, a economia digital e as tecnologias de informação e comunicação. Para esta cimeira, e creio que se possa pensar também nessas contribuições como contribuições para o roadmap, que se espera que seja um documento final desta cimeira. As nossas contribuições seriam tanto a consolidação de redes africanas de acesso aberto diamante, a capacitação, tanto olharmos para a capacitação técnica, o financiamento, e a promoção de línguas, de outras línguas no nosso seio, para facilitar uma maior participação, um maior impacto social e um maior impacto social da produção científica, cujo fim último é resolver os problemas das nossas sociedades. Muito obrigada.
Great. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for sharing Angola's national capacity for scholarly publishing within a broader vision of higher education and research. Angola's experience illustrates what it means to build foundations for equitable access in a context where sustainability must be designed in from the start. We're now honored to have with us Professor Hadid Barada, Professor Mohammed V, University Rabat, and former Director of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation, and Director of the CESCO Chair on Open Education Morocco. Dr. Barada will will speak on the Moroccan perspective that connects national policy reform with regional networks and multilingual knowledge sharing. Dr. Barada, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Je profite du service de traduction. Je vais parler en français, si vous permettez. Voilà. Merci, Zeynep. Mesdames et messieurs, chacun en son nom et sa qualité. OK. Honorable assistance, présidente, chancellor, responsable, chers collègues et experts. Très ravi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui pour participer à ce 3e sommet sur l'accès ouvert diamant, pour partager et échanger ensemble autour de l'accessibilité et le partage de la connaissance en tant que bien commun nécessaire pour le développement de nos sociétés. Je profite, avant de commencer, pour remercier bien évidemment les organisateurs, Dr Sridhar, Dr Lydia et toute l'équipe de l'organisation. Je profite aussi pour remercier la délégation UNESCO représentée parmi nous, donc Madame Zeynep Faoulou, Madame Eleni Borsino et Monsieur David Oribe. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir permis de joindre ce panel prestigieux, de partager nos expériences et particulièrement les initiatives entreprises au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur, mais aussi au niveau de tous les 13 ministères sectoriels sur l'accès ouvert diamant. Voilà. Permettez-moi de souligner juste le shift. Pourquoi on fait cette transition aujourd'hui? Pour beaucoup de raisons que je présenterai, des aspects politiques, stratégiques, la vision 2020-2030 de l'enseignement supérieur, de la recherche scientifique et de l'innovation au niveau du ministère, mais au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur dans sa globalité. On n'est pas parti directement de l'accès ouvert qu'on connaît depuis longtemps. Et pourquoi l'accès ouvert diamant aujourd'hui? Parce qu'on a développé aussi tout au long de ces dernières décennies, un ensemble de choses. Une stratégie sur les ressources éducatives libres, et je remercie l'UNESCO pour avoir mis donc cette stratégie. Le Maroc est partenaire comme tous les autres pays. Initier la stratégie sur la science ouverte aussi en 2024. Tout un ensemble de choses que vous voyez, le gouvernement ouvert, les données libres, la souveraineté digitale aujourd'hui avec la mise en place d'un centre UNESCO catégorie 2, je pense à mon avis le seul en Afrique qui se trouve au Maroc, à Rabat, et tout un ensemble de choses qui permettent aussi de gérer toute la production scientifique, les recherches, les plateformes, les répertoires, etc. Le Public Data Portal, et puis dernièrement un réseau UniTwin, UNESCO aussi, qui englobe 15 chaires à travers le monde. Et ça, c'est une occasion parce que dans ce réseau UniTwin, on parle de l'open access, bien évidemment, et du diamant open access, diamond open access. Et puis une chaire et d'autres chaires qu'on espère venir avec d'autres organisations. Deuxième slide, s'il vous plaît. Ah, yes. This one. Thank you. Alors, très rapidement, je vais lister juste au niveau de ce qui se fait côté politique. C'est pas original. On a des politiques, des stratégies organiques, des lois cadres et surtout la loi 51-17 qui structure et qui régule tout l'enseignement et la recherche, l'innovation au Maroc. Pas uniquement le ministère de l'enseignement supérieur, mais aussi 13 autres ministères, 13 secteurs, donc régis par les mêmes lois et la stratégie au niveau de la formation, de la recherche et de l'innovation. Le seul ministère qui délivre cette recherche, qui statue dans les recherches, c'est l'enseignement supérieur, la recherche et l'innovation. Et bien évidemment, le droit d'accès au savoir, et j'en passe, tout un ensemble de choses qui évoluent en fonction de ce que évolue aujourd'hui. Donc, on est dans un changement. À chaque fois, il y a des choses qui s'ajoutent et on suit, c'est des recommandations, des déclarations, des conventions. Le Maroc adhère et on suit ce mouvement. Alors, la recherche, elle est sectorielle, comme beaucoup de pays, domaine, l'eau, l'énergie, la sécurité, la souveraineté numérique, etc. Mais la philosophie que nous adoptons, c'est ouvrir au maximum, open as possible, but closed
when it's necessary. Parfois, on ne peut pas le faire, mais on est obligé. Donc, en termes de gouvernance et de capacité building, toute la recherche scientifique au Maroc se fait par les fonds de l'État. Et on avoisine les 1% du produit intérieur brut, le GDP, et on n'est pas encore dans un standard, je pense, au niveau de l'UNESCO, le minimum, ça doit être dans les 1%, on est à 0,8, 0,9, je pense, cette année ou l'année prochaine. Voilà. Donc, et ça, c'est très important, dire que tout ce qui se fait par l'argent du contribuable doit être partagé en tant que bien public. On y croit beaucoup à ce principe. Mais cependant, il y a aussi beaucoup de centres de recherche au Maroc, pas uniquement dans les universités. Je vous donnerai juste un chiffre cette année-là, 2024-25, on a lancé le Pinardi à l'université Mohamed VI Polytechnique. C'est une fondation de l'Office chérifien des phosphates. Ils ont beaucoup les moyens. C'est 100 millions d'euros, ça fait pour nous 1 milliard de dirhams, 100 millions d'euros à répartir entre 25 et 26. Et ça, c'est un bailleur de fonds qui est marocain, mais c'est une fondation marocaine par les fonds de l'industrie. On a beaucoup de contrats avec beaucoup d'organisations, beaucoup de compagnies internationales qui financent la recherche. Et donc, ça vous dit des levées de fonds, des projets européens. Horizon 2020, c'est un exemple. Il y a d'autres projets de recherche qui permettent de gérer cette recherche. Il y a aussi, dans le cas de projets européens, l'imposition de publier en diamant Open Access. Et ça, c'est très important. Dans les réseaux University Alliance, comme exemple, on est attaché à ces pistes et à d'autres. Voilà. Donc, le principe, il est basé sur le simple principe du faire, bien évidemment, une recherche interopérable, des infrastructures partagées, pas uniquement au niveau du ministère, des universités, mais du Centre national pour la recherche scientifique et technique. Et le dernier slide, ça va être celui-là. C'est tout simplement, qu'a-t-on fait avec tout ça? Pourquoi? Les lois, les stratégies, les lois cadres. Tout simplement, je dirais l'organisme qui vient après le ministère. Et dans le ministère, c'est une structure, c'est l'équivalent un peu du CNRS français, c'est le Centre national pour la recherche scientifique et technique, cette fois, qui a mis en place l'INIST, c'est l'Institut marocain de l'information scientifique et technique, qui, dans ce cas, il est totalement engagé dans l'accès ouvert diamant parce qu'on a à peu près, je laisserai ma collègue faire les chiffres après dans une autre présentation, 198 revues en open access, dans la majorité, dans l'accès ouvert diamant, bien évidemment, et ça, c'est une première. Et on a aussi une souveraineté d'un autre type linguistique parce qu'on publie dans les langues officielles qui est l'arabe et l'amazigh. Et ça, c'est une première au Maroc. Au niveau de la région, c'est très fort. Donc, des publications en accès ouvert, diamant, bien évidemment en langue amazigh parce que c'est une langue officielle marocaine. Bien évidemment, le français, on fait beaucoup de promotions aussi pour soutenir, et bien évidemment l'anglais parce que ça reste la langue internationale pour faire de la recherche scientifique. Et je vais terminer avec toute la partie, bien évidemment, en termes de capacité de building, énormément, le Centre national pour la recherche scientifique organise énormément de manifestations, de masterclass pour renforcer, pour sensibiliser et pour aider. Il organise aussi régulièrement des baromètres de recherche pour redresser, uniquement pour avoir les statistiques, pour redresser un petit peu avec la tendance internationale. Voilà. Et finalement, pour le partenariat, c'est très essentiel pour un pays comme le Maroc pour être dans un projet de partenariat avec beaucoup de partenaires. Je pense, je citerai voilà, énormément de partenariats au niveau du ministère, pratiquement avec les 4 coins du monde. Voilà. Ce que je pourrais, comme perspective, voir, c'est faire un peu au niveau de la région Nord-Afrique et des pays arabes, quelque chose un peu similaire, projet de recherche Al-Massi, mais je dirais format prototype dans la région, parce qu'on a des contextes spécifiques et on peut pas, on duplique, mais il faut dupliquer de manière très intelligente. Le Maroc peut être un hub pour la région du Nord, pour la région arabe, pour l'Afrique. On est très connecté à la commerce, à beaucoup d'organisations en Afrique et beaucoup d'universités publiques aujourd'hui sont et avec leurs chercheurs au niveau des universités africaines. Donc, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses. Il n'y a pas mieux que cette occasion pour créer plus de réseaux et pour finir, je dirais, fédérant les énergies, créant plus de réseaux et impliquer plus de politiques. C'est très essentiel pour la pérennisation des actions. Merci beaucoup de votre attention. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Professor Berada. Thank you. Thank you for making this overview of the policy convergence for equitable knowledge systems within the context of Morocco. Our third speaker is from Asia Pacific, our host, India. We're very honored to have with us Dr. Anuradha Agrawal, Project Director, ICAR, Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture. Dr. Agrawal will speak about India's research system, one of the largest in the world, and its significant experience linking open access to strategic sectors and development priorities. Dr. Agrawal? Okay, perhaps we'll come back to Dr. Agrawal. We have another speaker from Asia and the Pacific. We're very honored also to have with us Mr. Arban, Chairman of Relawan Journal, Indonesia, who will speak to us about Indonesia's national journal accreditation system that addresses quality and scale across a diverse higher education landscape. Dr. Arban, the floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished college speakers and all participants. First of all, thank you to the organizing committee for the invitation. Thank you as well to the presenters and everyone joining this session. My name is Arbain. I come from Indonesia. Today, I will share Indonesia's experience in open scholarly publishing. I will focus on policy, infrastructure, and daily publishing practice. Please move to the next slide. Okay. In Indonesia, access to research is treated as public service. We try to make research easy to find, read, and reuse. To do that, we connect several national systems in one ecosystem. And for example, first, IKTI. This one, higher education database. It's managed by Ministry of Higher Education. And it will across all of data institution. Okay, thank you. And also it helps reporting and coordinating at national scale. And the second one is Rama. It seems like Indian. Okay. This one is repository. It supports storing and sharing research output. It works as a central pathway for national research feasibility. For example, if you are a student in Indonesia, after you finish your study, you have to upload
all of your thesis in this repository. The third one is Garuda. Garuda is digital reference hub. It helps user discover Indonesian scholarly publication. In this Garuda, we can find more than 4 million research by the Indonesian. It is a national discovery platform used widely by universities. Every single journal should apply in this form in Garuda first before it join in the accreditation in Sinta. And the fourth one, Sinta. Sinta is Science and Technology Index. Sinta evaluates journal, authors, and research performance. For example, if you are lecturer in one university, all of your data can check in this platform. Not only for the local publication, also for publication, books, and another kinds of the publication. And it also support assessment, mapping, incentive in research publishing. Finally, is about plagiarism detection. In the next slide is Anjani. Open publishing brings benefit, but it also brings risk. When journal grows quickly, quality become uneven. So Indonesia balance growth with clear standard and monitoring. Anjani promotes ethical publishing practice and academic integrity. Plagiarism checks are also used as routine quality control. If you have a problem, for example, if you suppose someone make a plagiarism, you can make a report in this Anjani. And the Anjani teams, the government team will check you are make mistake or not. If serious violation happen, a sanction can be applied. The main point is simple. Quality assurance is a coordinated system, not only a single tool. And the next one, because most Indonesian journal use open journal system or OJS, this reduce dependence on commercial platform and expensive services. Today and a few months ago, we have a problem about the gamble website, and all of the some of the journal security has a problem about the gamble website attack the journal website in Indonesia. And with this OJS, the government helps the editor of the journal make a training and then give a training online also with our organization Relawan Jurnal Indonesia, Indonesian Journal Voluntary. We help all of the journal editor about how to manage journal in submission, peer review, editing, and publishing workflow. Because many journal use OJS, it has become a national backbone. Yesterday, I present the increasing of the journal Indonesia. from nothing to 27,000 journal until right now. Yes, this reduce dependence on commercial platform and expensive services because some of the universities also using the digital common and the other platform. But technology alone is not enough. People need skill. That's why the government help the journal editor regularly to conducting training in every single city in Indonesia. So training is key part of the infrastructure story. And the government and universities run regular OJS training program. Training cover workflow, peer review, ethics, and metadata. Over time, this built a strong community of journal managers. And next. Oh, that's the last. That's not the last. Okay. Okay, I'll check. Okay. Indonesia, many publisher works with limited budget and small editorial teams. Because budgets are limited, many journal charge article fees. The table on, oh, that's not the table. Fees often increase with accreditation level and global indexing. For example, there are 6 levels of the Sinta. The first one, Sinta 1, Sinta 2, Sinta 3, until Sinta 6. If the journal get the best place in the Sinta 1, some journals in Indonesia will automatically will make the higher fees for the journal. Because there are the high demand of the scholars in Indonesia, they can pay more than $100, $200 for the publication in Sinta 1 or Sinta 2. And this can pressure research with limited funding. For example, for the master student and undergraduate student with new policy, they must publish in a journal. After publish, they have to upload in the repository, Rama repository. It may also widen gaps between strong and weaker institution. We have more than 4,000 universities in Indonesia. So the policy question is clear. How do we fund journal fairly without shifting costs to authors? In Indonesia, this is still a work in progress. We have a problem, but the direction is toward stronger self-funding and capacity support. I think that's all for all of my presentation. Thank you. Do I need to go back? Oh yeah, thank you.
Dear colleagues, we have a very rich program today. We're halfway around the world as I speak. We're very fortunate now. Thank you very much, Dr. Arban, for giving an overview of the Indonesian system. And with that, I'd like to give the floor now to Dr. Anuruddha Agrawal, who will speak to us on India's system in its focus on connecting research. Dr. Agrawal, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We are just a few minutes away from lunch, and I'm sure I will not take much time between that and my speech. Are we all excited with this conference so far? Great. So thanks to Dr. Bera and Dr. Sridhar for bringing us together. Coming back on the topic, how the Indian system is supporting open access and outscaling it. Well, in India, we have several organizations devoted towards different aspects of science, technology, education. Each one of us has an integral inbuilt system of knowledge sharing and to a certain extent, diamond open access. To a larger extent, I will say we have other models also, the green access and the gold access. So it's a hybrid system so far as various organizations are concerned. We will be listening from our counterparts of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, maybe tomorrow or day after. So I will not go into their model and primarily speak on what the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is doing. But nonetheless, every organization is very conscious that knowledge sharing is a fundamental requirement for a multilingual, diverse society like we have in India. So while there is knowledge that is freely available, there is also information which needs paid access. So we are, as of today, I will say, in a kind of a hybrid mode as far as access goes. The UNESCO recommendation on open science rightly champions multilingualism. In the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, we have been traditionally conscious about it. And most of the publications that we bring out through our systems will be in, of course, English, but it will also be in our national language, the Hindi, but it will also cater to the regional languages. We have more than 30 languages in our country and many, many dialects existing. But a lot of literature gets converted into the local languages. In fact, if I tell you about the history of Directorate of Knowledge Management, we had a whole section of not only translators in Hindi, but also about 12 translators who would translate in different languages belonging to different states of India. So the multilingual character for knowledge sharing has been an integral part of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Unfortunately, over the years, our translators retired and we could not re-employ fresh ones. But now, with technology movement, we have tools. We have tools for easy translation. So we have something called as Bhashini, which is a freely accessible tool where you can convert from English or Hindi to any Indian regional language to a high degree of accuracy. Of course, with science, at the end of the translation, there is a requirement of a human input to check for accuracy. So we are at the stage of evolving and addressing the issue of multilingualism. Again, coming back to UNESCO's recommendation on open science, we are very conscious that whatever we publish in English gets translated to the farmer in his or her local language. So besides our peer-reviewed journals, we have, for instance, in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, we have 3 primary journals for addressing various aspects of agriculture. We translate the scientific peer-reviewed knowledge to the common farmer's knowledge through our magazines, which are in local languages. And again, there was a system of translation, which we are now thinking of reviving, so that every information gets converted into a form of a local language. And that's in the print form. But more recently, using the portals and the new technology again, IT, ICT, we have developed portals where the farmer can connect through a communication channel, either through his mobile phone or through what we have at the district level, the farmers center, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, which give primary knowledge to the farmers. So there, either through a person or through a mobile system, voice related system, they can access all the information required for their agricultural practices. Very recently, the government has announced a portal called the Vistar, which will be integrating all the agriculture-based information that has been captured by the government in terms of the land the farmer holds, the name of the farmer, the family, the crops they are cultivating, and integrating it with the ICR knowledge base. So the knowledge base we have generated over decades in terms of how to raise a crop, how to cater to animal husbandry, how to engage with markets. All those information are getting integrated through these portals, which are again open access. And very recently, the budget allocation has been given towards expansion of this knowledge base. So as a country, we are consciously moving towards more and more open access information, especially to the target audience. So this I'm talking more in terms of farmers right now. Similar exercises have been done for education. So agricultural education, we have developed free portals for students to come and attend their courses, either through written literature, which is open access, or even tutorials which are recorded online by the teachers, so that students can do self-paced learning. So while they do enroll in colleges to get their degrees in agriculture, they also have the option of studying the material at their own pace. So this is another layer of open access that ICR has adopted for agricultural education. So we are doing open access for extension, for education, and for research. It's a slow process, and I will be very interested to listen to the governance and policy models that countries are adopting to support such endeavors. So I look forward to listening from all the countries as to how policy is supporting in terms of providing the money at the end of the day. Because as far as ICT tools are concerned, none of them come free. While ICR has a platform where we are hosting maybe 70 societies to publish their journals, there is still a requirement of fundamental money for the cloud space, of course, thanks to OJS, we don't need the software, but there are certain inbuilt costs that need to be worked out in the long run. And I will be really looking forward to, in this and subsequent sessions, how countries are addressing that. So building and sharing of infrastructure is one aspect that I think we should seriously deliberate and build into our roadmap. And also a concept of developing regional leadership in our open access efforts. So I'm impressed to see that Europe and Latin America have gone quite ahead in these endeavors, and maybe after this conference, we'll look at some South-South collaboration for Asia, Pacific region, and African countries. So I think for this session, I will stop over here and maybe take the issue forward subsequently. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal, for stating the real key questions on the minds of many, of every system. How can you have a sustainable business model within this ecosystem? And I think this is the preoccupation of much of the discussion. We have now 3 more speakers. I hope that you had a cookie during the break, because we would, if you don't mind, with your indulgence, I'd like to propose that we keep going, because we have incredible speakers and we will be a bit late for lunch. But afterwards, we'll be able to eat, digesting the great knowledge that we have had during this discussion. So with that, we're moving to Europe, and we're very honored to have with us from the North American region, the Europe region, France, Dr. Marine Dacos, National Open Science Coordinator, French Ministry of Higher Education and Research, who will speak about the French model. Please.
Thank you very much. So can you provide the PowerPoint? So I'm very happy to have heard about India, and we are convinced that open science is not only for academics and scientists, it's also for people in the society. So for farmers, it's very important. Either the article or a translation of the article in language, or a reformulation for usage in daily life. So it's very important. So I was asked to present some more information about policymaking. So respected chairs and speakers, dear colleagues, I would like to list 4 pillars of needed efforts in order to develop a mature, robust, and high-quality diamond open access publishing landscape. We need open science policies, we need infrastructures, we need funding mechanisms, and we need an international voice. The 4 of them are completely necessary. So I will present the 4 of them. So diamond open access needs open science policies. We need national plans or regional plans or whatever. France is supporting the plan, the open access publishing models that do not require the payment of article possession charges. And I have already mentioned the European Council conclusions during the French presidency, the first one about open science, the second one about open science. We promoted a more qualitative research assessment system, which is needed, and we wanted also to develop the academic publishing capacities of the states. And under the Swedish presidency in 2023, the Council conclusion also promoted publication without cost for readers and cost for authors. So these 2 conclusions, Council conclusions at European level, are reflecting the willingness of European countries to develop their capacities in diamond open access. I see more and more national open access diamond platform in Europe. This will lead to a stronger landscape in the medium term. So we need also diamond infrastructure, services, and publishers. So in France, we have a national roadmap for research infrastructures that supports and certifies over 100 infrastructures. Most of them are particle accelerators, observation ships, flips, data centers, things like that. But we have also open science infrastructures in the roadmap, which is quite important. We need different kind of infrastructures and services. We need dissemination platforms, firstly. These platforms provide visibility, discoverability, and play a role in selecting the best journals in the country. In our roadmap, the largest diamond platform in France is Open Edition. Open Edition hosts more than 600 journals and more than 16,000 books, and have more than 1.4 million documents in open access. We have also other dissemination platforms like Centre Mersenne, Epicence, and Peer Community In. We also need technical services based on open source solution. We have heard about Open Journal System, or GS, already, but in France, we have also developed another layer of this, which is called NetUp. NetUp is a mature open source service for single source publishing, an natively XML-based workflow, which is important as a complement to OGS. But we need also academic publishers. France has lost control of some of its largest STM, science, technology, and medicine publishers. We should be very careful. The remaining independent French academic publishers are quite fragile, and we need to think about funding mechanism to stop this issue. So concerning the funding mechanisms, as I said, there is a possibility to get direct public funding. There is also the subscribe to open model. There is also the freemium model I already mentioned today. So I will not be, I will be quick. We have also created the French National Fund for Open Science. This fund has launched 4 calls for projects in the field of diamond open access publishing. We have selected 81 projects and allocated 8 million euros to 4 types of publishing initiative: content development, technological development, training and support services, and resource pooling, because we need to scale up. Besides that, the French ministry also decided to create a plan which is called the French Transition Program toward Open Access. This is a 10-year-long program with 7 million euros. It is done in partnership with the libraries, with the journals and the platforms. The ministry is providing additional funding, 7 million for 10 years, in order to help the libraries to maintain the current level of spending on a journal with the commitment of the journals. So to participate to the program, the journals have to commit to a planned transition from closed access to open access, mainly in diamond open access. This is very important to make a coalition between the libraries, the publishers, the platforms, and the ministry. So we have also a funding scheme which is coming from French research performing organizations. The CNRS, the largest research performing organization in France, or University of Lorraine, have decided to cancel some journal subscription, and they kept the money saved to fund platforms or journals in diamond. The third type of stakeholder to fund diamond open access is the funder itself. ANR, the French National Research Agency, has devoted significant efforts and funding to the development of diamond open access. They are committed to the Diamond Action Plan. They give money to the European Diamond Capacity Hub, and they are supporting also Open Research Europe, an innovative continental publishing platform. I would like now to discuss about the question of the free rider issue in open science. The free rider issue is particularly acute at the international level. Open science infrastructures are often funded only at local or national level. But when the platforms become international, when they succeed, they attract content from and users from all over the world. And they struggle because they do not charge users. That makes sense. But this creates a free rider problem. User benefits from services without contributing to the cost. The usage is growing, the spending is growing, but not the flow of money is not growing. This is why the SCOS, Spark Europe created SCOS in 2017. This initiative is called Global Sustainability Coalition for Open Science Services. It is a network of organizations committed to secure open science infrastructures. They identify identify key services and platforms to collect fundings from them. The key service could be in Latin America, in Europe, whatever in the country. They have pledged already 7.5 million euros to support these platforms like Redalic or Software Heritage or things like that. So it's very important to have such a mechanism. I would like to encourage you to support this type of initiative. France is one of the largest contributors to SCOS, alongside Canada and Switzerland. The French fund has already contributed a total of 1.1 million euros to SCOS, mainly non-French initiative. And last but not least, on the funding scheme, I would like to explore with you what could be called consortium-based funding. This mechanism brings together libraries that commit to provide long-term support to a curated list of transparent, high-quality Diamond Open Access journals. Such funding models are currently being piloted for Diamond Open Access in Europe. For example, in Germany, Koala is exploring that. In the UK, Open Journal Collective is also doing such a work. So it's interesting to keep on this direction of funding the journals. And I will also like to thank the European Commission that dedicated a lot of funds to support the growth and structuration of the Diamond Open Access landscape. And I want to finish, I want to finish with the question of an international voice, trust and visibility. And I created this map in a plane going to Bangalore with the DOG information. So I asked to no-fee journals, and it was distributed in countries. And as you see, we have 14,000 journals everywhere in the world. And in every continent, there are many initiatives. We are strong. Earlier, I showed that we were only 13% of the publication, but we have many, many journals. And this could be a strength. And we have many journals in different continents. That's very good for us to know. So these 14 no-fee journals in one continent are poorly visible, I'm afraid. So they will gain visibility through registries and directories like the OAB, the OAG, Diamond Discovery Hub, and things like that. We need to support this kind of services like the Directory of Open Access Journal and others. But it would be a mistake to stop at this stage. Why? It is important to gather all the Diamond journals in one place, but also they should not remain confined to the Diamond Open Access ecosystem alone. We need to be visible in Google Scholar. We need to be visible in OpenAlex, even if there are many other type of publications and models in these platforms, because at the end, we need to provide a service to the researcher. And he will not say, okay, I want to read a Diamond Open Access journal. He will say, I want to read a paper and I want to see it in one interface. Last but not least, I want to address the question of quality and reputation. We know that the Diamond model is quite good to reduce the risk of poor publication practices, but the risk is still there. We are not immune for integrity issues. So we need to think about this and to increase the quality and the controls that we do. And the publishing landscape as industry has organized recommendation under the Committee on Publication Ethics, which is SCOPE. And this could be a model for us to draw attention on the question of integrity. And at the end, a cross-regional cooperation could be done to increase the visibility and the credibility of the field. So as a conclusion, I would like to recommend that we should embrace regional diversity as an asset and not as an issue. So we are diverse and that's it. And we need also to ensure balanced representation in the organizations that we would create between publishers, but also with platforms. We need both of them. And we need to set achievable goals, one of them being to increase the trust and visibility of Diamond Open Access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Douglas, and thank you also for addressing directly the question that was asked by the previous speaker on business models that are sustainable and yet within the scope of Diamond Access. Now, I would like to just ask you to reflect on the fact that you're probably tired from going around the world, but the world is huge. It is really big and it is really worth it. And the discussions we're having here right now really helps to illustrate how interesting it really is when we go into the details of the differences and the differences. And also the fact that it's a really, really big world. And on that theme, I'd like to go to the North America part of Europe and North America and invite to speak right now Monsieur Rémi Quirion, Chief Scientist of Quebec and from Quebec, Canada. Monsieur Quirion.
Merci, merci beaucoup. Et merci à l'UNESCO pour l'organisation de la session aujourd'hui. Un peu plus d'explications, donc ma présentation en français cette fois-ci. Un peu d'explications sur le Fonds de recherche du Québec, sur INSA, avant d'entrer plus dans les détails de ce que l'on fait chez nous. Donc, Fonds de recherche du Québec, au Canada, c'est la seule province qui a un fonds de recherche dédié. Et vraiment, c'est financer de la recherche dans toutes les disciplines. La santé, les sciences, le génie, les technologies, les sciences sociales, les sciences humaines, l'art et la culture. Et essayer d'avoir des résultats de recherche qui se traduisent en données concrètes pour notre société. Beaucoup de partenariats avec des collègues un peu partout à travers le Canada, avec le gouvernement canadien, mais bien sûr à l'international. Par exemple, avec le Maroc, des collaborations avec le Maroc depuis plusieurs années sur différents sujets. Et ça fait partie de mon rôle. La science en français, très important pour nous aussi, et appuyer des initiatives qui font la promotion de la science en français. Et former la prochaine génération de chercheurs dans toutes les disciplines et davantage. Tout ce qui est à l'intersection, donc vraiment le multidisciplinaire et l'intersectoriel. J'ai des collègues VP pour chacun des secteurs, en santé, en génie et en sciences sociales, sciences humaines. Du côté du libre accès, côté d'accès aux données, comme j'ai mentionné plus tôt dans la première séance, signé Doha très tôt. Par la suite, la coalition S, qui est une des premières organisations en Amérique du Nord et certainement première au Canada. Et bien sûr, COARA, membre de COARA depuis 2 ans maintenant. Il y a beaucoup d'activités. Carole Jabet, avec Mylène Deschênes, travaille beaucoup sur ce secteur-là pour s'assurer que lorsqu'on définit l'excellence au milieu académique, ce n'est pas basé seulement sur les publications et sur des facteurs d'impact. Bien sûr, c'est important tout ça, mais il faut aller beaucoup plus loin que ça. Et l'impact dans notre société est très important. Donc, beaucoup de partenariats, comme je disais, à l'international. Et on vient, par exemple, de créer un réseau de chaires en diplomatie scientifique. Donc, on vient de créer 8 nouvelles chaires en diplomatie scientifique qui vont se spécialiser dans différents secteurs de la diplomatie scientifique. Ça peut inclure la gouvernance de l'intelligence artificielle, ça peut inclure l'Arctique, etc., etc. Donc, vraiment déjà 13 pays d'impliqués avec nous dans ces chaires de recherche-là. Et comme je mentionnais, pour nous, très important, très engagé, tout ce qui est libre accès. Mon autre chapeau, comme président du réseau international un conseil scientifique, comme je mentionnais, a assez plus de 6 000 membres dans 130 pays. L'organisation qui a été créée tout d'abord dans le sud global, en Afrique, maintenant avec des chapitres très actifs, c'est très bottom-up, chapitres très actifs un peu partout dans le monde. Et ici, c'est vraiment d'augmenter les capacités en conseil scientifique à nos élus, que ce soit au niveau d'une ville, une municipalité, au niveau d'une région, comme le Québec, ou au niveau d'un pays comme le Canada. Et on fait même partie d'un groupe de consultation pour le secrétaire général des Nations unies. Donc, vraiment, conseil scientifique à différents niveaux, un peu partout dans le monde. Donc, vraiment, conseil scientifique et diplomatie, très important pour INSA, très bottom-up. Le libre accès est tout à fait essentiel ici. Il faut s'assurer que partout dans le monde, les conseillers scientifiques, les experts ont accès aux publications scientifiques de qualité qu'ils peuvent utiliser facilement ces données-là pour améliorer la qualité du conseil scientifique qu'ils vont donner à leur patron, si on veut. Donc, très, très, très important. On aura créé aussi récemment un réseau international francophone en conseil scientifique. Et si vous êtes intéressé, la prochaine grande conférence d'INSA va avoir lieu en Malaisie en septembre 2027. Et vraiment, ça donne l'opportunité de faire des liens avec des conseillers scientifiques partout dans le monde. On a beaucoup investi au cours des années tout ce qui est journaux, revues scientifiques au Québec. Si on passe au Canada, il n'y a pas encore de cadre législatif encadrant le libre accès aux publications scientifiques, contrairement à plusieurs pays comme la France, par exemple. Donc, on a quand même des défis chez nous au Canada de ce côté-là. Bien sûr, au Québec, c'est différent. Vous savez, le Canada est une fédération et chaque province est en charge, par exemple, de la santé, de l'éducation et de l'enseignement supérieur. Pour nous, au Québec, on a décidé, il y a déjà quelques années, que le libre accès immédiat aux publications scientifiques était tout à fait essentiel. J'ai déjà parlé de Mylène Deschênes, ma collègue qui est dans la salle ici, donc on travaille beaucoup avec les collègues fédéraux pour essayer d'amener le mouvement de libre accès à l'échelle du Canada. On a réussi à faire des progrès. Peut-être c'était mentionné une des questions de l'UNESCO. Est-ce qu'il y a des leçons apprises au cours des dernières années? Je dirais que pendant la COVID, les échanges ont été beaucoup plus fluides, un peu partout dans le monde, incluant au Canada. Donc, libre accès aux publications scientifiques, aux données scientifiques, c'était plus facile. Maintenant, à cause de la géopolitique un peu partout dans le monde, c'est pas simple. On a un certain recul, souvent basé sur la sécurité, on va faire attention. Et là, peut-être qu'on va un peu dans l'autre, le pendule, on va peut-être trop à l'autre extrême. Oui, des fois, il y a vraiment certains dangers côté de défense, mais peut-être qu'on n'utilise pas cette excuse-là maintenant et on a un certain recul du côté de libre accès, certainement au Canada. Donc, comme je vous disais, au Québec, c'est différent. Et on a fait une approche il y a quelques années de faciliter et d'exiger la diffusion en libre accès des résultats de recherche et de soutenir les revues. Un réseau de revues en accès ouvert au Québec. La majorité des revues, plus d'une soixantaine, sont dans le domaine des sciences sociales et des sciences humaines. Et on est à travailler à élargir le nombre de revues que l'on appuie dans différents domaines au Québec. Et bien sûr, les revues financées par le Fonds de recherche du Québec, à tout le moins en partie, publient des articles qui originent de chercheurs ou d'équipes québécoises, mais c'est ouvert à l'international. Ces revues-là veulent recevoir et reçoivent déjà beaucoup d'articles qui viennent d'Afrique, d'Europe et d'autres régions du monde. Donc vraiment, c'est des revues à vocation très internationale. On a déjà mentionné érudit. Et Tanja, la CEO, est ici, la PDG d'Érudit est dans la salle. Elle va vous parler, je pense que c'est demain qu'il y a une session ou après-demain. Ça fait déjà 25 ans que la plateforme Érudit existe au Québec, au Canada, pour la diffusion numérique et la recherche en libre accès. C'est beaucoup dans le domaine des sciences sociales, des sciences humaines, mais maintenant, encore là, on essaie d'élargir l'impact d'érudits, bien sûr au Canada, au Québec, mais partout dans le monde. La langue française, la science en français, vous savez, la langue officielle du Québec, c'est le français. Donc, on veille constamment à la vitalité de la langue française chez nous. C'est pas contre l'anglais. On réalise très bien que la majorité des publications scientifiques, c'est en anglais. Et il faut ouvrir, et ça a été mentionné par d'autres conférenciers, il faut ouvrir à d'autres langues. Et pour nous, au Québec, l'organisation du côté de la langue française. Et bien sûr, on veut faire ça avec les collègues un peu partout à travers le monde. Donc, on est partenaire de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. On est partenaire de l'AUF, l'Association des universités du monde francophone. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'opportunités à travailler avec des collègues un peu partout dans le monde pour bonifier l'impact de la science en français à travers le monde. Et ça a été mentionné, des outils maintenant aussi de traduction basés sur les nouvelles technologies d'intelligence artificielle qui vont aider en ce sens-là du côté des traductions. Donc, le français, pour nous, est vraiment un atout qui contribue à obtenir le soutien financier pour le modèle d'accès ouvert. Pour nous, au gouvernement du Québec, certainement, l'appui à la science en français nous aide à financer tout ce qui approche libre accès niveau diamant. On fait aussi de la recherche dans ce secteur-là. Plusieurs d'entre vous connaissez le professeur Vincent Larouillère, qui est à l'Université de Montréal, qui a une chaire UNESCO en sciences ouvertes, qui a une chaire FAQ en découvrabilité des contenus scientifiques en français. Donc là aussi, je pense qu'il est important de valoriser davantage la recherche dans le secteur de la science ouverte et tout ce qui est bibliométrie et libre accès niveau diamant. Donc, on a fait passablement d'investissements au cours des dernières années dans ce secteur-là, mais ce n'était pas suffisant. Donc, on vient de créer de nouveaux journaux. J'ai mentionné qu'on en avait plusieurs dans le domaine des sciences sociales, des sciences humaines, plus d'une soixantaine. Et on a fait un appel à notre communauté de chercheurs au Québec pour créer de nouvelles revues en français dans le domaine de la santé et des sciences de la vie, dans le domaine du génie et des technologies. Certains collègues me disaient, ça va être impossible, vous ne recevrez pas aucune proposition dans ces secteurs-là de physique, de sciences pures, de génie ou de santé. On en a eu et on finance maintenant 4 nouvelles revues dans ces secteurs-là, 2 du côté santé et 2 du côté plus génie et sciences pures. Donc, on est assez satisfait de tout ça. Il ne faut pas arrêter. Il faut vraiment continuer à aller davantage et de plus en plus loin. Il ne faut pas laisser personne en arrière. C'est un des grands défis, s'assurer que les technologies que l'on utilise, on continue à bonifier l'impact qu'ils peuvent avoir à travers le monde. On développe des partenariats de recherche et des partenariats financiers avec différentes organisations à travers le monde. Et le Fonds de recherche du Québec, certainement, est ouvert à ce type de partenariat-là. Et avec tout ça, je pense qu'il y a encore plus d'opportunités pour à la fois bonifier la formation conseil scientifique, mais surtout libre accès aux publications scientifiques dans toutes les langues et pour le Québec en français, donc pour tous les collègues partout à travers le monde. Et ici, cette semaine, vous allez pouvoir discuter avec Mesdames Deschênes, avec Tadjia, et aussi, je n'ai pas oublié de parler du réseau, là, CRC aussi, qui vient d'être créé. Bon, vous allez avoir une présentation sur ce nouveau réseau de revues au cours de cette semaine. Encore une fois, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Quirion. Now, we've almost finished our tour du monde. We have landed in Latin America. We're still on the other side of the Atlantic, or depends which side you're coming from, but we're still on the Americas. And our last continental speaker is Dr. Pedro Ovando, Deputy Director of the National System of Scientific and Humanistic Publications. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not a doctor, I'm just an anthropologist, normal anthropologist. Thank you again for this opportunity to participate in this panel organized by UNESCO. It's a privilege, to share some guides of the work that we are developing in Mexico with such distinguished colleagues in the table whose role is central to policies of science in his countries. I thank you, Senat Barglu, for moderating this panel. I hope that these ideas I'm going to share with you can resonate with the other proposals that will be presented. I'm then going to show you the roadmap for the development of an implementation of our national system of academic publication, because that was a presentation of about 25 slides, and I have just 10 minutes, and I'm going to concentrate in the question that the organizer told us that we can develop about that questions. Instead, I will focus on these questions to the organizers sent us and how they can be answered with the system that we are developing. And I'm sorry, speak after all of other panelists because his policies are more robust that we are developing in Mexico, because we start this work in April of the past year. So we're really starting. We're in the design of this policy. I'm going to switch to Spanish because multilingualism is important. So, and it's epistemological justice. So I'm going to start there. Bien, voy a partir de una premisa central. La siguiente, por favor. Y que tiene que ver con que el acceso equitativo al conocimiento no es únicamente un tema técnico, es decir, que sí, por supuesto, las infraestructuras, el financiamiento, un conjunto de elementos que se necesitan para hacer posible el acceso al conocimiento son necesarios, pero fundamentalmente el acceso al conocimiento es una decisión política, es una decisión que en el caso mexicano, pues, digamos, es importante que los estados interpelen la posibilidad de hacer accesible el conocimiento para todos los ciudadanos. Thank you. Y eso tiene que ver entonces con cómo los estados conciben el financiamiento, conciben la evaluación y cómo conciben la relación de la ciencia con la sociedad, si esta es para el desarrollo económico o empresarial, o si la ciencia está orientada hacia el bien común y el bienestar social, de manera que el acceso abierto tiene que ver con decisiones políticas también de manera muy estratégica. En el caso mexicano, este debate ha sido, pues ya, como ya había dicho, importante a partir del cambio constitucional. Sin embargo, lo que nosotros hemos, digamos, tenido como punto de arranque justamente para el diseño de este nuevo sistema de publicaciones académicas es la pregunta que nos hizo el panel, ¿no? ¿Qué estrategias deben adoptarse para promover el acceso equitativo al conocimiento y a los resultados de la investigación? Pues primero que nada, yo tendría que decir que lo primero que nosotros vimos es que es muy importante el reconocimiento, es decir, que la labor editorial muchas veces es pues mal de los editores, de las revistas de acceso abierto diamante ha sido como subordinado, ¿no? Justamente a otro tipo de revistas internacionales y poco reconocido por las propias instituciones y tampoco por el Estado mexicano, de manera que lo primero que queremos hacer es reconocer el trabajo editorial a través de un modelo de evaluación de las revistas que pueda valorar favorablemente todos los esfuerzos que hacen los editores, no solo para publicar artículos científicos, sino para difundir sus resultados, para generar otro tipo de productos que se integren más a la comunicación pública de la ciencia. Por otro lado, también para poder dar un mayor reconocimiento, estamos desarrollando un modelo de evaluación más inclusivo, muy centrado en la integridad y en la calidad de las publicaciones, de manera que podamos incentivar a que estas revistas que se integren al sistema, que hayan sido certificadas por el Ministerio, la Secretaría de Ciencia y Humanidades y Tecnología del Estado mexicano, pues sean, digamos, como espacios legítimos para que los investigadores se vean mucho más comprometidos con publicar en revistas mexicanas de acceso abierto diamante que en revistas internacionales. Además, es muy importante para nosotros la articulación, digamos, como de lo que mencionaba en la mañana, ¿no? Articular el Sistema Nacional de Publicaciones con otros sistemas de financiamiento a la investigación. Por ejemplo, los sistemas de financiamiento de investigación en la Secretaría incluyen dentro de sus lineamientos que los resultados de estas investigaciones financiadas con recursos públicos deban ser, por lo menos, tener uno de sus resultados sea un artículo publicado en una revista mexicana de acceso abierto diamante, además de en revistas internacionales. Entonces, tanto el financiamiento de la investigación como el recurso que se le da de apoyo a los investigadores implican que queremos relacionarlo pues con el sistema de revistas. Otra cosa, ahora, por otro lado, hablamos de reconocimiento y de la integración de los sistemas de evaluación y los sistemas de reconocimiento al trabajo de investigación científica vinculado a las revistas. El que sí. En el caso del tema del financiamiento, nosotros antes de plantear un número sobre la mesa, un número de millones de pesos y demás, lo que nosotros pensamos es saber exactamente qué es lo que necesitan las revistas, o sea, qué es lo que vamos a financiar, ¿no? Y para ello hicimos el año pasado un diálogo muy grande, un diálogo a nivel nacional con más de 180 editores en toda la región, en 3 regiones del país, e hicimos un diagnóstico de 532 revistas para identificar exactamente qué es lo que necesitan y cuáles son sus disparidades en términos regionales e institucionales para saber en dónde focalizar entonces el financiamiento. Muchas el ecosistema, y nos dimos cuenta que el ecosistema de revistas mexicanas que está financiado casi en un 80% por instituciones públicas, pues es muy dispar porque hay instituciones que son muy pequeñas y tienen muy poco presupuesto, hay instituciones muy grandes como la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México que tiene 150 revistas y que tienen muchísimo dinero. Entonces, nosotros pensamos que para poder hacer un programa de financiamiento tendríamos que conocer esa diversidad a partir de un diálogo cara a cara con los editores, haciendo focus group. Nos tardamos 3 meses en recorrer varios estados del país hablando con los editores para poder entender cuáles son sus necesidades. Y en ese sentido encontramos algunos pues hallazgos que son comunes en Latinoamérica, es decir, hay una fuerte precarización del trabajo editorial, ¿no? Para el funcionamiento de las revistas muchas veces solo se tienen equipos de 1, 2, 3 personas, ¿no? Para hacer todo el trabajo editorial. También este diálogo, ¿cómo se llama? Diagnóstico que hicimos nos permitió ver que pues el financiamiento, digamos, las instituciones no siempre tienen un presupuesto fijo para el financiamiento, para mantener la edición de las revistas, sino que su financiamiento y su sostenibilidad descansa en esquemas bastante frágiles, poco estables, muchas veces no tomados en cuenta para la continuidad de las revistas y dependen más bien de la labor voluntaria de los editores e investigadores que quieren continuar estos proyectos. De manera que ese diagnóstico nos hizo pensar que no podemos simplemente hacer un tipo de financiamiento uniforme con un presupuesto fijo para cada una de las revistas, sino que tenemos que hacer un presupuesto un financiamiento más flexible, que tenga distintos rubros para poder de alguna manera solventar distintas necesidades. Ay, perdón. Finalmente, algunas de las cosas que me parece que son importantes como una agenda de cooperación digamos, interregional. Yo creo que tenemos que trabajar regionalmente en la construcción de criterios de evaluación sobre la relevancia social de las publicaciones. Hay muchos criterios de evaluación que son muy comunes en todas las regiones y casi todos tienen que ver con temas editoriales, ¿no? Con, ¿cómo se llama? Políticas de revisión por pares, políticas de transparencia, todas son muy parecidas. En realidad ahí no hay mucho que innovar en los criterios de evaluación, más bien queremos innovar en otro tipo de criterios de evaluación que tenga que ver con como la relación entre las publicaciones y su impacto social. Hay algunos indicadores que más bien son bibliométricos que tienen que ver con cómo las publicaciones son citadas en redes sociales o así, pero nosotros estamos pensando en tratar de generar otros criterios para evaluar esa relevancia social y financiar particularmente aquellas revistas que tienen una resonancia social más grande. Otra cosa que creemos que también debemos de colaborar es en el tema de los financiamientos. Creo que hay ya muy buenas experiencias basadas en diagnósticos en donde pues, nos pueden indicar a nivel regional qué financiamientos o qué formas de financiamiento sean más eficientes, más efectivas, han tenido mejor impacto. A lo mejor podemos hacer una guía regional, ¿no? Digamos, de criterios para tomar en cuenta para diseñar esquemas de financiamiento del modelo de acceso diamante. Y por otro lado, también creo que una de las cosas importantes que podríamos construir regionalmente es desarrollo de soluciones tecnológicas abiertas, es decir, como el ejemplo de ARC, ¿no? Los identificadores persistentes, soluciones de inteligencia artificial para la edición de XLMs, es decir, hay como varias, digamos, podemos reunir, colaborar con capacidades tecnológicas en distintos países para hacer soluciones tecnológicas que beneficien a toda la región y no solo a un país o a una universidad, sino de manera general a las distintas regiones. Entonces, pues muy brevemente, estas son algunas de las ideas que se nos ocurren, o sea, que se me ocurrieron a partir de las preguntas. For closing, I would like to emphasize that the challenge we face is widely large. It's not just technologically, also involves a cultural and political dimensions. That involves rethinking evaluation, publication, and infrastructure means at the same time ask for ourselves what kind of science we want to promote and from whom. From the National System of Scientific and Humanities Publication, our commitment is to move forward to equitable knowledge ecosystems and social relevance are fundamental for the principles of this system in Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vado. Thank you. And I think we've done our Tour du Monde world tour, and we have, I think, several things several key points that are coming up. The issue of sustainability models, of course, has come up, and I thank you for your points in particular that address this issue in terms of international collaboration. Regard, I would like we have one last intervention from the president of Science Europe. It's Dr. Ms. Mari Sundi Tevit, who is the president of Science Europe, who is joining us online, who will give some brief remarks. Do you have her, Dr. Tevit, online? Oh, there.
Can you hear me?
Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair, distinguished colleagues, panelists, and participants, it's a great pleasure to join you here today, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute online. As I said before, I would have liked to be there with you. I really want to thank UNESCO for convening this essential session on policy convergence and capacity needs, and I'm very aware that I'm between you and the lunch now, so I'll try to be very, very brief. I think the conversation couldn't be more timely. Around the world, governments, research organizations, scholarly communities, we're all working to reshape the system through which knowledge is created, shared, and preserved. And for research funders, this work is obviously fundamental because open access is not simply a technical change, it's a structural transformation. It's a transformation on how we see science and how science serves society. So from the perspective of a national funding organization, the Research Council of Norway, which I lead, I'm the CEO, we've worked for many years to implement the open access agenda. We've been fortunate to operate within strong national policy frameworks. We've used our funding instruments, partnerships, mandates to advance open access, both nationally and internationally. And in recent years, the agenda has clearly shifted. Open access and its implementation is still a national and regional effort, but these efforts are now seen as part of a global conversation. I find that very, very inspiring. And to echo one of the previous speaker, it's been a very exciting conference this far. And it's inspiring to see how this has become a global policy challenge and a global responsibility. We welcome this shift, and we also fully acknowledge the complexities that come with it. And one of the most important lessons that we have learned is that progress depends on joint coordinated action. And this is precisely why we chose to join Coalition S and align our funding requirements with the principle of full and immediate open access when it started. And establishing open licensing norms and ending embargoes, that was a crucial step in Europe. And today, this standard is widely understood and accepted across the continent of Europe and very much increasingly globally. And we must be honest with ourselves. Even with these achievements, we're only partway toward the goal of making research outputs truly public goods. And there's still so much more work to do. And it's fantastic to be able to do it together globally now. We've heard from around the world, so that's fantastic to feel that progress. And I think this work needs to build on the realization that while licenses and zero embargoes, they're important, and but this is not only about access to outputs. Importantly, it's also about equitable access to participate and to do open science. And we must ensure that authors retain the right to make their publications openly available. And in some cases, this will require changes to legal frameworks. We must continue to decouple research assessment from journal impact factors and align evaluation processes with quality, relevance, and not least integrity. So this is slow structural work, and it must be done collaboratively, persistently, and through networks such as COARA that I'd like to mention. And importantly, we need to ensure that financial resources flow to the infrastructures that sustain scholarly communication, and not just to services, but to the community-led initiatives that preserve and strengthen the research ecosystems. And this means shifting from a service logic towards an investment logic and thinking in terms of long-term public infrastructure and not short-term procurement. So the tasks ahead are undeniably complex, and that's why the dialogue in this session is so important. And sustainable open access requires, I think, the meeting of two layers, bottom-up efforts driven by scholarly communities, and top-down action from governments, funders, and policy bodies. And neither level can succeed alone. And international organizations like the UNESCO play a crucial role in bringing these layers together, aligning policy frameworks, providing visibility, and supporting community-led initiatives. So this kind of multi-level coordination is essential for the future that we want to build together. And I think a good illustration of collective investment logic is the Open Research Europe initiative, where European funders are working together to expand an existing platform into a joint European open access publishing venue in the Diamond spirit, even if not yet fully Diamond in governance. But that's only one model. And I want to emphasize strongly that no single model will meet the needs of all communities. And in Europe and globally, we'll see initiatives to sustainably flip existing journals into Diamond-style models. We'll see innovative platform-based approaches, preprint-driven publishing systems, and not least new infrastructures emerging also directly from communities. And I think, as many have already mentioned, researchers do value, and I'm a researcher myself, researchers value their journals deeply, we know that. And any viable transition must therefore respect disciplinary diversity and local relevance, and you have to get that community ownership. So as president of Science Europe, representing public research funding and performing organizations across Europe, I want to highlight how crucial it is that policymakers at all levels recognize and strengthen bottom-up community initiatives. And Diamond Open Access is perhaps the clearest example of how scholarly communities themselves are driving innovation, commitment, and sustainability. And in many cases, these communities have been leading the way long before formal policy frameworks caught up. So across our membership, one message is very clear. Top-down action alone cannot deliver sustainable change. Policies, mandates, and frameworks that only work when they align with the values, the infrastructures, and practices developed by researchers and communities. And this top-down collaboration is not optional. It's the only realistic pathway if we want systems that are trusted, resilient, and truly serve the public good. So in this light, I'm particularly pleased to see UNESCO's strong engagement at this summit and UNESCO's ability to convene, coordinate, and amplify the community-led efforts. That's exactly the kind of multi-level collaboration that we need more of, both in Europe and across the world. So for Science Europe, this summit exemplifies exactly the direction that we must continue to take. And we have to ensure that policymakers listen to and work with research communities, and that funding organizations invest in shared infrastructures, and that international organizations help bridge contexts and regions. And only through this sustained collaboration can Diamond, open access, and open science more broadly move forward in a way that's equitable, that's sustainable, and that's globally inclusive. So thank you so very much. I'll release you to go to your lunches now. And I really look forward to following the discussion through these days online. So I wish you very productive and inspiring days there in Bangalore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Twitz. Thank you very much. Now, I'm really going to go. It's almost over. It's finished. I promise. We have no more speakers, and we've done the world tour, and we've had the privilege of having the intervention of Dr. Tweet from Science Europe, the president of Science Europe. Just very, 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 very quickly, there are some takeaways, 3 from our very long, very rich Tour du Monde. 1, there's clear policy commitment globally to equitable access to publicly funded knowledge. 2, enabling conditions are well understood. We've had them listed: sustainable funding, very important, public interest, digital infrastructure that is interoperable and governed for the common good. 3, capacity development, skills coordination, institutional roles. The third point is research assessment is emerging as a critical leverage point. How we evaluate research shapes what gets published, where and under what conditions. Diamond, without reform in assessment systems, Diamond open access will remain marginal, regardless of policy intent. There's 3 points, and I think they have been underscored throughout the discussions. I'm sure you're tired. You're thinking this was really long, but I hope and I'm confident that you perhaps think that this was very enriching. And this is what the world is like. It's very big. The discussions are very intense, but it's really interesting. So with that, I would like to invite all the panelists to please come to the stage so that we can give them a clap of thanks. But please come here so we can see everybody, so we can see how rich this discussion was. And Eleni and David, please also come up. You've been the reporters for this. Please have. Eleni, please come. Please come. Okay. Eleni, please.
Thank you, Zainab, for conducting this plenary session 1 on global and regional roundtable policy convergence and capacity needs in a very efficient manner. I thank all the speakers and the rapporteurs of this session, David, Eleni, and Anupa. And I request our director, Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera. We have to honor 2 speakers here, Mr. Khalid and Arvind. Can we identify Khalid sir? Bera sir, I requested you. Yeah. Yeah, sir, please. Yeah. Yeah, this is for Khalid. I request all of you to stay there. This is Khalid and Arabian. Yeah, Khalid, we have to give up. Mr. Khalid, can you come forward? Urban, yeah. Khalid and Urban. Yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking for lunch. Lunch break is only for 40 minutes. Kindly maintain the times because we have 2 more sessions to go and 1 high-level committee meeting is there, and 6 o'clock we have a cultural program followed by dinner. So I request all of you to kindly finish your lunch, take 40 minutes break and get back. Thank you one and all. Good afternoon to all. I request all the participants and delegates who are outside the hall kindly gather inside the hall. Let us start our next session, plenary session 2, that is on reimagining scholarly publishing for equity and inclusion. This session will be chaired by Lydia, and I request Lydia to take over the floor. Thank you. You need a chair.
Yeah, you can use this chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that even short you could enjoy lunch. I hope that people will come back in because we have very interesting presenters. It's not working?
It's working.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I have the pleasure, maybe someone can help get people in. I know it's very hard. I know it's very hard. People want to. Yeah, okay. Let me start. I am very pleased to chair this plenary session. It's called Plenary Session 2. And as you have seen in the program, we have a number of sessions where we are going to go into details into several aspects of Diamond Open Access, infrastructures, careers, policies, research assessment, etc. But this session is a session that conceptually can guide how then we go about those other topics. That's why we have entitled this session Reimagining Scholarly Publishing for Equity and Inclusion. So we have invited a number of speakers from different perspectives, different backgrounds, different parts of the world, for them to share their views and to inspire us all. So without any further ado, because it's quite late enough, let me start and invite the first speaker, Luciana Balboa. She is a member of the Global Young Academy. Luciana, we are delighted to have you here with us. Please come forward. And the floor is yours. Okay, thank you. So, well, in order to support multilingualism, my talk will be delivered in Spanish. Okay, thanks. So that to facilitate the work of the interpreters, I will stick to my script. So sorry if I'm not that spontaneous as I would like to be. Okay. Okay, now in Spanish. Bueno, hola a todos. Estoy realmente muy contenta y honrada de estar aquí. Gracias. Me gustaría en principio dar las gracias al comité organizador por el fantástico trabajo que están realizando y por haber permitido, por haber permitido que esté aquí con ustedes. En principio contarles que soy investigadora en el área biomédicas, estoy especializada en enfermedades infecciosas y trabajo en Buenos Aires, Argentina. Entonces la perspectiva que les voy a compartir hoy deriva directamente de esa experiencia. Ok. Entonces me gustaría comenzar por contextualizar un poco el panorama operativo de las revistas de acceso abierto Diamante. Dado que este modelo no cobra ni a los lectores ni a los autores, la cuestión sobre la sostenibilidad económica es fundamental. Existen diferentes modelos operativos que pueden adoptarse. Por ejemplo, revistas institucionales, que son normalmente financiadas por universidades, revistas de sociedades científicas, que pueden financiarse mediante las cuotas de afiliación, conferencias y otros ingresos de las sociedades, revistas financiadas por editoriales, por revistas editoriales, financiadas con fondos públicos y de las sociedades, o revistas, pequeñas revistas gestionadas por voluntarios. Sin embargo, Diamond Open Access es más que un modelo sin APCs, es un marco basado en principios fundamentales. Entre ellos se incluyen el funcionamiento sin ánimo de lucro, la eliminación de las barreras financieras para todos, para autores y lectores, y la devolución del control de la comunicación científica a la comunidad investigadora. Es fundamental también destacar que defiende la inclusión del multilingüismo y el conocimiento de temas locales, lo que garantiza un diálogo académico más equitativo e inclusivo. Sin embargo, en la actualidad existen revistas con trayectoria de acceso diamante, que debido a dificultades para sostener su costo de funcionamiento mínimo, es decir, no por cuestiones lucrativas, han tenido que empezar a cobrar una tarifa por procesamiento de artículos, APCs, creando lo que sería una categoría de revistas. ¿Esto es un pointer? Sí. De revistas que serían con APC, pero sin fines de lucro. Asimismo, también algunas revistas han hecho una transición desde un modelo de suscripción tradicional hacia el modelo de acceso abierto diamante por motivos que pueden incluir, por ejemplo, recuperar el control académico, promover la equidad o simplemente responder a mandatos de nuevas políticas. Por lo tanto, se complejizan los modelos operativos y debemos entonces pensar en formas de sostener, de retener aquellas revistas que estaban operando en el modelo, en la modalidad diamante, y también integrar a aquellas que desean hacer la transición hacia este modelo. En un contexto global que cada vez es más desafiante, más allá de todas las transformaciones organizacionales, tecnológicas y editoriales, a las que nos vamos a ir refiriendo a lo largo de toda esta cumbre. Van a haber varias sesiones que van a profundizar sobre cada uno de estos aspectos, en particular un aspecto en el que yo estoy muy interesada particularmente, tiene que ver con el aspecto de la evaluación científica. Se han referido mucho respecto a este punto. En mi participación como miembro de la Global Young Academy y como miembro pasado del Steering Board de COARA, he trabajado muy fuertemente en el punto de evaluación científica, pero ya tienen una sesión especial que va a abordar este tema. Entonces, en el día de hoy yo quería abordar una capa adicional de complejidad para el futuro de Diamond Open Access, que tiene que ver con el deterioro
el deterioro del multilateralismo y el auge de gobiernos con una agenda antiglobalismo. Perdón, más atrás me alejo. Ok. Con una agenda antiglobalista. Bien. Estos gobiernos, ejemplificados en diversas latitudes, desde el norte hasta el sur, priorizan de forma excluyente los intereses nacionales, desconfían de las instituciones académicas y mediáticas tradicionales y son hostiles hacia la cooperación multilateral y también hacia la gobernanza global. Suelen mostrar un escepticismo profundo hacia las agendas académicas percibidas como globalistas, particularmente en las áreas de ciencias sociales e humanidades. Esto es particularmente notorio en mi país, donde estamos viviendo un auténtico cientificidio. Este proceso se caracteriza por el desmantelamiento del Ministerio de Ciencia y Técnica, que ha creado un vacío institucional enorme, la pérdida de más de 5.000 científicos y técnicos desde 2023, la reducción drástica de la inversión en la función ciencia y tecnología, la derogación de la ley que estipulaba incrementos graduales de ese presupuesto. Varios institutos considerados de misión crítica fueron disueltos o severamente reducidos. La Agencia Nacional Primaria de Financiamiento Científico tiene paralizados desde 2021 el financiamiento de todos los proyectos de investigación, incluso aquellos ya aprobados, evaluados y aprobados. Tienen ahí un ejemplo en mi propio CV de un proyecto evaluado, aprobado y nunca financiado. Los fondos para reparación y actualización de equipamiento han desaparecido. Los salarios de los investigadores han caído un 37% y las becas doctorales se sitúan por debajo de la línea de pobreza. Podrán imaginar entonces las enormes peripecias que enfrentan las revistas de acceso diamante argentinas para sostenerse en este contexto. Esta visión política choca frontalmente con las bases de acceso abierto diamante. Teniendo en cuenta que el acceso abierto diamante encarna una academia como bien común abierto, colaborativo y transnacional, este ideal es socavado por las políticas antiglobalistas que son reacias a invertir en la infraestructura científica descentralizada y comunitaria que el acceso abierto diamante requiere. De hecho, sus políticas pueden reducir fondos para la ciencia básica y la cooperación internacional, secando una fuente vital para muchas revistas de acceso abierto diamante. Fomentar también un clima de aislamiento intelectual que debilita las redes académicas globales de apoyo y revisión que sostienen estas revistas. Aún así, creo que estas mismas presiones sobre el sistema científico están despertando conciencia en la comunidad científica, incluyendo en aquellas comunidades que están más orientadas hacia la evaluación métrica de la publicación por la vía comercial, y me estoy refiriendo particularmente a las disciplinas de donde yo misma provengo, la biomedicina experimental, las STEM. Y por lo tanto pienso que es un momento único para llevarles la cultura de Diamond Open Access a esas disciplinas, a las más resistentes. Frente a este panorama, la mera supervivencia ya no puede ser un objetivo suficiente. Debemos fortalecer activamente los ecosistemas de Diamond Open Access y estas son algunas posibles líneas de acción colectiva. Por un lado, robustecer la gobernanza comunitaria. Tenemos que profesionalizar y diversificar los modelos de financiación dentro de la esfera comunitaria, creando consorcios internacionales, fondos solidarios y mecanismos de mutualización de recursos que reduzcan la dependencia de fuentes únicas y volátiles. Y esto es muy importante, visibilizar y defender el valor político de Diamond Open Access. El Diamond Open Access no es solamente un modelo sin una tarifa asociada. Es un acto de resistencia para defender la autonomía de la ciencia. Debemos documentar y comunicar su éxito como herramienta de equidad y de soberanía científica, construyendo narrativas potentes que contrarresten los discursos aislacionistas. Y por último, tejer alianzas translocales que nos permitan construir infraestructuras que sean resilientes. Entonces, intensificar las redes entre universidades, sociedades científicas y comunidades académicas que estén más allá de las fronteras, garantizando que el bien común académico no quede cautivo de ningún contexto político singular. Para concluir, entonces, quisiera destacar en este contexto que construir el ecosistema Day2 Open Access constituye un acto profundamente político y que nuestra tarea, por lo tanto, es continuar trabajando para que este acceso abierto diamante no solo se expanda, sino que se consolide como un bien común resiliente capaz de trascender la volatilidad de los ciclos políticos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Luciana, for this excellent talk from the perspective of a young researcher, which is very good. And as you can see, they are also very important in this summit. Let me now go to Africa, and we welcome Horacio Zimba, who is Assistant Professor of Information Science at the Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. Horacio, we are delighted to have you with us, so please, the floor is yours. And if you can speak a little bit slowly to facilitate the work of the translators.
I have smaller, not small. That, dear speakers, we request you to speak a little slower because we are having a simultaneous interpretation relayed in 3 foreign languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Horacio Zimba, as was presented, and I will present in Portuguese. But before that, I would like to thanks for having me in this third summit. So I was asked to follow some guidelines, but before I start the presentation, I present myself. I work at the trabalho na Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, desculpe. E, portanto, já desde lógico o tempo de década de 80, mas comecei a trabalhar como bibliotecário em 2004, depois da formação que eu fiz no Brasil. Sou formado em Ciência de Informação, bacharelato, mestrado e doutoramento na Universidade de Brasília. E venho trabalhando, então, na Universidade de Mondlane desde 2004 como bibliotecário, mas em 2011 assumi, então, o papel de diretor do Serviço de Documentação, e papel que eu ocupo até os dias de hoje. E vou falar, então, sobre a experiência que eu tenho estado a desenvolver desde esse período para cá. E também trabalho como professor auxiliar na Escola de Comunicação e Artes para o curso de Ciência de Informação. Tenho estado a trabalhar como editor científico, editor técnico da revista científica da UEM, que é uma revista de acesso aberto diamante, e lançado em 2012. Eu faço parte, então, da equipe técnica que faz a configuração do OJS, que é o sistema que nós usamos para esta revista. Também, durante esse período, quando eu assumi o cargo, trabalhei bastante para que pudéssemos termos uma associação moçambicana de bibliotecas acadêmicas de pesquisa. Portanto, esta é a forma que nós encontramos de termos uma classe profissional atuante e que pudesse, então, também advogar pelos assuntos da área de bibliotecas, assim como de acesso aberto na altura que nós estávamos mais interessados. Então, esta associação ela foi
fundado oficialmente em 2015, e eu tenho estado desde lá como presidente da associação até os dias de hoje também. E também tenho estado a trabalhar com o governo na criação de repositório científico de Moçambique. Bom, eu fui solicitado para tentar responder essas questões, mas pelo tempo eu julguei que talvez seria bom trazer essa experiência que nós temos estado a trabalhar, que de alguma maneira está alinhada com o que tem estado a ser dito nesta conferência deste amanhã de hoje. E o que é que eu trago, então? Trago a experiência que nós temos desde a primeira iniciativa de estabelecimento de um repositório científico em Moçambique, chamado Saber. Infelizmente, ele já não se chama assim, porque neste percurso de tentarmos, então, trazer a iniciativa para o nível nacional, acabou perdendo o nome que tinha sido dado em 2009. Por quê? Em 2009, a iniciativa ela surgiu dentro da Universidade do Mondlane. Então, a comunidade moçambicana sempre confundiu o repositório Saber como sendo da universidade e não como sendo um repositório nacional. E pronto, nas últimas discussões nós tivemos para a formulação, então, da primeira política nacional, que eu chamo de política, mas é um regulamento do repositório que foi aprovado em 2024. Nas discussões havidas lá, nós acabamos mudando o nome para Repositório Científico de Moçambique. Mas chegamos a isto por quê? Porque nos primeiros 3 anos da minha gestão, eu percebi de que havia dificuldade de manter esse repositório em termos de gestão do mesmo, né, infraestrutura, os processos de depósito, porque não havia uma estrutura, digamos, de governação efetiva, aprovada, e tínhamos que ter isto. É isso que nós tentamos fazer, então, ao longo dos primeiros anos da minha gestão, enquanto diretor do Centro de Documentação, e começamos a fazer isto conversando com a equipe da Moronet, na altura, que estava em frente ao processo de estabelecimento da Rede Nacional de Pesquisa em Moçambique, na pessoa do engenheiro Chamani, que hoje já não é mais parte desta entidade. Isso levou-nos um período de 6 anos, praticamente, a tentar discutir o regulamento que veio a ser aprovado em 2024, em abril. E com esse regulamento, nós já temos uma política, digamos, de acesso aberto, que também prevê que 2 equipes de gestão, uma de gestão técnica e outra de gestão mais política. Eu faço parte dessa parte de gestão política, que é ela que estará encarregue, então, por propor políticas de acesso aberto, de ciência aberta, no contexto nacional, tanto como forma de auxiliar, então, o governo a adotar essas políticas no nível nacional, que devem ser, então, depois implementadas pelas instituições de ensino superior em Moçambique. O que nós fizemos foi que, neste grupo de gestão do repositório, nós tentamos integrar todas as instituições de ensino em forma de representatividade. Portanto, temos lá instituições de ensino superior, universidades, de investigação científica, de financiamento, de avaliação de qualidade, tanto para o ensino superior aqui, e a própria Rede Nacional de Ensino e Pesquisa. Portanto, é um grupo multidisciplinar, constituído de técnicos de informática, bibliotecários e outras profissões que estão ligadas principalmente na área de financiamento, de políticas nacionais. E assim nós julgamos que teremos uma infraestrutura não somente tecnológica, mas também equipes que vão poder dinamizar o processo de implementação das iniciativas a nível nacional, assim como a nível das instituições. Este regulamento ou política que nós conseguimos que fosse aprovado ao nível do Conselho de Ministros, portanto, via um decreto, ele, então, tem as ideias que devem ser replicadas ao nível das instituições através de criação de políticas institucionais de acesso aberto e ciência aberta, e que, a partir da aprovação deste mesmo regulamento, o repositório científico de Moçambique passa a ser a fonte primária de busca de informação para, por exemplo, efeitos de avaliação dos cursos, para efeitos de financiamento, para efeitos de promoção dos investigadores, ainda que neste momento esteja na fase inicial, mas esperamos que no futuro esta venha a ser a fonte principal. Isto vai nos então permitir com que as iniciativas de acesso aberto possam ser dinamizadas com alguma flexibilidade e até celeridade. E, portanto, neste mesmo projeto, Recimo, nós pensamos numa infraestrutura partilhada, centralizada, que, em princípio, deve ser suportada pelo governo, portanto, no centro de dados do governo, e lá prevemos estruturas, infraestrutura de repositórios comuns, portanto, partilhados, serviços de publicação também partilhada, principalmente porque muitas das instituições de ensino superior em Moçambique têm dificuldades de manter infraestruturas desta natureza. Uma e outra instituição pode fazer isso. A que eu pertenço já tem um repositório científico institucional, tem uma revista própria, mas nem todas vão poder ter isso no médio, tanto, digamos, curto, longo, médio e longo prazo. Então, como garantir que todos possam, então, disponibilizar a publicação científica de forma livre e aberta. Então, neste caso, julgamos que o governo deve financiar a parte da infraestrutura e, inclusive, fazer essa manutenção a partir da chamada Rede Nacional de Ensino e Pesquisa. O tempo que me foi dado já esgotou. Aqui apenas são algumas imagens, que é o decreto que aprova o projeto Recimo de 2024. Portanto, aquela tela azul é a revista científica da UEM, que eu sou editor técnico. Tentei trazer a imagem do Recimo, infelizmente está fora do ar. Acredito que o centro de dados de Maluango foi atingido pelas intempéries que estão a acontecer agora em Moçambique. Provavelmente não tem energia nesse momento. E, no fundo, temos o repositório da Universidade de Mondlane. E muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Horacio. Don't forget this. Thank you very much, Horacio, for illustrating your example and a good example of government support and intervention with all these different policies and initiatives. Let's now remain in Africa, now in Morocco, where Amel Roux from the School of Information Sciences from Morocco, she will present us about their initiative and hopefully their reflections on Diamond Open Access. Same recommendation as before, please speak slowly for the interpreters, because she will speak in French.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci à Joanne d'abord pour l'invitation. Merci à toute l'équipe organisatrice pour ce magnifique congrès. Je commencerai par présenter le diamant Open Access en tant que levier d'équité et d'inclusion en Afrique. J'exposerai ensuite certains de nos projets de recherche à l'École des sciences de l'information sur l'Open Access Diamant. Et enfin, je présenterai des actions concrètes pour développer l'Open Access selon l'expérience marocaine aussi. Je commence par une idée très simple, c'est que l'accès à la connaissance n'est pas neutre, il est profondément politique. Toutes les formes de connaissance, les objets de recherche, les langues de publication n'ont pas la même visibilité dans le système mondial de la science, un système qui est dominé par les pays du Nord, qui est dominé par la langue anglaise également. Et nous devons aussi repenser nos collaborations Nord-Sud pour passer d'une logique de transfert unilatéral des pays du Nord aux pays du Sud à une co-construction du savoir, un vrai partenariat scientifique entre les pays du Nord et du Sud. Nous avons sûrement besoin de l'expertise des pays du Nord, mais les pays développés aussi ont besoin de notre connaissance, de notre donnée pour répondre aux défis mondiaux. Et le meilleur exemple est l'accès ouvert aux données sur la pandémie Covid-19, où tout le monde partageait l'information scientifique et technique pour pouvoir relever le défi sanitaire. Le premier défi est l'écart entre l'accessibilité et la visibilité de nos publications. Donc, un article peut être accessible, mais rester invisible dans les bases de données indexées. Cela est clairement illustré par la carte que je vous présente, où le nombre de publications scientifiques en Afrique est presque le double dans OpenAlex que dans Web of Science. Et toutes les universités africaines sont face à un dilemme entre l'intégration de la science mondiale et l'alignement sur les priorités nationales de recherche, nos priorités nationales, nos connaissances socialement pertinentes. Donc, le diamant Open Access, c'est un moyen de corriger ces asymétries et d'accroître la visibilité de la production scientifique africaine. Cette exigence de rigueur scientifique nous ramène à la souveraineté scientifique de nos pays, c'est-à-dire la capacité de diffuser, d'archiver et de pérenniser les résultats de la recherche, et la capacité de développer une recherche utile qui répond aux priorités nationales de nos pays, qui contribue à relever les défis sociétaux, de santé, etc., et qui ne dépend pas forcément du marché éditorial qui est plus commercial. Le diamant Open Access n'est pas juste un modèle de publication, il considère la connaissance comme un bien commun, on est tous d'accord, mais qui doit être soutenu par des politiques publiques, avec des infrastructures, avec un financement qui est stable pour répondre aux défis actuels. Mais est-ce qu'on peut rendre visible ce que nous ne connaissons pas? Et si on se limite à notre production scientifique en Afrique, est-ce qu'on pourra la rendre visible? Maintenant, je vais présenter quelques résultats de recherche de notre équipe de recherche à l'École des sciences de l'information qui portent sur la cartographie de la visibilité et de l'ouverture des revues scientifiques africaines et arabes. Et nos résultats ne comparent pas seulement les pays, les disciplines, mais c'est surtout, on met l'accent sur les bases de données bibliographiques comme prisme d'observation et qui ne capturent pas forcément la même réalité dans les pays du Nord et du Sud. Donc, depuis 2025, nous cartonnons des études cartographiques sur les revues africaines en examinant la langue, l'indexation, les standards de qualité tels que le DOI, le Creative Commons, etc. Et nous partons, c'est-à-dire nous utilisons la base de données SSN, qui est la plus complète. Il y a plus de 60 000 articles scientifiques africains et revues africaines, pardon. Et nous analysons les revues aussi sur Azure, sur les grandes plateformes comme Azure et bien sûr le DOAJ. On évalue les revues selon un modèle à 5 niveaux et allant d'une présence numérique, parce qu'il y a énormément de revues africaines en version papier, à une préparation à l'indexation internationale. Est-ce qu'il y a une DOI, de Creative Commons, etc. Toutes les exigences de qualité. De nombreuses revues, comme vous voyez dans le graphique, atteignent des niveaux fondamentaux, mais beaucoup moins parviennent aux standards les plus élevés pour qu'ils soient dans les revues indexées. La première analyse, elle montre que la visibilité du diamant Open Access varie selon la base de données utilisée. Donc, dans Scopus, c'est tout à fait normal, c'est un modèle d'APC, donc on n'a pas beaucoup de revues en Open Access diamant. Mais par contre, dans le DOAJ, une part importante des revues est déjà intégrée dans l'Open Access diamant, surtout en Égypte et en Algérie. En jaune, il met en évidence une forte concentration. Donc, seuls 6 pays, à eux seuls, 6 pays sont les leaders au niveau africain, qui produisent 70% des revues en libre accès dans Azure. Mais par contre, il y a un dynamisme au niveau de l'Open Access diamant, mais on observe une sous-représentation des revues francophones. C'est plus des revues anglophones. Au sein du même groupe de recherche, on analyse les revues scientifiques arabes qui font face aux mêmes problèmes de visibilité, aux raisons du biais linguistique, du manque de portail, de standards, etc. Et cette carte nous montre une forte fragmentation de l'indexation. Donc, on trouve beaucoup de revues arabes dont le ROAD, Crossref, OpenAlex, et le réseau est dominé par l'Égypte, l'Algérie et le Maroc, qui disposent quand même d'un écosystème de publication plus structuré et qui ont tous des portails nationaux de revues, et qui est très important. Par contre, l'impact de ces portails, il reste conditionné par leur visibilité et leur intégration dans des plateformes internationales. Donc, je remercie l'équipe, c'est des doctorants de l'École des sciences de l'information, des ingénieurs des données de la connaissance de l'école, et je tiens à remercier aussi Pascal Aventurier de l'IRD qui est avec nous dans ce groupe de recherche. Pour finir, 3 actions concrètes pour renforcer un écosystème diamant durable. Donc, j'ai parlé des infrastructures, des capacités, renforcement des capacités à la fois des bibliothécaires, des chercheurs, des éditeurs, et la transparence éditoriale. Donc, 1, politique nationale de sciences ouvertes. 2, il faut qu'on sache qu'on ait des informations plus précises, qu'on cartographie les revues scientifiques africaines. Et enfin, il est essentiel de réformer l'évaluation de la recherche pour promouvoir une science plus inclusive. Il y a une contradiction, on veut développer l'open access, mais on exige de nos doctorants de publier dans des revues indexées. Je conclue avec des initiatives qu'on a mené au Maroc pour développer l'open access. Je l'ai présenté l'année passée dans le même colloque. On a lancé la stratégie nationale d'open science. On a travaillé 2 ans sur la stratégie, sur la création d'une archive ouverte nationale. C'est un projet qui est en stand-by parce qu'il y a un changement ministériel, mais on continue notre passion et notre militantisme. Donc là, je suis heureuse de vous présenter 2 projets dans le monde arabe, à la Bibliothèque nationale du Royaume du Maroc. On veut créer un portail de revues africaines pour capitaliser sur le travail de recherche qu'on est en train de mener. Et l'idée, c'est de créer des plateformes interopérables et qui peuvent compléter les bases de données existantes, telles qu'Azure, etc. La composante finale, et qui me paraît, pour moi, c'est la clé de réussite de l'ensemble des projets qu'on est en train de réaliser, c'est le renforcement des capacités, la formation et aussi la sensibilisation de nos chercheurs, éditeurs et bibliothécaires. Sur le concept, c'est vrai que c'est un mouvement qui date de 30 ans, mais dans plusieurs pays africains, on est encore là pour sensibiliser les chercheurs aux avantages de l'open access quant à leur visibilité et leur citation. Et aussi, j'en profite, on initie des collaborations avec toutes les... Je suis éditrice associée au DOAJ, on a un chapter Creative Commons au Maroc, je travaille aussi avec DataSide, donc on profite de toutes ces collaborations pour organiser des formations sur ces sujets-là. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Et merci beaucoup à tous les intervenants de cette session. Oh, sorry. So thank you to all the speakers in this session to keep their times. That is really excellent and allows us to really catch up a bit of the delay. Now, thank you, Hene, for this excellent presentation, so comprehensive about Morocco and also about Africa. And all these developments we definitely need to take into account for our reflections. Now, the next speaker was from India, Nitin Seth, director of the Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Research, CEFIPRA. The problem is that he has had to cancel, unfortunately. So we jump into the next speaker. Now we start with 4 speakers that are all online. So please bear with these presentations. I know it's not so easy for those present here, but I'm sure that they will all have excellent reflections to share with all of us. So let me welcome Victoria Zupkala from the European Commission. Victoria, are you ready to?
I think I am.
Oh, great.
Should I present my slides? Yeah.
I think the slideshow is being now prepared to be shown on the larger screen, and we also see you. So the floor is yours, Victoria.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a great honor to be with you, even if online, on this 3rd Global Diamond Open Access Summit. I come to you on behalf of the European Commission, the Director General working on research and innovation, and in particular on open science. My short talk to you today will be about what we do to support equitable and trustworthy open access publishing in Europe, giving you a bit the policy context, and then gradually getting into Open Research Europe, which is a case study on this, in particular, our publishing platform. So if we could go to the next slide. Our framework for working on Diamond Open Access Publishing is in the Commission Open Science. I would like to let those of you who are not from Europe, a lot of you that is, put it in a broader context, that of the European research area. The Commission and in Europe, we have been supporting open access and open science for many, many years. What many of you may not know, or most of you probably, is that open science is a critical part of the European research area, which is a concept that we devised in 2020, actually, when there was a relevant communication on the European research area. It is this vision of a unified research area across the EU with regard a research market, let's say, with the free circulation of researchers, of knowledge, of innovation, etc. So it's a unifying element of Europe in the field of research. This is a very important term because it also became enshrined in our treaties. So the Lisbon Treaty in 2007 or 8 or 9, I think. It is a critical part of the treaty. And so the free circulation of knowledge and thus open access and open science are an integral part of this European research area and remain, therefore, a very important part of our policy throughout those years. This we see with a variety of policy activities of the Commission and the Member States, such as, for example, a 2012 recommendation of the Commission to the Member States on open access to and preservation of scientific information, which was revised in 2018. More recently, an effort to further enhance the European research area, or ERA, as we call it, through a Pact for Research and Innovation, a new communication on the research area in 2020, and formulating the policies that concern the European research area in what we call a policy agenda, which is revised every 2 or 3 years, and is done together with the Commission and the Member States, and the Commission funds the implementation of this policy agenda. So we're currently in the policy agenda 2025 and 2027, where open science is a part of it. We fund open access and open science through our consecutive framework programs on research. Currently, we are in Horizon Europe. It's FP9, FP10 coming up, and open access has been part of it since FP7 and increasingly strengthened and broadened into what we call open science, an open and collaborative approach to doing research. And it would be amiss here if I did not speak of the Council conclusions in 2022 and 2023 that emphasize specifically open science, research assessment, and equitable publishing, which also lead our work. I think to amplify what previous speakers said, as I've heard in the previous session and this session, we are seeking to create enablers for open science and, of course, for Diamond, which is, in a way, it is part of the same policy narrative. So we are seeking to support incentives and rewards for open science. And one example is, supporting the reform of research assessment, the agreement on research assessment, and subsequently funding the coalition towards the reform of research assessment, COARA, that was also mentioned earlier. Providing incentives and rewards for open science as well as for Diamond are, as you've already said, quite critical when we operate in a very different reward and prestige system in terms of publishing currently. We think that the legislative and regulatory environment needs to be strong for open science, to practice open science, and that also includes practicing and enabling Diamond open access, for example, in terms of potentiating the public infrastructures for that. So we seek to do that through funding in Horizon Europe, for example. But very soon you should be waiting to hear about our European Research Area Act, the proposal of which will come up at the end of 2026. And this will be legislation that will include open science at the EU level. So it's going to be quite important. Finally, of course, infrastructures and skills are critical for open science and for Diamond Open Access. And as examples, I would bring to you here the European Open Science Cloud, so the seamless European space where data and services circulate for researchers in all fairness, findability, accessibility, reproducibility, and reproducibility. ORE, and I will focus on ORE really soon, and of course funding through project supports for skills and education for practicing open science and data-intensive research, and may I add, of course, supporting skills and capacities for Diamond Open Access. If we can go to the next slide, I will present to you more specifically our interest and our motives to support Diamond Publishing, which in our formal document you will see as institutional publishing. And the reason for this is because we want to potentiate and support and enable institutions, meaning research or research relevant institutions who are usually behind Diamond Publishing with their communities to practice this not-for-profit publishing and offer it as a service for the public good. Further, we wish to support innovative and transparent scholarly communication that leads to robust research and reproducible research that is trusted by the research communities as well by citizens. And finally, of course, we do seek to actively enrich and diversify the current publishing environment, such as it is, in support of equity, further supporting equity. So this is quite relevant here. As I said earlier, our instruments basically to support this is, of course, doing policy recommendations, Horizon, the ERA Act, and our policy agenda, where Diamond Open Access Publishing is under an equity strand in our policy agenda, and the funding goes underneath it. So we have been funding for a few years Diamond Publishing activities, and being the Commission, we are interested in funding the European dimension, right? We do not fund national projects, but rather we fund to support coordination and capacity building at the EU level. And for example, we've funded various projects, but Diamas, I will bring up here. It's quite distinctive. It's a flagship project for us, as it set the foundation for the European Diamond Capacity Hub in the future. So we have done this trying to support diamonds across Europe and the EU for a few years now. Also, 5 years ago, we started our own platform, Open Research Europe, which is actually embedded in the European research area. We promised it in the communication on the new European area in 2020, and we launched it in 2021, serving initially only the grantees of our projects. So all Horizon Europe, but not only that, the Commission currently funds about 28 different framework programs across the EU. So anybody with papers coming out of there are eligible to publish in ORE. However, to embed ORE better in the European research area, we wanted, of course, to enlarge eligibility to publish, to make more equitable, to go towards Diamond, and to go with others, not alone. So as of this year, ORE is getting into a new phase that is not going to just be a Commission platform, but will be collectively supported. And if we can see the next slide. So our vision on collectively supporting ORE, and then maybe you can click to show the picture on the right-hand side. I think it has an animation. Was expressed actually in collaboration with the numerous organizations that we work with in 2024, and is a vision for supporting collectively and governing collectively for the public good, It's very much a diamond model, or the aspiration actually is to go there. And currently it's a stepped approach toward diamonds. So there's about 16 organizations that support it for 5 years, including the Commission. And basically, as you participate in ORE, this provides eligibility to researchers to publish at the national level or at the research organization level. However, this is only the first step, so it's the next 5 years, and we're hoping that through the learning soon, ORE will be able to open and go beyond for eligibility to publish, of course, into a diamond open access model. These organizations are in the EU, but we're not limited to it. It is open. It's a very much from Europe to the world. So it's not a closed model. So I don't want you to think that. And also we devised an equitable cost sharing scheme for the members of the governance outside of the EU. And we hope to work more on this in the future, such that participation is possible for everyone. We also wanted ORE to be supported by an open source infrastructure. And for this, the Commission had a public tender that was won by PKP, the Public Knowledge Project in Canada, which operates and supports, evolves actually open journal systems to edit the system to meet the workflow of ORE, which is a post-publication open peer review publishing system. So there you go. It will be also supported by an open source infrastructure, which will give more technological sovereignty, let's say, to this. It will also move away from the Commission and will be operated by CERN as of October 2026 with the support of the Commission and all these funders. And a very brief slide in the next slide to show you who these organizations that are participating are. The initial organizations, about 16 organizations representing 9 member states, I think, and 2 countries outside the EU, Switzerland and Norway, and open to the world. Actually, this is just the beginning. So this is actually a live experiment. We hope to have more and more researchers publishing in ORE, and we hope to be able to open it further in the future for the world. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in the conference, and I wish the very best for the remainder of the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive presentation. And we are delighted that ORE is taking off. And we are very happy that we have assisted the process from its inception in a true cooperative effort all across Europe, now with my European hat. Let's move to the other side of the Atlantic. We go to Canada, where we have there Leslie Chan. Sorry, no, before Mari. Let's stay in Europe for one more time. Mari is only my own president. Mari, excuse me. She is online. Mari has been in the previous session as well, but we have, she will offer different type of reflections, this time really into this reimagining of the scholarly publishing for equity and inclusion. Mari, are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you so much, Lydia. Distinguished colleagues, fellow panelists and participants, I'm really grateful to be part of this panel as well. I think my fellow panelists have already really showcased the developments that we're seeing. That's very inspiring to hear, but at the same time, reminding us of the very basic conditions that have to be there for us to proceed, and not least quite fundamental challenges facing us that we heard not least from the Young Academy. So thank you so much. We are here, of course, to reimagine scholarly publishing for equity and inclusion. And for funders and research performing organizations, such as those that we represent in Science Europe, this is not a marginal discussion. It goes to the heart of how knowledge serves society. And equitable scholarly communication demands that we rethink incentives, that we rethink infrastructures. We just heard about Aura, that we fully support, of course, and also that we rethink the governance so that the system reflects our values: quality, integrity, openness, and fairness. And we all recognize that deeply embedded prestige cultures, especially the weight given maybe to quite a narrow set of journals, still shape behavior in ways that can strain openness and inclusion. So all of this we have to work with. And funding agencies therefore also need policies that anticipate systemic effects and also price transparency. This means sustained financial support for lesser known but community relevant open access journals, wider use of open peer review practices where appropriate, and a decisive shift in research assessment away from blunt metric-driven indicators towards qualitative judgment of contributions and societal value. All of this would accelerate change. I also want to just share a couple of reflections on the growing use of AI in research, which of course requires close attention. I think used well, AI can help with routine tasks, reviewer suggestions, basic eligibility checks, and so forth. I think many of us are already doing that. But we have to be alert to the risks, like bias amplification, hallucination, fabricated content, predatory venues scaling fast, data protection concerns, and so forth. Calls and grant conditions should make explicit what forms of AI use are permissible with clear enforcement. And of course, and as we've already heard, we need public infrastructures, trusted open systems where researchers can deposit, validate, and compare work against prior results so that automation strengthens rather than weakens integrity. Diamond Open Access has emerged as a cornerstone in our endeavor for equitable, sustainable scholarly communication. It removes fees for authors and readers and places ownership and governance with the scholarly community, and all of this is exactly what we're aiming for. And it fits within a broader global shift towards knowledge as a public good, which it has to be. Diamond OA supports inclusive infrastructures and open standards, and it helps build a global knowledge commons where research can be shared, where it can be reused and adapted to local context, which is also of crucial importance. Now, Diamond Open Access is best understood as part of a global knowledge commons, supporting reuse, supporting adaptation and dissemination in ways that advance equity and participation across regions. And by design, Diamond OA helps address structural inequities, particularly for institutions and communities that cannot readily participate in the current APC-based publishing. And I think the equity goals should be very, very clear. Strengthen locally edited journals and infrastructures, amplify underrepresented voices, reduce financial barriers, and support multilingual context-specific scholarship. And all of these are structural requirements that we need if we want a system that reflects how knowledge is produced and how it's used across diverse contexts. And for this model to succeed, we also need the right system level conditions, and that includes sustainable long-term funding. Many of my fellow participants have underlined this. Public interest digital infrastructures built on open standards, transparent and community-based governance, and real capacity building across institutions and across regions. And these elements give Diamond Open Access the stability that it needs to scale and to maintain quality. And from a European perspective, I think we've learned some practical lessons regarding this. And platforms that remove costs for authors and readers combined with open peer review and immediate access show how we can contribute to reducing barriers while supporting rigorous quality assurance. And equally important is reforming research assessment, and this has to go hand in hand. And through collaborative initiatives with many institutions, many funders, we're moving away from journal-based metrics and toward qualitative evaluation and responsible use of indicators. And this is a crucial part of the whole process if we want to achieve Diamond. It's essential because we have to reduce prestige bias. We have to reward contributions that advance equity, advance quality, and openness. And to increase ownership of research outcomes, governance must stay in the hands of the scholarly community. And that means non-profit stewardship, participatory decision-making, open standards, and real portability of data and content. And making our system freely accessible while maintaining rigor and ethics also requires new incentives. We must recognize a wide range of outputs, data, software, methods, community engagement, and so forth. And we have to keep expert peer review at the center still. And training and support for editors, for reviewers and authors, especially in multilingual and diverse settings, that's also vital. And where open peer review builds trust, we should always encourage it. And in this era of geopolitical headwinds, to put it that way, our response should be principled openness with safeguards and striking that right balance at all times. We can commit to universal access to publications and, where possible, to data, while respecting ethical and security considerations. We should invest in interoperable public infrastructures that are resilient in times of crisis, and cooperation should rely on transparent governance, fair partnerships, and shared standards that allow all communities to participate. And cooperation should be anchored in transparent governance, reciprocal partnerships, and shared standards that allow communities to participate, and not only participate, but to participate on fair terms. And two reflections maybe from the funder lens may be helpful. First, we must move from a service logic to start thinking in terms of investment logic, which I also mentioned in the previous panel. And if we want durable equity, we should fund public goods, platforms, registries, shared quality standards, training, and editorial tools, and not just purchase isolated services. And second, policy convergence works best when it leaves room for diversity. We can agree on some core principles: no fees for authors or readers, community-led governance, open standards, and support for many languages. And at the same time, we should allow different models to develop, such as flipping journals where that makes sense, creating new platform-based solutions, using preprint-based workflows, so forth. Diversity in approaches is not a problem. It's a strength when we do it right. And equity and inclusion in scholarly publishing cannot be achieved by any single actor. It requires both bottom-up leadership from research communities and strong top-down support from funders and governments. And it also needs coordination through shared frameworks and joint initiatives. So I think this work, the work that we're doing together now across the world at this summit, to advance policies and governance for Diamond Open Access, and to foster open dialogue, and to develop a roadmap with framework actions. It's exactly the kind of global effort that we need. So I'm very happy to be part of it, although only online this time. And I'm looking forward to being involved in the further development of the roadmap and the actions to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mari, for this reflection and inspiring suggestions. Very nice. Now, yes, we move to the other side of the Atlantic to welcome Leslie Chan. He is an associate professor in the Department of Global Development Studies and director of the Knowledge Equity Lab at the University of Toronto, Scarborough, Canada. Leslie, are you ready?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. And
Yeah, and my slides.
yep, we see you on the screen and soon the slides will show up. Happy to say hello from here, from afar.
Yeah, hello, Lydia, and everybody there.
Yes. I think your presentation is coming. Can you see it?
Um, I think they're just loading it now.
One moment.
Here it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Lydia. Hello, everyone there. First, thanks the organizer. I know it's been a monumental task bringing this very complex program together, both logistically and in terms of themes and scheduling. Thanks to Lydia for chairing this session on reimagining scholarly publishing for equity and inclusion. As you can see, the title of my talk is somewhat rhetorical. That is, I want to ask the question, will Diamond Open Access redress global knowledge inequity? The subtitle, Power, Visibility, and the politics of naming will become obvious as I progress through my talk. As Lydia mentioned, my name is Leslie Chan. I'm speaking to you from Toronto. As you can see from my background there's a lot of snow, and I've been up since 2 or 3 a.m. this morning because of the time difference, and the outside temperature here is minus 18 Celsius. I'm sure it's a far cry from the warm weather in Bangalore at the moment. It's also disappointing not for me to be able to come in person because I really wanted to connect with many of my old friends in Bangalore, especially my dear friend Arun Nechalam, who many of you know. And Arun has been a pioneer and tireless advocate for open access since its inception. And in the early 2000s, Arun organized numerous workshops and symposiums across India, successfully informing editors, researchers, and policymakers about open access. And through his work, I learned that India at the time already had many no-fee, non-commercial, community-governed open access journals. And furthermore, some of Bangalore's prominent scientific institutions, such as the Indian Institution of Science, were among the very first to establish institutional repositories in the world. And of course, Latin America did not discover diamond yesterday. For over 2 decades, and often despite financial limitation, many individuals and organizations have been developing collaborative infrastructures like Cialo, Redelec, and Amalika. And you'll be hearing actually from my colleague Ariana shortly. And these initiatives have consistently prioritized bibliodiversity, shared infrastructure, a public mission, and enhancing regional visibility. So while the term diamond is widely used, in this talk, I want to keep naming the underlying commitments, namely no fee, non-commercial, community-governed open access. I do this because the descriptive phrase keeps the political economy questions upfront and visible. That is, who pays, who makes decisions, and who benefits. I also like to make reference to the UNESCO recommendation on open science, which identify 4 pillars of open science, namely open access to data and publication, open infrastructure, openness to society and societal members, and openness to diverse knowledge systems. But while the first 2 pillars have received a great deal of investment and attention, particularly in resource-rich area, the other 2 pillars are lagging behind, namely openness to diverse knowledge system and openness to society and benefit for societies. These are still issues that are not sufficiently addressed. So this leads me to the main point of my presentation.
Sorry,
Removing,
sorry to
yeah,
interrupt. Are the slides following your talk? Because
No, I will call out the slides. I should still be just on the first slide, sorry.
you were still on the first slide. So let's go back, please.
Yeah, this is a long-winded introduction. Sorry, I'll speed up.
Okay. Thank you.
So the main point of my presentation is that removing fees and providing infrastructure can expand access, but equities really depend on whether we also redistribute decision-making power and capacity, whether we prioritize and protect bibliodiversity and epistemic inclusion, valuing a plurality of journals and formats, a plurality of languages, a plurality of publics, and of course, a plurality of the ways of knowing. So slide number 2, please. So here I want to pose two questions. They're really two dimensions of the same question. First is, will diamond open access be pursued as an equity intervention or as a technical publishing reform that leaves the structural advantages and power hierarchy intact? In other words, do we treat no-fee open access as a shift in power and resourcing or as a shift in workflow and compliance? The latter one is simply a tweak in technical compliance. Second, will Diamond Open Access become a framework for what I would call epistemic decentralization, meaning real redistribution of capacities, decision-making power, and diverse way of knowing to serve the framework of different regions? Or will it become epistemic co-optation where peripheral knowledge and practices are absorbed into a set of central agendas? This matter because equity is not really just about property of licensing or payment models. Equity is a governance question. Who has the authority to define what counts as knowledge, what kinds as legitimacy, and what success looks like? So here we have a recurring theme. That is, power shapes visibility and value, and it also shapes governance. Who has the authority to set standards, make decisions, and steer the direction of reform? Can you move to the next slide, please? I have many concerns at the moment, but I'll just highlight three. First, we need to stop conflating technical fixes and efficiency with equity and justice. Technical improvements are not irrelevant, but they can become a distraction for structural reform. Second, even a no-fee model can still replicate structural asymmetries of global knowledge production because there are accumulated advantages in resource and prestige, and especially standard on norm-setting power held disproportionately in the global north and also by private interests. And third, what I would call plan as deja vu. Reforms that may be well-intentioned, but they circulate as universal solutions, while global South initiatives are asked to align rather than lead. This is a governance problem. It is about whose model becomes the standard. So the question for me, will today Diamond Agenda protect existing knowledge diversity and practices, or will it pressure convergence towards what's easiest to standardize, to benchmark, and to count? So the next slide, please. To show how structural problems get reframed into technical checklists, I want to share a short parable, if I can, from a recent ad that I came across. This ad is for a workshop to help individual or institution to improve their ranking through open access practices. So this slides to me, these two sentences captures a very deep structural problems. It says, in fact, university in Africa, Asia, and Latin America are underrepresented in rankings because of closed data and narrow metrics. So if you join this workshop to learn about how open science practices transparency, persistent identifiers, and open infrastructure can improve institutional visibility and ranking performances. That is using these practices to help you climb the ranking ladder. Now, notice what happens here. This is a structural and governance problem, meaning ranking regimes and narrow metrics are actually shaping how we behave and how policies are made. Uh, but this governance problem is reframed as a compliance problem, meaning that if you're not visible enough, then you should become more legible through the technical compliance so that you'll be visible to the metric regimes uh, uh, and become visible globally. Now, this is a classic technical fix for a structural problem. The dominant, highly problematic evaluation system in this case is left unchallenged, and individuals and institutions are then encouraged to adapt themselves to a governance system that is highly asymmetrical in power and then privately controlled. So, and once visibility becomes a compliance project, then technical infrastructures that look neutral, like identifiers, actually become tools of governance. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's my example of how a seemingly neutral tool can become a tool of governance, and that is the digital object identifier, which many of us are somewhat familiar with. The DOI is often treated as a neutral technology, a persistent link, stable citation, and a bit of plumbing for data flow. But DOI actually assumes a key role in the infrastructure of legitimacy. It helps determine what becomes legible to regimes of recognition, linking, indexing, dashboard, citation counts, and evaluation channels, while other outputs remain less visible or uncounted. That means visibility becomes a compliance project, and compliance become a governance power. If the DOI becomes a default passport into discovery and evaluation system, then the ability to participate in DOI-based legibility become a condition of being seen as a scholarly object and with value. And participation in this system carry visible and hidden costs. It requires technical integration, metadata workflows, staff time, long-term maintenance, and often fees. And these burdens are usually unevenly distributed. This is what I mean by unevenly resourced outcomes. The same infrastructure requirement produce radically different costs and trade-off depending on where you sit in the global system. It can create visibility for some, but it encourages dependency on a system that is largely controlled by the commercial publishers. A recent DOAJ study captured this perfectly. Some Latin American journals actually cite APCs partly to uh, begin charging APCs partly to cover editorial technical costs, but they also mention specifically to pay for DOI payments. So while DOI is standardized with an ISO number, the ISO, the International Standard Organization specification, is not freely accessible like many open standards are. And DOI governance sits with the DOI Foundation and its registry agencies, which is a membership agency model. It is not a broadly participatory governance, community governed infrastructure. So I want to be clear. This is not an argument against persistent identifier as such, but just a caution that DOI are not the only option. There are alternative persistent identifiers out there, including open community governance systems, such as the archival resource keys. So the equity issue is not simply identifiers or not, but which identifier infrastructure, governed by whom, and who bears the visible and invisible and the invisible cost of participation. So this brings me to what I think an equity-oriented framework could look like, one that treat no-fee, non-commercial, community-governed open access as a governance and redistribution project. Can I have the next slides, please? And uh, I, I'm creating this name in like a somewhat tongue-in-cheek fashion. I'm calling this C3 open access to signify community governance, communities, commons-based, and care-centered open access. So community governance means decision-making stay with scholarly and effective publics who produce and rely on the knowledge system, especially those historically excluded by the dominant regimes of visibility. This is the way to prevent alignment from becoming agenda capture. Commons base refers to knowledge production that is supported by shared public infrastructure, a knowledge commons rather than a product, marketplace, or pipeline into extractive metrics. This is where bibliodiversity belongs. The point is to sustain a plural ecology of journals, platforms, languages, and publics, not force everyone or everything into a single scalable framework. And third, care-centered means knowledge making is organized around relationships, reciprocity, and the conditions for people to do good scholarly work relevant to their local conditions, rather than speed, volume, and compliance with standards set elsewhere. Care Center open access keeps epistemic inclusion real, not assimilation into one evaluative framework, but legitimacy for plural purposes of scholarships. So I want to come to my conclusion. The final slide, please. We know that Latin America has been practicing no-fee, community-based open access for a long time. And so I want to ask, how do we ensure that this new diamond model doesn't overwrite their long-standing neighbor in Latin America and elsewhere? I share this quote from Johan Rock, which I found out maybe he's also at this session here. I like this quote because it really acknowledges what many of us already know. That is, Latin America has been doing open access from the beginning. And I like that if we were to start all over from scratch, the model we would choose is this particular model that Latin America has been practicing. So in my view, the equity task now is not to rediscover or rebrand this model under a new label. The equity task is to shift the power structure, redistribute durable funding for publishing labor and infrastructure, redistribute agenda-setting authority, nurture and protect bibliodiversity and epistemic inclusion as core outcomes. And so the real question is whether we're transforming the regimes that decide what counts, the standards that identifies and evaluate a system that makes some knowledge visible and valuable and leave other knowledge peripheral and invisible. I will stop here and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leslie, for this very inspiring presentation and for your three C's, community governance, commons-based, and care-centered. It's very, very inspirational and also very pertinent comments on the shifting of the structures and the powers. And then let me add shifting of funds towards these type of initiatives. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being up. So I don't know if to say late your night or early your morning, but it's really in the middle of the night in Toronto. So thank you very much, Leslie, for being available at this time of the night. Same goes for our last, but certainly not least speaker, Arianna. It is also middle of the night for her. Arianna, are you ready for reimagining scholarly publishing for equity and inclusion?
Yes, I am ready, Lydia. Thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will switch to Spanish since we have this opportunity to share the presentation in our language. Muchísimas gracias por esta oportunidad nuevamente de hablar con ustedes. Esta es mi tercera participación en 2 días. Creo que estoy monopolizando un poco el micrófono, pero agradezco mucho la oportunidad porque me ha dado justamente esa posibilidad de hablar desde lo que hemos venido haciendo en Red League, que planteaba el día de ayer. Y justo hace un rato mencionaba cómo podemos hacer posible en términos operativos y en términos estructurales el acceso abierto diamante y la visión de ciencia como bien público dentro de las instituciones de investigación, las instituciones de educación superior, a partir de reformas importantes a nivel nacional, como es el caso de México. Y ahora quisiera tomar estos minutos para invitarlos a una reflexión a partir, y me honra mucho haber compartido este panel con mis anteriores, los anteriores speakers, que han mencionado varios de los conceptos que yo quisiera remarcar. Entonces, yo quisiera aprovechar esta oportunidad para invitar a la reflexión sobre un concepto muy poderoso que nos permite reimaginar precisamente la publicación académica, y es el concepto de los comunes. Justo Leslie lo mencionaba en estas tres condiciones que componen un modelo esperado para el acceso abierto diamante, precisamente, y creo que este es uno de esos tres, y a mí me gustaría retomarlo y reflexionar qué significa, qué implica y cómo este concepto no es meramente abstracto, sino que puede ser operacionalizado dentro de las diferentes instituciones, financiadores, tomadores de decisiones, las diferentes estructuras que componen el andamiaje de la comunicación científica. Los comunes no son simplemente recursos compartidos, son recursos que se crean, se mantienen y se gobiernan colectivamente. Los comunes existen solo porque las comunidades asumen la responsabilidad de su cuidado. Cuando pensamos en la ciencia desde el paradigma de los comunes, nos referimos a que el conocimiento científico se produce mediante el trabajo colectivo, lo cual es una característica natural de la ciencia. Se basa en trabajos previos y se sustenta en gran medida gracias a la inversión pública. Su valor reside en la circulación, la reutilización y la relevancia social, no en la escasez. Sin embargo, el sistema dominante de publicación académica opera según la lógica opuesta. En lugar de sustentar los comunes del conocimiento, les pone barreras, los encierra. El conocimiento producido con fondos públicos es capturado por editoriales comerciales que de manera extractivista resulta bloqueado tras muros de pago y regido por las reglas del mercado en lugar del interés público. Esto me lleva o nos lleva a pensar en la tragedia de los comunes, que es una metáfora muy conocida en el paradigma de los comunes. En la publicación académica, la tragedia de los comunes no reside en que todos utilicen los comunes del conocimiento de forma irresponsable. La tragedia reside en que algunos actores extraen un enorme valor de los comunes y se niegan a asumir la responsabilidad de contribuir a su recuperación. Sin embargo, esta contribución colectiva se monetiza mediante sistemas que concentran las ganancias en un pequeño número de editoriales comerciales. El acceso abierto basado en APC ha intensificado al transformar la apertura en un modelo de pago por participación. En muchos casos, las instituciones, las agencias financiadoras y los sistemas de evaluación refuerzan este desequilibrio. Los recursos públicos se destinan a lugares cerrados, se destinan a las tarifas de publicación en lugar de mantener modelos como el acceso abierto diamante, mientras que los rankings y las métricas siguen recompensando a los espacios comerciales cerrados. Las instituciones que invierten en revistas como bienes públicos, especialmente las del sur global, siguen siendo infravaloradas e invisibles, incluso en bases de datos abiertas. Y aquí señalo algo que Leslie comentaba justo hace un momento, precisamente por los desequilibrios de poder. Pero existe otra vía, aunque no solo es justa, sino profundamente eficiente. Y ese es un poco como ha funcionado América Latina hasta el momento. Si cada institución de investigación contribuyera a los comunes del conocimiento, apoyando, creando y manteniendo revistas en sus áreas de conocimiento más fuertes, más destacadas, podríamos construir colectivamente un ecosistema editorial sólido, diverso y de alta calidad. Cada institución invertiría donde tenga experiencia, donde tenga comunidad y donde tenga liderazgo intelectual. Y a cambio, todas las instituciones se beneficiarían de la inversión de otros. Es justamente el ejercicio de la reciprocidad en la ciencia. Así es como funciona el paradigma de los comunes aplicado a las revistas científicas, mejor conocido como el modelo de acceso abierto diamante. Aunque esto debemos tomarlo con precaución, porque el modelo de acceso abierto diamante no necesariamente se piensa desde los comunes en todas las regiones del mundo. Las contribuciones individuales en este modelo no desaparecen. Su valor se multiplica mediante la cooperación. En lugar de duplicar costos o pagar repetidamente por el acceso, las instituciones coinvertirían en infraestructuras compartidas que benefician a todos. El conocimiento circularía libremente, la calidad se fortalecería mediante la gobernanza comunitaria y la sostenibilidad se lograría mediante la responsabilidad distribuida. Esta visión parece hipotética, pero no lo es. Es la forma en que la publicación académica ha funcionado durante décadas en América Latina. Lo que falta no es capacidad, sino reconocimiento de quienes tienen recursos para poder contribuir y ejercitar o practicar esta reciprocidad. Si tomamos en serio la equidad y la inclusión, como justo se nos ha pedido para esta reflexión, debemos reimaginar la publicación académica porque requiere más que reformas técnicas, como bien lo señalaba Leslie, o nuevos modelos de negocio. Requiere un cambio fundamental en nuestra comprensión de la publicación en sí misma y de cómo la ciencia se crea y se crea a partir de la ciencia existente. Debemos de dejar de tratar la publicación académica como un servicio o como un producto de mercado y comenzar a tratarla como un bien público, algo que debe ser gobernado comunitariamente, financiado y cuidado colectivamente. Esto significa reconocer y recompensar las contribuciones a los comunes, hacer visible cuando las entidades contribuyen al espectro de los comunes, del conocimiento, reformar los sistemas de evaluación y garantizar que quienes más se benefician del sistema también asuman la responsabilidad de mantener estos comunes. Reimaginar la publicación, por lo tanto, no se trata simplemente de abrir el acceso o de no cobrar APC o de incrementar algunas tecnicalidades para ser o no más visibles. Se trata de recuperar la publicación, el por qué, para qué y desde los comunes. Y solo tomando en serio el bien común podremos construir un sistema de comunicación académica verdaderamente equitativo, verdaderamente inclusivo y sostenible. Hasta aquí mi reflexión. Muchísimas gracias.
Arianna, thank you so very much for this, again, inspiring words. Thank you all the speakers of this session who have been fantastic in providing the background, I think, conceptual background that has to inform our roadmap. And let me say that my recollection after hearing all these speakers is that more or less directly or indirectly, they have all challenged the values. They are all challenging the value system of the current publishing, scholarly publishing systems, the value of equity. What does the equity mean in reality? The prestige, the openness, even the concept of openness is, I think, changing. The efficiency, the value of the scholarly communities. So to me, this is all a kind of a system value that we can start redefining, and it will inform the reconfiguration of the publication systems, be it infrastructures, being recognition systems, not only to recognize what is of value, but recognize what is invisible, as Arianna just said, all the all the tools that will be put at the service of the new value system. So we should first reconsider all these values. And I think that what this session is telling us, others as well before, previously, but these were more from a perspective from support, government, etc. Well, here we have really dwelled into the specificities of Diamond as a concept, not as a tool. I think there is a research agenda here. They all say we need more knowledge, we need better understanding of the flows, what the flows of knowledge, the flows of circulation of people, the flows of circulation of money, the flows of policies. So I think that we should create like a research agenda to better understand the current system and the system where we want to go. That is a bit my recollection of this session. And with this, I would like to close it. Unfortunately, no time for questions, but I'm sure we can use the coffee breaks and lunches for that. But let me call upon the stage the speakers and rapporteurs that are present here, Luciana Balboa, Horacio Zimba, Anne Roop, to receive the honors, together with Johan and Yananti, who are the rapporteurs of the session. And let me invite David Oliva from UNESCO to be the one that pays the honors. So please come in for a photo. Please come in. Yeah. Thank you, Livia. So now we will be moving on to the thematic tracks, track A and C, agriculture and food systems and engineering, technology and applied sciences. And I require the convener, Sriparna Chatterjee, Buddin Mullah, Senior Scientist, ICR National Rice Research Institute, Sriparna Chatterjee, Scientist, CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Indian National Young Academy of Sciences. I hand over the floor to you guys. Please conduct. Thank you. I am Sriparna from IMT Bhubaneswar, and with me, my co-convener is Buddin Mullah from ICAR CRRI. So by now you all are aware, and we are discussing since morning that the Diamond Open Access is a community-led scholarly publishing model that removes financial barriers for both authors and readers, treating knowledge as a global public good.
And in this summit, that means this the Bengaluru summit, we aim to bring together shared objectives and priority action areas identified by global community, enabling flexible implementation across regional, national, disciplinary, and institutional contexts. So keeping this broad vision in mind, this particular session, where we will be discussing from the context of both engineering and agriculture. So here we will basically, our discussion will revolve around the following thematic areas like open access for frontier technologies, policy framework to align open engineering and technology outputs with sustainable development. And at the same time, we will be discussing on building interoperable system for research data, innovation ecosystem, and industry partnership. In this session, we have a very balanced panelists who has expertise in engineering, agriculture. Few of them are from physics background. So I would like my co-convener, Dr. Kutubuddin Molla, to introduce them.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Sripana. And it's great to see so many of the people from the academic fields who care about sharing knowledge as a public good and without any financial barrier from readers or authors. So we have a great panel, as said by Sripana. So I would like to call on the dais Dr. Susmita Das from Bangladesh, Veda Krishnan from IIR New Delhi, Dr. Chandra Shekhar Sharma from IIT Hyderabad, Dr. Ikwan Arif from Indonesia. There are other panelists like Dr. Praveen Shamasundaram, who will be joining online, Peter Coles, who will be also joining online, and Jean Sebastian Cox, also online, Humberto Devat, also online. So I'll be introducing them one by one at a later time. So are they already joined, the online participants? Okay, great. Okay, so how we have planned, both of us, Sripan and other organizers, that we would go to each of the panelists first to know their perspective within 4 minutes, because we are, already delayed in this session. So on your initial remarks, you would be given 4 minutes of time. And after that, we would go to question and answer later. So first, I would go to Dr. Chandra Shekhar Sharma, who is a professor and head in the Department of Chemical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. And he researched on carbon-based materials and energy technology. He served as the co-chair of the Global Young Academy from 2024 to 2025. He also has been the past chairperson of Indian National Young Academy of Science. So Chandra, it's over to you for your initial remarks on the topic.
Thanks, Shiparna and Kutub, for briefly describing about this particular session, especially, and also in general about the Diamond Open Access. To me, the Diamond Open Access, what we are discussing in this particular summit, it's not just simply a publishing model, but to me, it's more like a public knowledge infrastructure, and that should be enabled to provide the access of all the information in the public domain, which is created by the public funded institutions and the researchers for the public. Of course, when we talk about the digital Diamond Open Access, there are certain aspects of it, especially when it comes to the national security issues, and sometimes also some kind of ethical issues. But when we all agree that there is a path forward to go for the digital, for the diamond open access. I think there are ways to deal with those ethical and national security issues as well. So as a community of scientists and researchers here, I think I really look forward for the diamond open access as a way forward for disseminating the information. And also in terms of, since this particular session is on engineering and agriculture aspects, and I belong to an engineering community, I think I find it as a challenging for the engineering community to find the solution that how we can provide the diamond open access as a fast and seamless system. And to me, it's more like an engineering problem rather than as a societal problem or as an ethical problem. Finally, I would say that I really look forward for the open discussion on this, on various aspects of the diamond open access. And through this summit, we hope that we'll come out for certain recommendations that can be accepted by the larger scientific community. And we can use this as a tool to disseminate the information publicly for the larger interest. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Chandra, for the initial remarks. As you know, this is a panel who has the background of agri-food system and also energy, technology, and applied science. So what I had thought that it is, because some of the panel are physical here and some of the panel are online. So I would give one physical, one online, okay? So that there is a combination and you don't get bored, okay? So next, I would go to Dr. Praveen Sundaram, who is the head of the International Cooperation Division, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And his work mainly focuses on fostering joint research, technology development, and academic exchanges between India and global partners. So over to you, Dr. Praveen. Are you there? I don't see. Okay, so maybe we'll wait for him if he joins later. So I can see Dr. Jean is there. Dr. Jean Sebastian Cox is a professor in theoretical condensed matter physics in the Institute of Theoretical Physics at the University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. And he is a wonderful panelist in this panel because he is also serving as the chairman of SciPost. SciPost is an academic or scientific publication portal which offers a two-way open access journals with top quality peer witnessed referral. So over to you, Jim, for your initial remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to participate in this panel. I profusely apologize for not being able to travel over. It would have been a great experience to talk to colleagues live, very enriching. Fortunately, I'm nailed by teaching obligations that I have to fulfill, so there's a bit of lack of flexibility here. I'm going to make some general remarks. I had actually prepared a few slides in case they were needed. I put the URL where you can find the slides in the chat here. So if any of you want to consult that later on, you're welcome to do it. But I can summarize my most important points anyway, just verbally. I mean, we're talking about diamond open access here. I think the general theme, the general recognition is that there's a value of openness that is being essentially highlighted absolutely everywhere. The idea behind SciPost is very much that it's scientifically driven, driven by academics' way of leveraging the idea of openness to achieve quality at lots of different levels. So these levels are, of course, first of all, scientific. We're talking about scientific quality, first of all. I do believe that there is no question of being able to achieve and attain scientific quality without openness in discussion, most importantly, openness in criticism. Openness also encourages quality at the editorial level. So then you're talking more about the operational aspects of a publishing system. Openness essentially means scrutiny. It means quality control at lots of different levels. So there is no editorial process which can be successfully implemented without openness if it wishes to achieve quality. And finally, I think another aspect which is too often neglected is that openness also is meant to improve the economics of it, the business side of it. The business models associated to it very often have displayed the kind of degenerescence into, nefarious things due to lack of openness. Openness means transparency. It means essentially putting all your data available for scrutiny. It means essentially institutions that are responsive to the presence or lack of openness, of quality, and whatnot. So I think here there are many, many challenges in there. And speaking from my experience as essentially the founder of SciPost and the one who kind of sacrificed a part of his scientific career trying to put it up there, I think for me the success on the scientific side and the editorial side is pretty transparent. We're actually quite a big operation when you look at the output. It's kind of funny because we've got more than 3,700 papers published up to now. We're started just a bit before, for example, in comparison, Open Research Europe. It's always my kind of ballpark comparison here. Just in terms of pure number of scientific papers, we are 4 times the size of Open Research Europe. But that's also not counting the fact that the editorial process that we have at SciPost is extremely hard. We have a very, very deep, multi-layered quality evaluation system. So I think this is kind of the way to go, because scientists choose to publish with us because they know that they're going to get really valuable feedback from their colleagues, and the papers are going to be, very much improved during the editorial process. So that worked really well. The one thing that did not work well, and is still a very great problem for us, is the question of sustainability, because we have a business model which is explained in my slides. I invite you to go have a look at it later. It's called the PubFrax business model, where, if I summarize it in 20 seconds, we run the publishing activities without looking at the finances whatsoever. So we just evaluate papers and we only select things we publish based on quality. Once the papers are out, however, at the end of the year, we know how much the operations have cost us to publish all those papers. We can thus put a ballpark figure of expenditures per paper. But for each paper, we've got authors, and each author is associated to institutions through their affiliations. So we actually compile all this data, and we tell each organization, you were associated with that many papers through that many co-authorships and whatnot. And if it's going to cost us a certain amount per paper, so at the moment we're converging on about 500 euros per paper, full production included, and you split that up between the institutions, then you would actually be able to balance the organization, balance the finances. Our budget is 350,000 euros per year for an output of 600 or 700 papers. Unfortunately, our experience is that of all the academic institutions that benefit from our activities, only approximately 10% support us. So although there's a lot of goodwill, a lot of talk about open access, when it's a question of building the infrastructure that would actually be in position to displace the incumbent corporate publishers, then the support is sorely lacking. And out of experience, the funding agencies and the big organizations, they prefer their own systems. And I think if you attended or if you heard what Marin Dacot said, I think he made one of the most important statements there. The organizations, the kind of academic-led publishers that are working very much on an international level, they're kind of left out of this whole thing because there's no structured support system. There's no sustainability built into that. So despite the existence of SCOS, despite the existence of all these nice, speeches about all of this, I think the infrastructure for the support of these academics that actually run this thing is sorely lacking. And this is the one thing that I would really like to see changed. That's based on my 10 years at SciPost. My time is up, so I'll leave it back to the convener. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being on time. Actually, I initially planned that in the beginning, I'd remind every speaker that please be on time. I'm not as polite as Suparna, but because our speaker is really time-keeping speaker. So thank you, Zin, for highlighting, the need of editorial transparency and obviously the need of a support of infrastructure to do a sustainable, diamond open access system. So now I would move to Dr. Veda Krishnan, who is a senior scientist in the Division of Biochemistry at the ICAR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute at New Delhi. And she also served as a secretary at Indian National Young Academy of Science and she is currently as an executive member to the Global Academy, Young Academy. Over to you, Veda.
Yeah, thanks, Kutub. My fellow panelists and distinguished delegates who are in this room, I'm really humble and thankful for this opportunity to discuss more on the trajectory of Diamond Open Access and its role in agri-food research system. As you understand, agriculture sits at the intersection of some of the most glaring challenges that humanity is facing at this point of time, like the food nutrition security, the climate resilience, and the livelihood security, and so on. And on the other hand, agriculture is one research vertical which is heavily publicly funded, and it is actually socially mission-driven programs. And when we see that as technologies, like we develop the technology, but ultimately the deployment of the technology happens at the grassroots level. And the last mile is taken mainly by the farmers, the extension officers, the state agriculture university people, and even the KVKs and so on. So keeping them away from this knowledge, like behind the paywall, I think it is a bit of injustice. And hence, there is no question that we have to support this open access concept so that the knowledge can transfer across the pipeline in a smooth and sustainable manner. In my initial thought, I want to touch upon 2 to 3 points, which is very relevant for agriculture. Because when we compare different verticals, I'm really happy to be here with my friends who are from different dimensions of research. Because agriculture is very different because it is contextual, it is very local, and it is very iterative in manner. When I say contextual means any technology that is suitable for a particular zone, like a east zone or a central zone, might not be suitable for the other because of the the difference that we expect in the weather, the soil regimes, the irrigation, and so on. And iteration is also very important because when we give a technology to the farmer, most of the times, like we have to refine it based on the feedback of the farmer over the time. So there should be a transparency, justice, and knowledge transfer across these stakeholders, which is very important. And when we see India, agriculture is the backbone of our economy. And that's why government is actually putting a lot of mission mode programs, for example, for nutrition security, organic farming, and so on. And these are all public funded programs. And it is very much required to develop a transparent, trustworthy knowledge base, because in the next step, they are the policy people, the regulators, they are going to take it to a next level where these programs has to be applied according to the length and breadth of the country. So to take that, we should have a very trustworthy knowledge source. And I think open access is the only solution for such kind of developing a curated database or a knowledge source. And as Kutub mentioned, that I'm representing also as a part of Indian National Young Academy as well as the Global Academy. So there is no question that the early and the mid-career is really ready to accept this change in research culture. So in our deliberations, there is no question that science should be open or not, but it is more like when is it going to happen. So I think for making agriculture research proof and also being ready for the next decade or next generation, I think the Diamond Open Access is actually the real thing to go further ahead with that. Yeah, with this, I would like to stop my initial remarks and I will take the questions later. Thanks.
Right, Veda, thank you very much. Yes, agriculture indeed. One of the field that has direct impact, immediate impact of the money that is being invested on the research, and it should be open. And obviously the format that we are discussing here is Diamond, so that the reader does not have to pay and author also does not have to pay. Okay, good. So now we'll move forward to another part of the world. It's our neighboring country, Dr. Sushmita Das, who works at the Agricultural Information Center of Bangladesh Agricultural Research Council, Dhaka, under the Ministry of Agriculture, and she is also serving the National Agriculture Research System of Bangladesh through information services like documentation and knowledge management. Over to you, Dr. Sushmita. So you want to come here? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, good. Thank you. Good afternoon. And it is my great honor that I'm presenting Malaysia Agriculture Research Council in front of this very renowned global open access advocates. And again, good afternoon and greetings from Bangladesh. And this is Sushmita Das, and I'm
doing as Director, Agricultural Promotion Center, Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council. And my main focus is to raise what is happening in our country regarding the information management and data access and some issues, challenges, and also some success. So please somebody here to, okay. What is this? Okay, Bangladesh is a very densely populated country, but very small area. And our strong economic backbone is agriculture. And it's good that our 1300 million people are now under internet supported. And 72% rural small house now at least small smartphone. So BRC act as an apex coordinator of NARS apex leadership and is functional as the lead coordinator of the National Agriculture Research System. And in our agriculture diversity and agriculture data is treated as very essential digital public infrastructure, driving the nation's sustainability transitions. And this is the NARS of Bangladesh. We govern like 13 institutions under the umbrella of Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council and under the Ministry of Agriculture and some others ministry. And this is the digital landscape of our national population. So 48.9% of the population are now active individual users. And we are very good the things that our 2,500 government services are now accessible in online. So Bangladesh government is very much now careful about the nutrition and food safety. So we have our nutrition security policy, a national plan of action on nutrition guide, and the new regulations on food fortification, labeling, and general food safety rules have been adopted for public input, and it will very soon in regular basis. So some initiatives also taken by BRC, and in this part, very good thing is happening, and Bangladesh good agriculture practice already started by BRC is the scheme owner, and we already developed some protocols, CAP protocols, 15 crop-based Bangladesh CAP protocols. And this is the Malaysia protocols, standards, policies, and data-driven food security things. And this is the GAM scheme. And some publications. And addressing this nutrition and climate resilient innovation, NARS also very much careful to bridge the population gaps. And NARS has released specialized varieties to combat these climate extremes, like flood submergence, salinity tolerance variety, drought resistance variety, bird season giants like Breed and 113, and some blast resistant varieties too. And our government is open data ecosystem. And this is the portal. And very good things, there is a very good agriculture data set, and it is dominated by rice data like production volume, strain, size, variety, adoption, irrigation coverage, fertilizer distribution. Okay, then I market climate data sets, and this is the key issues. Actually, small scale farmers struggle to avoid modern devices or data. So we have very good things. This is Khamari apps. We recently introduced it under the crop joining project by Malaysia Agriculture Research Councils, and it is for the land last users. This is for farmers. It is in Bangla also. So we also have e-repository, and we have Kishi call center, and we have also agriculture national portals, and Bangla Jal we have, and our Malaysia agriculture journals indexed, we indexing in Bangla Jal.
And Scientific Bangladesh is more than 11,000 scientific publications, Scopus database with at least one or two Bangladesh affiliations. So this is the publication milestone. And actually, this is my last strategic vision that we need a unified large open science ecosystems for global research integration and dynamic data stewardship and national open agriculture portal centralized intelligence. So with this very famous quote, I like to stop here. The first essential component of social justice is adequate food for all. For mankind. So food is the moral right of all who are born into this world. And thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thanks, Dr. Sushmita, for giving us a glimpse of what, special agricultural perspective from Bangladesh, what Bangladesh government is doing for open access. Now it's time to listen to Dr. Ikhwan Arif, who is from Indonesia. He is a lecturer and researcher in manufacturing and information systems at Universitas Andalas. And he is currently in the role of head of the Journal and Seminar Development Center. And also he is a managing editor of DOAJ, and he is overseeing the evaluation and inclusion process of journals to ensure adherence to transparency, ethical publishing, and open access standards. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good evening. Sorry, good afternoon. Thank you for having me with this session, this panel. Let me begin my statement that my presentations ready, please. Okay. Let me begin the statement that my presentation images are AI generated, to put them in just 2 slides so I can go through it quickly. My remarks will focus on the engineering journals because engineering publishing has a specific obligation. What we publish does not just ideas. It shapes systems that people rely on. Bridges, power grids, water treatment, medical devices, AI in manufacturing, robotics in warehouses. And in engineering, knowledge transfer only succeeded when it is usable, reproducible, and safe. Demand for access already gives us major equity advantage. No paywalls for readers, no fees for authors, but equity alone is not enough for engineering. Engineering needs durability, interoperability, and verification. Let me start with this. Let me start with this mapping showing engineering open access. You can scan with the, I'm not sure if you can scan the QR code. That's the dashboard that I prepare for the summit. We see there's an ecosystem of 667 journals primarily by Indonesia and Iran. Many of these journals report some editorial practice, 90% use anonymous peer review. Publication timelines are reasonable, around 16 weeks on average. So the core issue is not that this journal lacks seriousness. The core issue is fragility. From the OJ data set, around 2/3 lack long-term digital preservation. For engineering, that is a red alert scenario. If research is not preserved, we do not just lose PDF. We lose design rationale, we lose dataset parameters, and reproducibility packages. In engineering terms, it is like building critical infrastructure without redundancy. So eventually something fails. So my main argument today is domain open access in engineering should be treated as engineering infrastructure. It means design principle, failure mode analysis, shared services, and sustainable funding. This slide is 2 layers of my suggestions for engineering journals, diamond open access journals. The first layer is advancing technical region for the journals, and the second layer is the how to expand the global impact of the diamond open access journals. To summarize my statement is that in diamond open access in engineering, preservation is a baseline with shared services. Engineering native publication formats, overlays, micro publications, and documentation packages are needed. And the third is shared governance and funding, federal security review and consortium support for non-profit infrastructure. Diamond OA can be more than fair. In engineering, it can be high performance, fast, reproducible, safe, discoverable, and permanent. Thank you for your kind attention. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for your effort in DOAJ. So now I just double check if anybody from the panelists have joined other than Jean online. I'd call by name Dr. Praveen, Dr. Peter Coles, Dr. Humberto Dibat. Has anybody joined? Can you double check? No? No, okay. So I think it's good because you have more time to discuss. Okay, now I hand over to Sripana.
Thank you, panelists, for your welcome comment and notes. So from our side, we have few specific questions, or you can consider it as pointers also, on which we would like to know your viewpoint. So I will start with Professor Arif. So how can Diamond Open Access model ensure the timely dissemination of engineering research without compromising quality, security, or ethical concern? What is your take on this?
Okay. In engineering, we have short lifespan for the products. I mean for the science. So like AI today, it changes maybe hours, not months. So we need to have this repository that put the maybe work papers considered as a published one, short chunk of the works considered as a publications, put online so people can, so researchers can state their research early, rather than they just wait for the journals, because journals we need review times and editorial process. So they just put their work, but they need to be controlled as well, the quality of the work. So review is okay, but it needs maybe not as strict as the journal reviews. It focus on only on some aspect. I mean, small chunks of their work, and they put it online soon.
Okay, thank you. So maybe in this line, but this question is not directed to any, specific person. Maybe it is open to you all. Anyone wish to answer, you can answer. So there are many frontier technologies which is linked with national security, intellectual property, and maybe may have commercial interest. So how can open access framework balance openness with legitimate concerns around strategic, sectors? So any one of you can start.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned in my opening remarks that, of course, one side we advocate for the openness, but at the same time, we have genuine issues of national security for many issues in terms of information. So one of the way forward is that we have delayed openness, which means for some period of time, we can have some kind of embargo for some of the confidential information. So that is one way. And we should respect the sovereignty of an individual country as far as that particular information is concerned. So, I mean, in the name of open access, we can't just, and especially in the era of digitalization, digital world, where confidentiality is really a challenge. And there are several issues which are directly related to the national security. So I think we can still go for the open access or open information, but maybe it is delayed, maybe at a slow pace. That is my, that may be.
Thank you, Chandra. Professor G, would you like to comment on this?
Actually, so the experience that I have is mostly for, if you want, ivory tower style academic research. So we've published mostly things that are really within the realm of academia with no direct commercial application. So we have not faced a situation where this question kind of came to the fore. So I have little experience with this at the moment. I think at the moment we're more busy with fundamental science than, we're going towards a bit of engineering, but are less active in that than in fundamental science. So I think we have to wait and see what happens. But I do see the developing international conjuncture as proving to be a substantial challenge for open publishing in that sense. I think it's very difficult to try to embed that in the ethos of the real open publishing thing. So we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you, Professor G. So maybe Dr. Shushmita, this question is to you. So you are from agricultural research, and I mean, this field of research has real world application, right? So how do you think that this diamond open access accelerate this kind of, I mean, technology dissemination and all this thing? And probably you would like to know that if Bangladesh has taken any such initiative or something like that. Please shed light on that.
Thank you. Very vital questions. And very diamond model for our agriculture scientists, because we are actually facing the double problems, like our scientists, they cannot afford the high-tech journal APCs, and also our we often cannot afford to read high-impact journals, research articles. So we think only diamond open access is in our model is aligned with our national interest, national agriculture research system. So we have our journals. This is Bangladesh Journal of Agriculture, which is fully diamond open access. And in the last, during our last, we also discussed these issues only this. Our problem is now scientists are looking after and looking under that they need a very good impact factor, so-called impact factor journal paper. So they are not to agree that they have only very cheap. They think it is cheap that open access journal. Some scientists think so, but we're trying to put this direction that now this awareness, like this global summit and many things. Even I initiated all this open access advocacy, open science advocacy from our openness policy. Like we initiated the Asia Open Access conference too in my office in 2019. But still we need national agriculture research open science ecosystem that maybe address these issues. Scientists should come forward to make their scientific research result in open access journal.
Yeah, thank you. So now this question goes to Veda. As Shushmita mentioned, that impact factor could be an issue where actually many faculties or scientists are a bit skeptic
to publish in this such kind of diamond open access journals. In my opinion, probably it is related with the research assessment system, because at least in our country, the research assessment system, what we follow, that doesn't acknowledge this kind of publication in this kind of journals, right? So you are in INEAS, you are also in GYA. What do you think that how youth can act as, say, leaders, or maybe they can, preach to, or maybe they can encourage, right, their colleagues there to publish in Diamond Open Access journals? It will be better if you highlight from the context of Global South.
Yeah. Thanks, Shripana. It's a very, very important point to me to discuss, because the main vantage point that we see in any young academy like INEAS or GYA is the youth, the age bracket, right? The early mid-career professional. As you rightly mentioned, that we also in the dilemma, because we are a very ambitious group of people, and for getting into the climbing the ladder of career with the traditional system of those yardsticks of H impacts and citation index and so on. So it is, I think the need is a change in the culture, the research culture. It's very easy to change the youth, because in that there is no much top-down approach. It is more like a horizontal approach, right? So the knowledge transfer is more easy. Like when I see like a senior academy compared to that, young academy's knowledge transfer is a bit more easier. And I think that kind of a research culture change, if happens, it is very important. And another important aspect is, like, through these academies, we are trying to also increase the open literacy programs, right? Many people discuss about open access, but at the time, they don't know how to practice it. Even if, like, when we discuss with the PhDs and postdocs, they don't still have much idea about like how the preprint of the journals differ, and like why an author should retain the copyright and not give to the publisher. So there are certain dimensions that we have to discuss, and as young academies, I think it's the right platform to discuss this aspect. As you mentioned about impact factor, I want to just mention that GYA has a transdisciplinary program. It's a grant where we are now moving towards a program called Global Talent Index. So this is an initiative where we are trying to move a bit more ahead than the traditional yardsticks of citations and impact factor. Here we are also seeing that how we can add on more social impactness. For example, for agriculture, like how many of your technologies like farmers adopted? How much has technology moved into, the startup, or how many have been taken by a policy perspective? So these are the dimensions that you can add. I think that will inspire the youth, to do something that is very committed and socially driven things. I think that might be a bit slow, but I think over the time, I think such conscious decisions, and we all are part of it. So we have to contribute, we have to have some conscious decision to publish our papers in these open access journals, to be part of the leadership, so that, we can be the reviewer pool, or we can be the leadership like editorial board, so that we can have this momentum keep on going, so that at least we can envision in the next decade, really the knowledge transfer is smooth, easy, without any paywall. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, thank you. So now, Chandra, I'd like to, so you are from Indian Institute of Technology, and I believe that your institution, or probably you also have industry connection. And we all know that industry works in a closed, or I would say semi-open strategy. So what do you think that how this diamond open access thing will work for them if academia industry collaboration, we think?
Yeah, I think when we talk about the open access, especially the diamond open access, where the sustainability is an issue in terms of who will fund the research. The role of industry is very crucial in ensuring that open access and the sustainability of open access. So especially when we are engaged in the research which is having direct implication on the industry, the one way is that industry should come forward as a kind of major funding and major partner, even in terms of sharing the cost for the publications. So that is one way. in see, I think what is important even from the industry point of view is that if we really want to translate our research, we really need a paradigm shift in our approach. How do we conduct the research? And it's not really fair that we take all the funding from the government sources and then look forward for the translation research, which is beneficial to the industry. So if industry really wants some translation research from the academia, especially from the global south, I can mention, they really need to come forward and put a lot of money in the funding in the research. And when this money goes into research from the industry, there is a fair chance that we create this open information, open knowledge. From where it can be, there are much better chances that can be translated in the higher TRL levels. Because if it is a very closed door thing, the probability of converting that knowledge into the translation aspect into the final product is something which is really very minimal. So if we really want to promote the technology development, or if we want to promote the integration of our technologies, I think industry needs to be a little open-minded. And in terms of funding, they should also come forward for the funding and also support the open access. That's what my view on that.
Thank you. Arif, would you like to add something more?
To reiterate what I have experience in during my work. We have cooperation with Portland Simon in my city. Yes, the industry, they need to put the money to the research, and they allow us to publish as a diamond open access, as in at least for the open access, not just diamond open access. So that all the research or what we did with the industry, we can publish all the works, and they got results of our work, and public or research or the community get benefit from the collaborative research with the industry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much, Suparna. So it's almost we are at the end of this panel discussion. So before we end, we have a little one or two discussion left that I have in my mind. So, because this discussion has said that, okay, diamond open access is not that acceptable because it does not have that recognition during assessment. So let me remind you, all the audience and this panelist, obviously they know better than me. So diamond open access, actually this term coined in 2011 to 12. So it's a pretty new idea. And then when it gained momentum when we organized, first global summit in 2022, and this is third one. And in 2023 and 24, UNESCO global consultation happened on this diamond open access. So I think it will gain momentum, but it needs time. It's pretty new in the academic field. It will gain momentum if the policymakers and the assessment committee value diamond open access publication in their career advancement scheme. Obviously it will gain momentum. This is one of the things. So now I think I would go to Zain, to you online. So you are on you have been working for a long time for the SciPost. And what do you think? Because this diamond open access, this model is almost similar to the predatory journals, because they have also kind of open access, but they take very money with very little time. Okay, they can publish in Indian money like 10,000, 15,000, they can publish in 1 week. And we from INEAS, we led a consortium called Rescue, and that was funded by Inter-Academy Partnership from Washington, to combat the problem of predatory publications. So I would like to know your perspective. What kind of threat you see from the predatory publishing houses to the legitimate diamond open access channels?
So your question is, how do the predatory publishers threaten the diamond concept?
Yes.
So I think in an indirect way. I think it's got to do with money flows, essentially. The problem is that in the current status of money flows everywhere, be that at funder level or at university library levels, all the channels are open with very few limitations to the payment of these APCs. And I think that's the fundamental mistake. So, for example, if I had time to detail SciPost's business model itself, one of the things which we are very, very strongly against is the very notion of APCs, because we view APCs as one of the mechanisms whereby, for example, research funds for researchers are being dilapidated to pay for things which historically were, infrastructural, subscription costs and whatnot. So I think there's an extreme inequality, unevenness in the financial competition between predatory publishers and Diamond. So I think the first thing to address is that financial thing. But then this financial problem compounds itself into an editorial problem because, of course, the predatory publishers, being so successful at harvesting APCs without, many hindrances, they are able to invest very heavily into publicization, into penetration, into community involvement. Whereas Diamond publishers, if they're kind of true to spirit Diamond, they have to do that, essentially, like we say in French, based on love and fresh water, but no concrete means. So that's very, very difficult. So I do view the question of predatory publishing as having been fostered, encouraged, mushrooms by the new financial models that were pursued. And here I'm really blaming APCs for many, many of the ills. And I do think that Diamond, unfortunately, is kind of committing almost harakiri by saying that, yeah, we will not tap into that new financial system, but we will hope for goodwill support from academic institutions. But then if the goodwill support from academic institutions is not forthcoming, then Diamond doesn't have a rosy future at all. And the way I see things going now, if I extrapolate from the last few years, I think it's really not going well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for highlighting this real problem that you're feeling as a field player. You're a field player of Diamond Open Access. So I think this let us conclude this session, and I think there's support from the academic field and all of you here is needed to bring forward this momentum. And the three words is crucial to go ahead with speed. That is awareness, awareness, and awareness. Many people do not know. Okay. And obviously, wherever you have power to convince any policymaker to support for infrastructure, that is the most needed thing in order to do a sustainable Diamond Open Access. So I conclude here this panel, and thank you very much for your patience hearing. And all the panelists, it's a wonderful contribution. Thank you very much for coming physically, and Zain for joining us online and adding a great value to this panel. Thank you very much. And my co-conveners, Ripona. Actually, one question, okay? Should I? Okay, one question. Can you give the mic to him? Yeah.
Is it working?
Yes.
So, nice presentation of all panelists. So my question is related to support system in Diamond Open Access. Recently, there was one call from ICSSR, Indian Council of Social Science Research, and they are supporting scholarly journals, but not Diamond Open Access is mentioned there. They are asking for the subscription-based publishers were having minimum 200 subscription, and they are going to support those journals. So is there any other funding model available nationally or internationally which can support Diamond Open Access journals? Thank you.
Okay, I think this is good too. Zain, would you would you like to answer this question? Did you hear the question?
So it's about business models, essentially, which business models can be used to support Diamond.
Yes, yes.
So actually, I invite you to look at the construction that we have at SciPost, which we summarize in the, well, actually, if you look at the slides which I linked, then I do view this as essentially a completely internationally equitable way of supporting a system like Diamond. Indeed, it is essentially based on a very simple logic of linking publishing activities, so realized publishing activities, with institutional support. And that can be balanced, internationally with whatever economic adjustments that you want to do. The thing about such a system is that it is structurally, in my estimates, about a factor of 5 cheaper than current systems, and it would enable essentially uncompromisingly high quality level publishing to be supported for a fraction of the current costs in there. So I do believe that there is such an alternative. I call it this pub-frax system. But if you look at my slides, you will find links to detailed description of this idea. And I could make comments about other business models. So, for example, APCs, you already hear what I think of that. For example, subscribe to open is another system in there. Unfortunately, I'm a bit uncomfortable with this one because I view it as putting scientific authors as hostages to financial decisions, and I don't think this is right. So I do see the advantage of subscribe to open in that it fits with existing money flows based on the old subscriptions. That's its administrative advantage. But as a scientist, as somebody who writes papers, and as people who write papers, that's not enough to justify it. It's not, let not admin make the decision on this. Let's just use science to base the decision on this. So please have a look at our PubFrax business model. Actually, it's in those slides if you navigate a bit, but maybe you can just do this offline, or I can send you an explicit link about what it is. Let me just send you a very explicit link where you will find it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this link should be shared with all the participant organizers. Please keep in mind. So let me conclude this session, and thank you very much, Shibana, for giving a.
Sorry, I just have a one, not question, but maybe it's just for Jean to know if you know about the Open Journal Collective.
Actually, I forgot to mention it. I was just about to mention it, but I didn't take the time. So this is a brand new construction, which is essentially starting at the very moment, which is also an extremely good collective construction. I think things like that are the future. Yeah.
For you as well. I mean, for your model, like you can always go to Open Journals Collective for side posts to raise the funding.
Actually, so we'll see whether we can embed ourselves in there. For us, it's always a bit difficult because the level of detail that we give to the reporting of papers, authorships to institutions, it even goes much beyond what the Open Journals Collective does. So what we would like is for the Open Journals Collective to kind of include all the information that we provide about stuff, because that really helps to make informed financial decisions. But it's a very interesting development that's taking place now, right? So my dream is to have something like Open Journals Collective, which is taken up internationally, but then which is really looking in detail at the level of activity of publishers, their expenditures, their quality controls, and whatnot, and distributes the money on that. But this is, among the most promising new pathways, certainly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I hand over to Dr. Naveen Kumar. Yes.
So I again thank conveners and the panelists for the excellent session. Now I request Dr. Naveen Kumar P, Head Division of Flowers and the Medicinal Crops, to present the token of appreciation for the conveners and the panelists.
Please give them a big round of applause for a very informative, very interesting interactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll join back at 6 p.m. for the culturals.